All right, the final weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the road to Red Bull Wololo Londinium. And today, or rather this weekend, we're going to be deciding who the last player will be to qualify for the main event. I'm Crackety, and today I'm going to be joined by Dabson. How you doing, man?
Oh, good. Excited to be here. Excited for the games we have at hand here today and tomorrow. It's a lot of excitement. Like you said, pressure is on. The last qualifier is decided here this weekend.
And I mean, Boltun, so far in this tournament, he's been making, I want to say, like a banger of an impression, right? Like, this dude has been taking, like, top names time and time and time again. He's been looking absolutely phenomenal with his gameplay. And, yeah, just want to say, like, this is, he's been like, really putting in the work here so far in this tournament. But Scatterbrain, on the other hand side, also just been improving time and time again, and also just in peak form at the moment.
Yeah, definitely peak form. He's been beating a lot of people, or like taking games in general off of some people that you wouldn't quite expect it here this tournament. And actually, there's been quite a bit of that this tournament in general, with a lot of players just kind of starting to make a little bit bigger of a name for themselves. Kind of some players on the edge of that top 16 actually taking down some of the top 6, or at least getting games off of them.
Yeah, indeed. Now we're gonna be looking at the draft here. Dry Arabia is gonna be the one where we're gonna be starting. Classic map to start off a set like this. It's gonna be the Ottomans for Boltun and the Macedonians for Scatterbrained. Macedonians, I don't know about you, Devson, but like at the beginning when they came out, like the Radari, really strong. Really strong. And they hammered hard into them. They've been getting some really solid nerfs all around on the civilization. We had like the very annoying, I want to say, like Rangian feudal age guard spam strategy coming in. I think that's been kind of like fixed at this point, and there's more options now. People are starting to explore more options with the Macedonians, not just as a Radari only civilization, but a general like more options with the civilization in general, more army compositions to explore with them. Ottomans, on the other hand side, though, I feel like they've always been doing kind of the same. And in the current meta, sure, we've had a Sipahi nerf, but Sipahi is still very much the flavor of life, I want to say, for the Ottomans.
Yeah, Ottomans have kind of been doing the same thing for a while, like you said. The only thing kind of difference is their earlier build. It's, are they getting the military schools out early, or are they just waiting for feudal age or later on? Meanwhile, like you said, Macedonians, they've been changing what they've had as the quote-unquote strongest build or kind of main route that they've been taking. I know especially in team games, you mentioned the Radari, that was just the only thing you'd see one every Macedonian every single team game, because they would just be going straight for Radari spam.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because like when you look at the Radari, it doesn't have a charge, it costs a little bit more, but then you look at the other stats and it's like, oh my god, very fast attack speed, incredible damage on them as well. You get like 20% of the units you lose back through the war camp. It's a pretty interesting dynamic overall with that unit. On the other hand side, though, we've seen mass cavalry just taking over the meta at the moment. But in this kind of meta situation, I feel like that is also one where the Ottomans kind of start to shine a little bit more, as they've got a lot of tools when it comes to dealing with that mass cavalry play.
Yeah, you can also tell both of these players right off the bat wanting to get this series started on a good note. We saw Sengoku banned, we saw Ottoman banned on vice versa sides, but that's why they were picked later on. But other than that, picked the biggest priority pick there, as well as their first picks. So definitely trying to get the strongest civs and just get a win with the strongest civ that you prioritized as well here. So this first game, very important for both of these players.
And at best of 5, it definitely does set the game pace. And now we're going to be jumping right on in the color yellow. We've got Scatterbrained spawning on in here on Dry Arabia. And, oh, this is interesting. Wait, no, I think the colors are actually switched around. This is Ottomans, because they are gathering. That is
definitely an
yeah,
Ottomans.
that is the Ottoman player here. There we go. Figured it out. So we've got the Ottomans here, Boltun, spawning in the color red. We got that early military school coming in. On the other hand side, we've got Scatterbrain playing as the Macedonians here. And we're on EGC Dry Arabia for game number 1.
Yeah, everybody's favorite map. You can't start it off on a better note than a classic Dry Arabia game with some of these players' strongest and highest prioritized civilizations. So let's see what build orders they have at hand. We kind of talked about Ottomans doing the same thing, but the big difference is when that military school comes out. Baltoon said, all right, let me go ahead and get a few spears out on my way to feudal, and then once feudal age hits, I'm sure he will be swapping that on over to Sipahi.
It's one of the things where the military school, by the time that you hit that feudal age, you'll have 3 spearmen out on the field, so it almost, like, the military school almost pays for itself at that point in time. After that, of course, switching over to the Sipahi, basically your strongest military unit as the Ottomans in the feudal age, and even a little bit later down the line, the Sipahi is just an all-around super great unit to have there. So, yeah, just going for that early military school, which doesn't delay you that much, definitely a good choice here.
Yeah, and these high elo players, they're so good at utilizing mobility in general. So Sipahi, even if Scatterbrain's making a bunch of spears and has some walls up, a lot of times these players push and pull the slower units on around and still just keep them in their base, and gives them a lot of time, gives them a lot of flexibility to do what they want behind the the little bit of pressure that horseman Sipahi can make.
Speaking of horsemen, the Macedonians, of course, they also have a lot of unique stuff going for them when it comes to horsemen. We do see the Imperial Hippodrome coming in right now. Now, the Imperial Hippodrome is like kind of the main landmark that we see being made by Macedonians at the time. Even though they're Grand Winery, like when you look at the stats, it's not bad, right? Like a 30% buff to your food economy in an area around it. That can be pretty good. It's just that the Imperial Hippodrome provides you with so much military value that it's honestly kind of insane. You get a champion scout, horseman, and a Radari. They spawn after a little bit of a delay, one after another. The thing is, the champion scout gives you more torch damage. The horseman gives all of your cavalry +2 damage, and then the Radari increases the movement speed of all of your infantry nearby, while all of these units also have just incredible stats on them and heal all the time. Like in combat, out of combat, they heal all the time. It's just so much value, and you can extract a lot of value out of them, and tentatively even like get away with relatively greedy fast castle plays with just a little bit of aggression from the free units there.
Yeah, and we've seen so many different civilizations kind of utilize their free unit landmark or free unit capabilities to do exactly that and give them a free way to castle. Whether it was Byzantines back in the day when they would just make a few keshiks and then all of a sudden be castle age, whether it's ABBA getting their extra TCs with the military school and then kind of trying to get up. It's just free units have shown to be a powerhouse in this game, and I guess not only free units, but obviously passive economy that is free as well.
Twin Madras is going to be coming in on Bolton's side. Now, I gotta say, Scatterbrain, he rushed up the landmark very, very quickly, so the Hippodrome timing is very early on, and look at that. Scatterbrain going for the early stone gathering here on 5 villagers. Now, this could be a sign that either he's just going to try and get an outpost emplacement up, or that he's actually going to be researching the unique upgrade from the Varangian Stronghold, which actually puts an arrow slit emplacement onto every single production building, or rather every single Varangian Stronghold that you build as the Macedonians.
Yeah, and that's one where we'll see that happen a lot, where all of a sudden they start popping these strongholds around, and just like you said, they act as a defensive capability there, and it's just a lot of times enough to deter away some of that early pressure. Meanwhile, Baltoon doing exactly what we'd expect here, the stables immediately being rushed on up when feudal age hits. Sipahi are about to be on the way. He hasn't yet swapped the military school on over yet, though.
Yeah, typically you just want to get that last spearman in before you switch it over, or rather it's already switched over probably at this point in time. No, actually switched it over to Matter. Okay. That's also a good play, just because the Matter baseline is relatively expensive. It's kind of nice getting it in for free from the military school, so saving up a lot of resources there as well, and you can always just make the Sipahi manually. There it is now. We do see the first Varangian Stronghold coming up first here for Scatterbrain, and will most likely just going to be researching that arrow slits emplacement. Tanks with the Hippodrome champion, or rather Hippodrome scout. Very important, as that one is able to heal itself up, but Baltoon, realizing that, manually focuses onto the horseman instead of the scout.
Yeah, and you can see Baltoon trying to at least get the mining camp taken down before the stronghold upgrade comes through, and those spears have to evacuate and run on home. First Sipahi is on its way, and also, most important upgrade that everyone loves, Wheelbarrow. First investment here for Baltoon as far as his gold goes.
Mining camp did get taken down. It's just going to get put up again by Scatterbrain, since a lot of villagers out now. He was just lacking a little bit of gold. I believe the gold cost is like 200 on the upgrade. So it's quite costly on the gold department, but gold is typically something... No, actually it was just 100? Yeah, I think it was just 100 gold. So Scatterbrain is getting the upgrade in right now, is also adding in an additional outpost next to it. And is going to be fine to gather up on gold there.
Yeah, really wants to make sure this location, his gold does not get denied. Even though it's, you know, a nice old back gold, it's still very easy to get focused in on, especially when that Sipahi number continues to climb up as Baltoon is planning on. Baltoon even has a second stables already here to help that production.
Yeah, so double Sipahi play. Already researching the Pierce armor upgrade as well, so he really will want to dive early on. Underneath the emplacement, defensive emplacements here from Scatterbrain. Scatterbrain is starting to produce some spearmen on his side. And he does see just how many Sipahi are coming out here now at the moment from Baltoon. So he'll know that he's going to have his work cut out for him. He wants to defend against this. Drone, Horseman now there as well.
He at least tanks up some of that Sipahi damage, keeps the scout alive, at least gets those last few couple sheep back home, as food clearly seeming to be an issue potentially down the game, as he just moved out, what was that, 10, 15 villagers over to the berries. And, you know, with Castle Age plays, the last thing you want is all of a sudden you're aging up to Castle and you realize, oh my gosh, I'm running out of food into my base. I have nowhere safe to gather from.
Yeah, Baltoon just really going ham on the Sipahi production. 4 Sipahi in queue at the moment. And there's now a third stable coming up behind this as well. Yeah, that is quite the big investment now at the moment from him into Sipahi. I think he also already redeemed the Vizier point for the additional sheep on the field, so he's going to have food for quite a long time here.
Yeah, so Sipahi production does not seem to have an end in sight. 4 more in queue again. That Metter has finally popped out of the military school after the exorbitant amount of time it took. We see the early spears from Baltoon starting to get slowly picked off as he is trying to kill some deer over on that side, spread those out, not make that economy, allow that economy to be efficient once Scatterbrain does move out to the deer, if he can at all.
And Scatterbrain, it kind of feels like he's just going to try and force the Castle Age play after this. Could be quite dangerous if he's getting caught off guard. He could potentially find himself at the end of a timing push. Matter is going to get taken quite low by the TC fire, though. He's going to have to be careful where he engages with that.
Yeah, that Metter kind of just, whenever you're moving with the Sipahi, a lot of times it kind of trails on the backside. TC fire almost took it on out, but that Sipahi number is getting to the point where Baltoon's probably thinking about diving. Already got the ranged armor in, like you said earlier on, which means you know what he has in store. You know what he has planned here. It's to put some pressure on this castle play from Scatter.
There it is. Golden Horn Tower is coming in up at the same time. Yeah, it has to be replaced. It's going to get cancelled for the moment, because right then and there is where Baltoon is starting to move forward with his military units. And yeah, it's a very, very defensive Golden Horn Tower. And Baltoon, he doesn't see it quite yet. He is going to find it out now, though. Is he going to go for a push into it? Nah, he respects
sees it now, but he sees that, you know, the gold villagers have to get pulled, so Scatterbrain, he realizes how desperate of a situation he could be in. 29 villagers on that Golden Horn Tower, so will not have a lot of resources once Castle Age does hit. Actually only has 30 food in the bank, so not like he's getting a lot of immediate upgrades or immediate units on out from that.
I like the reaction from Baltoon here behind us as well. He noticed, okay, that he cannot really go for a big dive there. So instead, he cut production and is now very close to being able to age up himself as well.
Yeah, and when you're producing that many Sipahi and you have 4 or 5 in queue, it's kind of shocking when you cancel the production and all of a sudden you're right there, not too delayed as far as Castle Age yourself. Baltoon finally dropping a production building that is not a stables. We saw his barracks getting built over on the backside.
A couple of Radari are now in queue for Scatterbrain. We do already see the first armor upgrade coming in for the cavalry units for him. Bedroom Radari on the field as well. Oh, a little quick wall. Is it? Okay, it's going to delay the champion a little bit. And champion, oh, suffering from a little bit of pathing there as well.
Yeah,
still
that quick
find a
wall
Vil kill.
perfection there. Villagers jump inside the TC in time. Scatterbrain leaves that Radari on out and about, so a lot of arrow fire will be taken, but that thing is so tanky.
Yeah, he really is. Dodges one of the spearmen there. Looks to just head back on home now for the time being. Could actually go for a little loop around back onto the gold, if he sees it. Butcher's still inside the outpost. Yeah, he's going for the gold again.
Yeah, there are a few spears here, but just not enough. The Sipahi arrive, though, and there is the mass that Baltoon needs to probably deter this bit of a push away.
And the Hippodrome champion is getting rather low in health now. One Radari and the Horseman come in to distract a little bit, but need to be careful as well.
Really good focus by Scatterbrain. He was able to dive through, kill off the low health Metter, and dive past as well and kill 2 lower health villagers too. So really good pickup there from Scatter. As his units are still getting chased around here. And Spears push Baltoon off gold.
Baltoon, he doesn't have that much gold remaining at the moment. He's actually choosing, like opting to go for some upgrades here. Oh, villagers. Oh, he does not react yet. Loses 1, loses 2.
3.
Oh, he lost the others as well.
6 villagers now have been lost from Baltoon. Scatterbrain has had about 40 seconds of TC idle time, so makes up for a few of those villager losses, but still, Baltoon not in the greatest situation here. Spear number is starting to climb on up. Another villager goes down out on this deer. Outpost will fall as well, so this food location that he was trying to secure for himself is not secure by any means.
Yeah, the issue is behind this Baltoon, he did kind of want to go for his own little raiding attempts earlier, but it's just not possible with the Golden Horn Tower wedged into the base of Scatterbrain. You're really going to have to find the villagers out there on the resources if you want to get any damage in. Did not happen there. Sipahi go for a nice little surround there on some of the units. Now going to be able to take down both the Hippodrome Horsemen as well as one of the Radaris there.
Yeah, and this is the point now where Scatter is a little bit more vulnerable as far as some of those resources go. He's not just tucked under the base next to the Golden Horn Tower next to his TC. He's out on 2 different packs of deer. Did reinforce into some of those with an outpost, with a stronghold, but Baltoon Sipahi number and with some ranged armor, he can tank those up for a decent bit of time.
Yeah, for sure. At the moment, Baltoon, he's just mostly going into the Spearmen. Scatterbrain's still, of course, getting that passive production of crossbows in from the Golden Horn Tower. Switched over the Imperial Armory to Springles as well. Sipahi, usually a very strong unit overall. Oh, little axe throw gets the matter there. But against the armor from the Radari here, they don't seem to hit as hard as they typically tend to do.
Yeah, and with that wall that Baltoon has invested on into, gold should be secured on the back side of his base, so we'll force Scatter to actually run full circle around or try to burn through some of these walls on the side.
Behind this, Baltoon now also looking to go for some raids on his own, but Scatterbrain is keeping a lot of the military in the back there as well. Most importantly, some spearmen there.
Yeah, utilizing the mobility to try to do some raiding. Meanwhile, on the backside, he's rallying the crossbows, rallying some of the spears to his base at home to, you know, allow to or to deter some of this raiding. However, Baltoon slips right in between where the army is, finds out a huge mass of villagers. Sipahi get right on top. Great job getting in the midst of the villagers as well. Just so much damage comes through from the Sipahi so quick. Evens the villager kill number just like that with one raid.
Golden Tower does a good amount of damage there, but it's not going to be enough, so Scatterbrain is going to get even out on the villager count now behind this. Sipahi still looking for potential damage spots, though. I'm gonna find it for the time being.
Yeah, good pickup there by Baltoon to kind of equalize those numbers. Does have some military schools working for himself as well. So military number, you can just see the difference in Q, where we got 1 crossbow for Scatter. Meanwhile, we have 2 Sipahi, the Springled in Q from the MIA, couple spears, and even Janissaries now for Baltoon starting to climb up. So there will be a time here for Scatter. If he lets this go for a minute or two, the military numbers are just going to be way out of hand with the Ottoman.
Baltoon, he just started making his first religious unit, so hasn't gotten any relics in yet. Scatterbrain already bringing the second one back. Spearman, alongside some Sipahi, trying... These Radari just don't take damage, man. It looks like it at the very least. They're just running past.
Running right past, but not a lot of places for those Radari to run to with the way that Baltoon has laid out his base. Looks like they are trying to burn a wall on the right side, but he just immediately drops another layer here with the gold villagers. So we'll continue to delay these Radari, and if they push through this wall, they're actually going to be walled in here. So this is a huge bait by Baltoon. He circles around with his army. This is going to be such a big pickup for him.
And there it is, the Radari, they're moving on back, and they're going to be at the mercy of all of these spearmen. A little split up there on the Radari. Tries to distract some, but doesn't open wide enough of a gap there in order to go through. These
Nowhere
Radari...
to go, nowhere to run. They're trying to find a way out. The wall didn't quite fully get finished, though. Trying to pull the torches, trying to do enough damage, but just not quite enough.
And all the Radari and the champion going down as well. Scatterbrain just losing a lot of military units there.
I mean, if we thought the military was about to get out of hand with that pickup from Baltoon, it is way tilted to the Ottoman side now. It is going to be hard for Scatter to defend some of these locations that he is moving out to, running out of that. And actually, he still has some on that initial gold vein, just decided to make the move out earlier. Okay, that's like 160. You know, strategically leaving that so Baltoon still sees it on the map, doesn't move out to try to raid some other golds.
Yeah. Behind all of this, though, the army composition from Baltoon, I want to say, is quite scary here. We're already up to 40 spearmen, 13 Sipahi, and now mass Springles as well behind this. Soon to be 5 Springles. I mean, the army from Scatterbrain right now, it just would not be able to withstand a push from Baltoon.
Yeah, there's so much infantry for Scatter, and all Baltoon needs to do is protect his Springles from the Radari dive, and I think with 40 spears, you should be able to do that pretty efficiently there, and the Springles would clear up any of that infantry mass so well.
Scatterbrain, he has made a switch into some archers as well. He's getting the +2 damage upgrade in now alongside that. Textiles also coming in. He's struggling a little bit on the food department right now. I think he just switched over some villagers to the deer again, or to the berries at the top side as well. From Fire now also coming in, never mind getting cancelled, instead going for the +3 pierce damage upgrade. That is something that you can pretty much only get as the Macedonians. Makes the damage output from your archers equal to that of longbows. And on top of that, you still, of course, have the upgrade ability to, not the upgrade, but the ability on the archers to ignore some of the armor. Not just that, also decrease some of the damage done by the units that you hit with the archers.
Yeah, Baltoon's armory, though, is looking scary. Scatterbrain definitely needs some of these extra upgrades to be able to compete with this composition, with the numbers that Baltoon has. Scatterbrain definitely needs some tech advantages to try to equalize this.
Securing the berries in the middle. Just this big death ball of Ottoman units now at the moment. Scatterbrain could find himself in a situation where he's just going to get confined into his base underneath the Golden Horn Tower. The position of that Golden Horn Tower just doesn't really afford him any sort of map control at the moment, but it was necessary just to protect him at the moment during the Feudal Age.
Yeah, usually you'll see it dropped on like the next gold vein, or as well as some deer, kind of almost where Scatterbrain had moved out to initially, getting those extra food resources, but he could not afford to drop that golden horn at any spot that was vulnerable at all. Baltoon still going for another raid while massing up units in his base, still just being patient, waiting, watching for his time to strike. Might be able... Oh, quick reaction here from Scatter with the outpost. He even has some spears there to push Baltoon away.
Spearman gonna be able to defend the position. House is getting replaced now. Scatterbrain was housed for just a little bit. Overall population isn't too drastically different from each other. It's like a 20 pop difference at the moment. It is still like big enough. Looking at the army value overall, there's not that much of a gap. Like, we're looking at less than 1,000 resources difference between the army value.
Yeah, a little bit closer than what it seems. Scatter does have 4 relics going for himself, and that's why Baltoon is trying to grab some sacred sites to equalize some of that passive gold income. It's just, I feel like Baltoon's death ball of an army, it's just so hard to dive the actual back line. You can see the Springalds now starting to move up. The spears just spreading out around those.
Military now regathering in the middle here for Scatterbrain. Now, typically, archers do pretty well, both against the Spearmen Janissaries as well as the Springalds. But Springalds have a little bit more range. Now, the Macedonian archers, they can get a little bit more range with the Runestone as well. But now we're seeing Imperial Age coming in from Baltoon. That is gonna supercharge all of the military schools, increasing their production speed to 100%.
Yeah, Baltoon figured he was enough ahead. He got enough of a lead with that pickoff on the backside that this gives him the breathing room to go Imperial Age, to wait for a couple of those Imperial Age upgrades, and then take the fight. Scatterbrain, though, I feel like he's got an inkling that Baltoon's doing something fishy. Baltoon hasn't been raiding, hasn't been doing a lot of aggression here, has just been playing on the backside, being patient, waiting, and this is where the timing that he has been waiting on is this Imperial Age here now.
And as soon as that Imperial Age bell has been rung, we immediately see Scatterbrain moving towards the base from Baltoon. He knows, okay, now is the time that I need to take a fight. I'm way too far away from my own Imperial Age, so now before the upgrades come in, I need to take a fight.
Fight being taken, though, in between the outposts. There's some extra Springald fires helping on out. Springald's on the backside going untouched, so a lot of pierce damage here. Radari were about to circle, but instead they land themselves on top of the Spearmen. Janissaries on the backside are absolutely slaughtering the front line of the Radari with the spear help.
Janissary elite upgrade already through at this point. The Spearman frontline just being too much for the Radari to really handle, too much for the Radari to tank up against. Archers needing to fall back for the time being. More Radari coming in as reinforcements from the war camp, but a lot of value has just been lost from Scatterbrain, and he's just not able to follow up into the Imperial Age immediately. Has to run back, has to buy himself some time, but there's 26 elite Janissaries now out on the field from Baltoon alongside Spearman as a frontline. The archers just haven't been able to pick any of that or any meaningful numbers of that off.
Yeah, Scatterbrain felt like he had to take that fight with the timing, and now losing that fight when your opponent's Imperial, you will get stuck in Castle Age trying to continue to mass up, trying to continue to hold this push, but it's going to be hard to hold this push even with the queue that Scatter has. Even if all those units pop out now, Baltoon just has such a big military lead.
Farms have gone up inside the base from Scatterbrain. Baltoon still out on the natural resources. Don't think he really made too many farms, if any, at all at this point. Just still living off that natural life. Scatterbrain villagers need to get pulled back now. Scatterbrain just going for the mass Radari play.
And I mean, it's crazy to think that's the option, going mass Radari into Spears and Janissaries, 2 different counter units on the other side. And that Janissary number is so healthy at 27. It's kind of that unit that kills everything except for even kills the archers, but the archers are just so much cheaper that that's more of the effective trade there. Radari trying to stop some of the reinforcements here from Baltoon, but that mass is just so far forward, so far in the base. Looks like Baltoon might start to pull back a little bit. Might have to respect this Radari push inside of his base. Doesn't want to lose too many of these reinforcing units.
Yeah, Scatterbrain trying to get some value outside of, or rather inside from Baltoon's base, avoiding his main army. Just trying to pick off anything that he can there, picking off some of the reinforcements that were trickling forward. Baltoon now forced to pull his entire military back. This could buy Scatterbrain actually enough time to potentially find his own way into Imperial Age. So villagers now getting found out.
chopped through the wood line, allow the Radari a clean way through, able to get out. You know, only 3 or 4 lost there with that initial push on through, but the key was this is giving Scatterbrain the time he needs to try to equalize this Imperial Age. Still light years away as far as the food goes, but time is what he needs, and time is what he is getting slowly.
Yeah, behind this, he's got a lot of silver, and he actually went all the way to the level 4. Level 4 armor upgrade in Castle Age on these Radari. They got as much armor as Imperial Age units at this point in time.
Yeah, not the easiest to take down, but still, those Radari are going into a just giant mass of counter units that just trade so well into them, even with the extra armor, even with those extra upgrades.
Scatterbrain still managed to eke out a 13 villager lead now, with 4 relics in the bank as well. So has the majority of the relics, has a good villager lead. Economy, he's got a lot more income. Just military-wise, the value definitely in the lead for Bolton, not just when it comes to units out on the field, but also when it comes to the upgrade advantage behind all of this. Ari just about not able to get that last villager kill there. Scatterbrain still just running around here and forcing Bolton to just react to all of these small individual raids.
Yeah, just have to respect these Radari when even just a few of them, they're so hard to take down with not a mass of units. And Scatter actually thinks that this Deer location's a great spot to attack. Baltoon is moving his mass, is moving his army over here, so we're about to see another big engagement, but I don't think Scatter wants to take these big head-on engagements. He wants to just continually stall, continually delay Baltoon over here, and is forced on back to run away.
Yeah, behind all of this, Scatterbrain, he has not started saving up the resource. He has continuously reinvested them into more and more military units. So he's still not really close to position to be able to age up. A lot of silver in the bank, so he's still getting the upgrades every now and then.
Baltoon's food situation has been so dire for so long. He hasn't been above the 400 food per minute mark in quite some time, even with the Twin Minaret feudal age landmark choice. He just has not been able to get any semblance of food economy stabilized. I think he's transitioning into some farms right now.
8 more Radari in queue behind the Scatterbrain, about to be going up all the way to 40 Radari. Scatterbrain needs to be very careful though. These Janissaries are going to eat these Radari alive for breakfast.
And Baltoon's military ball is just building so much. He's at over 110 military population alone. So the villager deficit, it won't matter much if all of this is just going to be military.
Scatterbrain just getting immense value out of kiting Bolton's army all around the map. 3,000 silver at the moment in the bank. Imagine if you could sell silver.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Scatterbrain kited Baltoon's army all the way to his base now, though, and this is where that death ball... Baltoon wants to take this fight. Scatter's still Castle Age. Scatter still doesn't have as many of these upgrades as Baltoon has. Baltoon even has some of these food economic... The food economic level 3 for himself as well.
12 Springles and plenty of choke points here. At this mass, Springles easily take down all of the ranged troops as well. We can see this kind of unfolding here.
That pierce damage. It's making sure to clog up those gaps as well, so if the units come through, they just bunch up so well together, they fall right into the hands of these Springles, and Baltoon taking the fight even under the TC, even under the Golden Horn Tower, not caring about the unit loss because of how much damage this is going to end up doing here.
Runestone has been dropped behind this. Archer's getting a little bit more damage, getting a little bit more range on it. Fight gets fully taken. Springles walking further forward, taking down the back line there from Scatterbrain. A lot of the archers going down. Bolton's army, it's completely decimated what Scatterbrain has out on the field. We don't see any more Radari out here. They all disappeared. Now all that is left is the army from Bolton pushing in deeper and deeper into the base. More Radari actually coming out of nowhere. There is the Warcamp still also producing units.
But now the villagers are starting to get focused in on by the Springalds, by these Janissaries. Farms not able to be utilized at all. You're about to see the income per minute plummet here for Scatterbrain. Meanwhile, Baltoon, his base fully secure, his rally, his reinforcements are constantly going to be on the way here. So looks like finally he has taken this time to close out this game, to get himself in a position that Scatterbrain cannot come back from.
Scatterbrain still trickling units into the mass from Baltoon, but Baltoon is now just starting to send Zapai into every single corner on the map, and Zapai is such a good raiding unit with the additional range, just able to pick off villager after villager after villager here in very, very swift strikes. There's just no way to get him out of his base.
Main army is on the east side, but meanwhile, like you said, he split off some Zapai on the west side, so all of Scatterbrain's economy is just getting focused down, is getting damaged, is getting diminished here, and Baltoon is just ready to start this series up 1-0 to try to get himself and continue this hot streak that he's been on.
There it is. GG is going to get called. Baltoon getting the early lead in the set. Ottomans winning up against the Macedonians here, but this was by no means a storm. This was still very, very close, I want to say. Scatterbrain just really utilizing the cavalry to the maximum efficiency to buy himself enough time to muster up a very, very large force of military. And, you know, sometimes when you get enough units, even when you're an age behind, you can still just overwhelm your opponent. Looking at the total resources gathered, Scatterbrain was miles and miles ahead, but all the military schools, the additional just production speed from the Istanbul Observatory, it doesn't quite get factored into it, and it does play a really, really big role.
Yeah, I mean, even at the end point of that game, Baltoon had, what, 12, 13 Springalds out? I don't think he ever built a siege workshop, so those were all from the MIA. Just so many free resources, and that's just one of the free production buildings that Baltoon had for himself. So the resource gathered doesn't tell the full story when it comes to Ottomans, but still, what a close back and forth there, big engagements, and leading us into map number 2. We do have a hybrid map, and it is Holy Island for Baltoon's English and Scatterbrain's Zushi.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, interesting map choice, I want to say. Just because Holy Island, of course, being a hybrid map, players... There's like two camps of players, typically. It's players that don't mind the water maps and players that absolutely hate them. Actually, never mind. There's a third camp. Players that strategically try to look for these water maps, and maybe that's one of the players that Scatterbrain could be part of, because yeah, he actively chose to go for Holy Island here with Shushi's Legacy, and also having Tuklak as an option there as well. That one did get sniped out. Baltoon going for the English civilization his side. So both of these civs pretty decent on water, I want to say. Admiralty makes English a force to be reckoned with should it go to a longer feudal age without a decisive victory on water. And Shushi's Legacy, like we've seen it time and time again on a map like Holy Island, there's some potential for insane meditation garden potential.
Yeah, insane meditation garden potential, and the ability to go up to castle a little bit easier as well. Zushi just has quite a few things going for themselves, and looking at the game count, looking at the series count, obviously there haven't been a ton of matchups between these two. This will add their second encounter, but Baltoon has won the last one 3-2, so by no means was it an easy encounter for Baltoon to win.
Yeah, very even matchup between the two players. And so far, the first game definitely did tell that kind of story, that it is a pretty even matchup between them. It's going to be interesting to see just what exactly the game plan is going to be here now for Holy Island, because sometimes we see like these little curveballs coming in, right? Like players maybe going for like... We've been past the meta, I want to say, where players went for these like very early on Dark Age rushes onto the water from the opponent, like all the way on the other side of the map, just because it takes so long to get there. Recently, though, I feel like we've been seeing a little bit more of that returning again, with players actually going for some Dark Age aggression and doing a little bit more early pressure on land as well.
Yeah, I love you mentioning this in this series specifically, because I've seen Baltoon do that twice in the past 2 weeks, where he decided to just ignore water completely until feudal age, then drop his dock after some aggression, after some spears, and it actually has worked out pretty well for him so far. So unfortunately for him here, English, they don't have the early spears. They do have men-at-arms, but they're quite expensive. So we'll see if he does end up opting for that, or with English, I would expect more of the typical Holy Island gameplay. You already mentioned Admiralty. It's one of those upgrades that if you can get it in when like your water is still relatively even, all the trades from there forward just become so much easier for the English side. It's just such an expensive upgrade that you can't typically prioritize it right off the bat.
Yeah, we've actually seen like English with when it comes to upgrades with the Admiralty. There have been builds where players go for like an insane amount of early gold gathering just to get Admiralty in as early as possible, just because like getting that little bit of additional range really means that you can take some absurdly good trades there with your sprinkle chips, and that is one happy dog if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, he's been a little excited here this morning, as I'm sure you've heard bits and pieces of him in the background trying to bring me a toy consistently, but he's been cheering on along, excited for this tournament, excited for these games we have in store.
Indeed, and there's a very good reason to be excited. Scatterbrain, of course, like this guy, he's mostly known for his cavalry plays. Like, he loves playing these mass cavalry type civilizations. But water, that is also a spot where he is no slouch on. In general, I see like a lot of the 3D players having a little bit of a preference when it comes to water as well. And yeah, so we'll be very interested in seeing what exactly he's got planned for us here today, as we're going to be moving into our game number 2 now between Baltoon on Scatterbrain. There it is, jumping right into it. We've got Scatterbrain's first villager moving out to the shoreline on water here on Holy Island. Baltoon and the color red playing as the English, likewise also going for that early Dark Age dock.
Yeah, Dark Age docks on both sides. First thing that I always look for as far as the Zushi's legacy goes on this map is going to be, where is that meditation gardens going to be placed? Where's the prime time spot, if there is one? And nothing too crazy that I'm seeing pop out on me. There's a couple decent spots, but nothing just absorbently OP.
Yeah, nothing absolutely crazy. There are some really good spots over on Baltoon's side, I have to say. But that is so typical. Whenever you play Shushi's Legacy and you look at the spawns of your opponent, you're like, man, I wish I had this guy's spawn. And because, like, right next to the dock, like, look at this spot.
That one.
Look at this spot. Is this a spot where you just say, okay, screw it, I'm going to move everything forward. I'm just going to put a meditation garden over on my opponent's side? Realistically, there's double stone there. You can just spam outpost emplacements, one outpost emplacement every minute for free.
I mean, it's just crazy to think about that. There is double stone on his side, but you don't quite have the extra gold, the extra berries as well to support it. So we'll see how aggressive Scatterbrain will decide to be with his meditation gardens. It might just be a more conservative one in his base, but for now, it's producing those fishing boats, and Scatterbrain decides the deep sea fish is a little far away, wants to just go ahead and start on the shoreline.
Yeah, that is also something where shoreline fish in general have been receiving a couple of buffs here and there. Now they also have a little bit more capacity for food on them, up from 500 to 600. Kind of wild to think back in the day, they actually had like 1,000 food in there as well, like on the shoreline fish.
Yeah, I mean, water has been changed so many times, and a lot of necessary changes where it at least feels like water is a bit more balanced, and it's not the end of the world losing water. It still usually means you lose the game, but there's still plenty of times we have seen that not prove to be the true story.
Yeah, and also always tends to happen when you lose like a whole bunch of the economy. But as you mentioned, yeah, comeback potential definitely still in the game. We've seen players just refocusing onto land very, very early on after they realize that water is not something that is worth contesting for them anymore, and still end up winning those type of games.
You can see now these players Baltoon just moves out to the gold here now. Scatterbrain, probably not too far himself from making that swap. He's going ahead and dropping a second dock, though. Wants a little bit more fishing investment in this Dark Age. Wants to kind of try to get himself a leg up. Having that second dock so important, too, once military ships start getting produced in Feudal Age.
Both players now moving out to gold with some villagers, so I'm going to be looking for that age up at some point along there as well. Still really wondering what spot Scatterbrain is going to be going for when it comes to his meditation garden. Can we take a quick look actually and see what type of vision he has, what kind of spots he already has seen so far out on the map? Okay, so he's now scouting around the right-hand side, so he's going to be finding that double stone mine alongside the gold there at the bottom. Think maybe you can get both the stone and the gold in one meditation garden? That could potentially also be a play.
Yeah, if the deer were berries instead, I'm sure he'd be happy to place it next to the wood line, get double stone, food, and wood. But instead, we will end up seeing what he decides for here. There are the bigger 8K gold in the middle with the bigger stone vein as well, but that is quite a far distance to walk. Where Baltoon, he's already starting the age up with the Abbey of the Kings, 60 seconds till that finishes up.
And the villagers are actually moving forward, so that might be the spot that Scatterbrain goes for. But no, looks like he's decided to go for the double stone outcropping instead. We do see villagers moving out.
Is that 5 villagers too, so needs to get this up quick, he feels like, and quick he does, as he is starting this age up quite a bit behind. Does get 2 of the berry bushes in there at least, so a little bit of extra food for himself. 5 villagers might mean he I feel like he still has to move back. I don't know if he's going to drop outposts and try to stick up out on the deer, as it just becomes an easy location for Baltoon to continue to try to pressure there with the king.
Yeah, definitely could be the case. Scout behind all of this, also harassing the mining camp a little bit, just getting a little bit of damage in there early on. Not just a little bit, actually, already getting it down to half HP. Abbey of Kings now finishing up, so Baltoon will soon have access to that king spawning in for free. A little cavalry unit to be able to harass a little bit. Already a ton of villagers on gold for Baltoon, so this kind of gives me the impression, at least, that he's looking for a very quick Admiralty research timing.
Yeah, and Scatterbrain is moving back with those villagers. Burning the mining camp is one of those things that doesn't seem like this as much while we're observing, while we're casting. But when you're playing the game, it messes up some of these timings. And as we see the villager now starting to repair it, you know, the forced drop-offs on gold become harder and more difficult. You know, eats into some of your wood economy, which is so important in these early feudal age battles on the water.
Actually seeing some horsemen coming in now from Scatterbrain. Already double ship in production from Baltoon. Going for double sprinkled ship now as well. Already having a lot of gold in the bank, and there it is. Admiralty has been clicked up now. At a point where Scatterbrain doesn't have a lot out on water, so not a lot of ships to really stop Baltoon from just completely demolishing him out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's behind in ships, actually, whereas Baltoon has the upgrade already in, starting to move across with his units, as well as the king even here. Might try to pick off the villager building the docks, gathering the shoreline fish with that king. Instead, runs into some horsemen first.
Horsemen do have to be wary of the king at least a little bit, and now with Admiralty, you can just tell Baltoon he's going to be able to kite all day long with his sprinkled ship. Scatterbrain, he's going to be a little bit on the back foot here when it comes to actually taking any effective engagements against that.
Yeah, especially when that sprinkled ship number starts to get a little bit higher, which Baltoon already getting 2 more sprinkled ships in queue. He is ready to win this water fight, and as that number gets higher and higher now, all those sprinkled ships, you know, if fishing gets left alone, your fishing boats get picked off. If you're taking sprinkled ship trades, you're just not getting the same amount of attacks off. And Scatterbrain's actually using this time to get the fishing upgrade.
Feels a little bit greedy, considering that he needs a lot more ships out on the field now. Baltoon behind this, still 2 more in queue. While Scatterbrain only has half the numbers out on the field.
Yeah, Horseman not proving to be too effective against that king as well. Baltoon went on home, but traded out some damage. At least protected his economy for the time being. But Baltoon's reinforcements on water now are about to arrive, and Scatter is kind of now having to move himself all the way over to the corner, feeling boxed in, feeling cornered over here, and Baltoon is just going to continue up this pressure. Looks like might be getting some dock emplacements there to try to help on out with this pressure.
Yeah, utilizing all of the freestone now, as you said, for some emplacement. First emplacement shot is going to come in. Could potentially force Baltoon back a little bit, who has now also switched into some demo ships as well. Just realizing that Scatterbrain hasn't actually invested too much into water so far. Noticing that that is an opportunity for him to damage and exploit it.
Yeah, and with that many Springle chips, Baltoon can just push forward, take down the one single galley on Scatterbrain's side, and then those demos don't have too much effective defenses from the other side. Scatterbrain getting some demos himself, though, seeing how many Springle chips Baltoon has invested into. Fishing boat does get sniped on out. Demo ship immediately sniped out by the massive Springle chips and the dock emplacement, so Baltoon now getting a little bit more even on the water numbers, just has that extra bit of range going for himself.
And we do have the king doing a lot of damage here into the wood line of Scatterbrain. 2 villagers, or 2 economic units overall, already went down. But the villagers are going to be able to take down the king there. Lots of idle time.
King will fall, but that's so much idle time forced from those wood villagers. You know, they stop their chopping, they start having to pull their shivs out, and it wasn't just one, you know, quick shiv. Those villagers shivved 4, 5, 6 different times, so just a lot of delay on the wood economy here. Baltoon, though, taking this time to fall back on water, get another king on out, and has spears now on land as well. So Scatterbrain went for the early horseman play. Now Baltoon has the defense there needed and can continue to push and force Scatterbrain into maybe a different military composition on land as well.
Yeah, that's a ton of demo ships for Scatterbrain at the moment. Not sure what exactly the follow-up plan is going to be here for the time being. I feel like it's very difficult for him to... Actually, this could be the opening that he needs. Baltoon, he did move back very far into space with the ship, so could find himself a little bit cornered there to the shoreline, as there is actually an engagement on water going on right now. All the demo ships moving forward. Bit by bit are going to get taken down, though. There is an archer ship in the mast there as well. More demo ships, though, from the side. Are going to get found out probably in time.
Baltoon
it is a dicey
leaving
situation.
His fishing boats on out, though, so will lose quite a bit of economy from this push from Scatter, but Scatter loses all his demos, needs to watch out for flanking demo ships as well. Baltoon 3 different demos in queue, and Scatter doesn't really have... I don't see the galley here on the front side. I know he has one out there.
It's still there, but now...
demos.
On the retreat, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Scatterbrain to actually retreat. Actually, he's doing a great job. He's doing a great job when it comes to the retreat. Doesn't lose any ships back there. Has demo ships in order to additionally just be able to create a gap between him and Baltoon's ships. And yeah, he did
really
take down a lot
there
of the fishing ships.
King, though, again on the wood line, and Scatterbrain just doesn't have any land units to deal with this king. Trying to garrison on up, trying to find somewhere for these villagers to go. And there's just nowhere right now, so whole entire land economy is basically idled now for Scatter just from this single king.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of value out of it, Baltoon is. Horsemen now coming in again. There are still some weak villagers around there that could be picked off very easily, and looks like Baltoon's realizing that as 1 village down, second villager already targeted. The 3rd weak villager does get put inside the village, so will not be taken down so easily.
Still, that forced quite a bit of reaction from Scatter, and look at what Baltoon's plan is behind this. Has moved quite a bit of villagers over to the sheep, still has a little bit of fishing, but more importantly, he is going up to Castle Age here soon. Oh, seeing the double products invested into this late feels so bad when you've used so many villagers on wood for so long.
Question is, though, is Scatterbrain going to give Boltun the opportunity here to really make any use out of Castle Age? Because he's now pushing with a ton of demo ships on water yet again. He is not letting up. All the additional attack range, though, for Boltun does allow him to kite very effectively here early on. But bit by bit, the gap is getting closer and closer.
Boltun trying to kite back, trying to hit these demos as he's moving away. Galleys can't turn, though, because of Scatter's sprinkled ships. Needs to just hope for his own demo plays. Still continuing to snipe down these demos before they land their connections. Such a good job by Boltun with that kiting. And now Scatter, has he overstepped here? One more demo does get sniped out.
More demo ships coming. They're just a little bit further away. Demo ship coming in from the back. Doesn't react immediately.
It was just a few steps short, and now Scatter's next two demos have arrived here. Boltun immediately trying to focus them down before they get on top of his sprinkled chips. One more left.
Oh, huge connection! That was an insanely big reaction. King's Palace now coming for Boltun. You realize he needs an additional TC landmark rather than a castle now. After losing water like that, Scatterbrain is not far behind when it comes to finding his own Age of timing as well.
What a great timing play here from Scatter. He has now taken over this water. He's going to start to try to take down these docks, and Boltun is just going to make the full transition onto land. But this is at a point where Scatter's got 12 extra fishing boats working for him still, so that King's Palace is going to take quite a bit of a time to actually pay off here.
Now demo ship coming in. Boltun gets a big connection.
Is able to get some sprinkled ship pickups, but I feel like at this point, all that's going to force Scatterbrain to do is just invest into the sprinkled ship economy just a little bit less. He's already got 5 demo ships ready and waiting there, ready to take down these docks as is. So Boltun has essentially been fully denied off of water. If Scatterbrain does want to blow these up, I'm pretty sure he can go ahead and take down both of those docks.
Yeah. At the same time, Castle Age also reached by him. Yeah, he does. Big explosion coming in. Now all docks having been taken down, and both players in the Castle Age. Boltun with that second TC, but for the time being, he's still going to be behind by quite a bit when it comes to the overall income.
Yeah, that food economy is just really hurting for Boltun. You can see he's at 290 food per minute, and he has moved on quite a few villagers over to the deer next to that King's Palace, but it will not be an easy task for him to compete with Zhu Ji that has full control of water.
Spimman's still on that meditation garden. Reducing the income there a little bit. Not enough horsemen here in order to really do any meaningful damage. Yeah, Boltun actually just using the short bows, even with the ranged armor, doing significant damage to that horseman. Could potentially get one villager kill here. It's getting rather close, though.
I think he loses the horseman does not get the pick off before he ends up falling. Next knight that arrives for Scatter also deterred away from the knight and king push. The big benefit Boltun has for himself right now is just that king push with his knights. He can always pull back those lower health knights, and Scatter trying to combat that with some healing of his own with the monks and also securing up these relics. Look at the knight number difference though. This is just the food difference though.
Oh, he is. Boltun, though, manages to pick up one of the relics here behind this. He's going to have to bring it back. He still, of course, has the Abbey, so is going to be able to get some really good healing on those knights if he's able to keep them alive. Little engagement getting taken out in the midfield. One knight distracting. Is he going to make it out alive? He is very low HP. Another charge could take him down. He needs to support or defend the TC here. Defensive Wololo could potentially be coming in.
Wololo does come through. One knight falls for Boltun. Scout falls for Boltun as well. So that healing not going to be able to be utilized on those couple units. Scatterbrain is moving his lower health lancers back to that monk capturing the sacred site to get some healing of his own.
Outpost now getting put up by Boltun at the front side. Knight still going for a dive here though. Little TC garrison move there as well, getting the villagers on the other side of the TC to safety. And there's a lot of villagers from Boltun at the goal that is close to the shoreline, but I think that's just barely out of range for the ships from Scatterbrain to give him the information on that.
Yeah, Boltun at least taking some decent trades here to start out, and he will need more than decent trades to be able to combat this water economy that Scatterbrain has just bloomed into. 22 fishing boats on his side.
He is moving into some crossbows now as well. It's going to be a great move if he's able to get a decent mass of them, but Scatterbrain not going to give Boltun a lot of time, is going for a dive yet again. But all of these little engagements, with enough time for Boltun to utilize the healing in between, kind of makes it feel like Boltun's just getting an insane amount of time here to really get his unit mass going. And we see the continued engagement. Maybe this is a little bit too ambitious, though, for Boltun. Looks like he realizes does pull back, but lose a couple of knights. Even trade, though, so far.
Yeah, 2 for 2, but that is not what Boltun needs is even trades. He needs some more positive trades than that. Doesn't yet have enough stone in the bank for sprinkled emplacements for... Oh! Villagers! Jump inside a little bit late. 3 get taken out in the blink of an eye here. Villagers jumping inside to garrison, have some extra arrow fire, but Scatterbrain fine with taking this trade, especially if he's able to clean up the lower health knights and make sure they do not get healed back up, make sure they do not come back at full health. Boltun pulling 2 of those away at super low health.
Cannot even go for a turn here. Yeah, is going to end up losing both of them. Still more crossbows make it out onto the field. With some kiting, there's still a chance for Boltun, considering that he's still on 2 TC behind all of this. Has a ton of gold in the bank. Might need a market just to stabilize the economy a little bit.
Yeah, is trying to make that transition into the English farming economy, but Woodline's getting dove upon. That's the thing with Scatter, is he can take these engagements head on with his Lancers, and then also still spare a few out and about for these raids, as we've seen so much of Boltun's economy getting idled out here. Another Lancer falls. Maybe.
Relics have been utilized great here so far when it comes to just buying Boltun a little bit more time. Up to 10 crossbows now. Still a lot more knights out on the field from Scatterbrain. Now also switching into horsemen.
Yeah, the horseman swap's going to be so crucial for Scatter here. He can actually just dive that crossbow mass and not feel like he is losing some of these high value units with the 17 Lancers that he does have. Boltun clearing up another Lancer raid. His gold, though, about to be rushed, it looks like.
14 horsemen already. The numbers climbed quite quickly here. And Boltun doesn't have a real answer at the moment to this. The horsemen, I think, also have been kept relatively hidden, though they are being shown now. Scatterbrain moving forward. Boltun sees this now. He's remassing some knights, but this could be a little bit too late. This could be a decisive fight now. Horsemen are making their way straight onto the crossbows. Crossbows have to go back, diving between the stables as the knights move on to the villagers. Great choke point, though, from Boltun. With the knights on the other hand side, he's able to take a good fight, or rather a good engagement here, all things considered, but still a lot of idle time as he's still losing the crossbow mass to the horsemen.
Yeah, just so many units here for Scatter, and again, even with this trade, he knows at home he's having none of his economy touched. He is not having anything to worry about. Fishing economy is still booming, and he is finding idle time. He is finding damage. This is looking like a game-ending move for Scatter. He ties up the series 1-1 after the Holy Island gameplay.
And GG, Scatterbrain able to even out the set in the second game. So now the score is going to be 1-1 between these two. And yeah, looking at the resources, that was just... For a little bit, it looked like Boltun had gotten enough damage in early on with the ships on water, with the early Admiralty research. But Scatterbrain did not want to lose out on water, did just continue reinvesting time and time again. And then with the huge demo ship push, able to take complete control over water, Boltun, even with that second TC landmark, was not able to even out the economy in time.
Yeah, really good map number 2 there from Scatter. It felt like Baltoon had a lot going for himself, especially with the Admiralty, especially with him just being able to make some of those early pushes, some of those early trades. But Scatter with the you mentioned the 3D boys. They kind of, I feel like, took this from Vortex and Lucifron, but we've seen a lot of the 3D players do the mass demo ships as well after kind of stabilizing on water for a good little bit, and that's exactly what Scatter did there as well. He all of a sudden had 9 demo ships that just closed the gap, and yeah, the first 4, first 5, 6 got sniped out without getting any damage, but all you need is one great demo to end the fight and end an engagement, and that's exactly what Scatter ended up getting.
Yeah, he did it very methodically, just pushing Bolton deeper and deeper, rather back into the into his space on water there, or into the back of the map, until eventually there was just no place to kite. And when you can't kite, Admiralty starts to not give you any more value. With that, able to take control on water there. From there on out, it just kind of spiraled a little bit more and more as the game went on. Next up, though, we can already see the next map here. It is going to be Socotra, and we're going to be seeing the Chinese coming in from Baltoon up against the Golden Horde from Scatterbrained. I gotta say, like, this is going to be an interesting one because there is one boar on this map. It is right in the middle. Both of these civilizations can gather from the boar. One has the potential of getting a reinforced outpost in, as the Golden Horde. The other can either make a normal outpost or potentially try and go for a Barbican rush onto it as well with the landmark. The question is what exactly the choice is going to end up being here, especially early on. I feel like Golden Horde, of course, only spawning with 5 instead of 6 villagers, probably don't have what it takes to immediately combat Chinese on the boar play if both civilizations try and go for it.
Yeah, and the boar play is so important on Socotra, not just for the extra food, although that is a huge importance of it. It's also for that just mid-map control. There's always a point with Socotra where it feels like 10, 15 minutes into the game, all of a sudden there's an outpost and wall in between those 2 big wood lines, and it makes it so hard for your opponent to circle, get any raiding, get any economic damage done, and sometimes just get information about your other side as well.
Yeah, information, of course, on a map as small as this is going to be very important, just to know what kind of units your opponent is making, just to know if they're going out to the sides, because the game does become relatively predictable, or rather the game plan for your opponent does become relatively predictable, just because of the way the resources are positioned on the map. And yeah, just either your opponent goes to the left side or they go to the right-hand side. There's no real in-between. Either way, you're going to be clashing with them when it comes to the gathering of the resources out on the map.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny seeing the Civ picks for Baltoon with HRE in China. This feels like, you know, if this were 2 years ago, you'd be like, oh, this is a closed-in, boomy map. It's, you know, we're about to be going to late game. And no, it's actually, it's Socotra. It's a very kind of aggressive, you know, not a ton of room. Yeah, you can kind of wall yourself off a bit, but there's not a lot of just easy ways to just have a free boomed-up economy. And that's one where it's weird seeing these Civs grow over time with the way AoE4 has gone.
Yeah, it's a very face-to-face type situation where you can see what your opponent is doing, your opponent can see what you're doing, and at the same time, even with knowing these kind of things, you're still trying to get positive trades out there with all of that information out there. Yeah, it's gonna be quite a clustered engagement, I want to say, onto the board here early on, potentially. Could be seeing some Karash alongside some Spearmen early on from the Golden Horde. That would be one of the ways that this could be played. China, they got enough wood at the moment to just go for a very early outpost.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny seeing these two civs match up because China, they're the civ that can always just alter their game plan so quick with Imperial officials, with the extra building speed, the supervision, and just all of a sudden they can swap from horsemen to spears to archers or Zhuge super quick. Meanwhile, Golden Horde, their Golden Horde's a little bit the opposite, where they have to wait a little bit longer for their units to come on out. Yeah, they get batches, but it's one that, you know, they're kind of committing harder into one versus the other side.
Indeed. Now, less than a minute, 35 seconds separating us from our game number 3. Whoever wins this one is going to be on match point. So just one more victory after this one in order to be able to finish out a set. It's a lot of tempo for whoever wins this one, as they're going to be setting themselves up for a potential 3-1 victory. But plenty of times we've seen these best of fives going all the way to game number 5, and you kind of have to take that into account as well when you're drafting with the maps, of course. You have to have a plan for every single one of these maps, and looking at it overall from the civilizations that are still available for these players, they definitely do still have a lot of options for every single map here. Now, I believe it is time for us to jump into our game number 3, Socotra, right around the corner.
Yeah, here we go. Sure enough, timer is at 0.
Just getting baited a little bit every now and then, but here we go. All right, there it is. And what do we have going on over here? It looks like Bolton indeed is going forward with all of his villagers. And oh, we're getting an early stable in from Scatterbrained. Bolton did lure the boar quite a bit further towards the space, but could still get found out there by a couple of horsemen.
Yeah, it doesn't have any outpost up. Obviously, walls, even if you built it on the center, could get horsemen would just circle back around. But Baltoon will have to run on away with those villagers if those early horsemen arrive here soon. No knowledge and information of it. Baltoon is not on the wood line, so there will be no outpost for those villagers. It's just feeling like he doesn't have to worry about any pressure here.
Horsemen are now going to be in queue. It is going to be a batch of produced horsemen, though, so it will take a little bit longer for those to come out. Can we also quickly check the mill, see if Bolton already went for survival techniques? I don't think he's researched it quite yet. Yeah, it hasn't been researched yet, so it isn't going to be getting that super fast gather speed from the boar. But sometimes these are the kind of things where you can't quite risk it because you will assume that your opponent's going to push you off the boar eventually anyways.
Yeah, one thing is a really good job by Baltoon on splitting the damage on those villagers. There's so many times you see someone go for the boar and they have one villager at like 2 health and it gets picked off by the scout. Well, if that had happened, these horsemen would get free picks. Very quick reaction from Baltoon. Horsemen are trying to focus that lower health villager, will pick up one villager, trying to go for a second one here, can dive the TC and get a second villager pickup at the 2.5 minute mark of this game. Scatterbrain is feeling great.
That was some insane value here from Scatter. Able to get a huge villager lead early on, or rather evening out the villager count against Civilization that starts with one more villager. And, you know, Golden Horde, of course, they do produce in batches, the villagers as well. But they do get a little bit of a discount, of a little bit of a faster villager production queue there. So eventually they are going to pull ahead in the villager department.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one where Scatter is already ahead now. It's so crazy. I mean, 2 villager picks at the 20-minute mark isn't too big of a deal, but 2 villager picks at the 2.5 minute mark when Baltoon had a total of 11 villagers, that's basically 20% of an economy gone.
We do see the Imperial Academy coming in now. That is one of the ways, of course, for China to get a little bit back on that economy. Getting those 4 Imperial officials in with a pretty hefty discount on them as well. Golden Tent coming up behind us now for Scatterbrain, so we'll be getting his age up building in soon. Similar to the Apposite or the Ayubits.
Scout now being forced on back.
It's not getting taken down. Sheep could potentially... Nope. Gets the sheep out alive there as well. It's going to move back over to the mill just to make sure that there's not going to be any research happening there. Or that is going to have to be rebuilt later on down the line. Age Up has come in now for Bolton though. Do we already have a production building coming in for him? For the moment, it's just a lot of villagers on food. So it looks to just be trying to get out the Imperial officials as quickly as possible.
And if there is a production building coming for Baltoon, it will be scouted out as the good old scouting era was utilized for Scatterbrain. He can see what's going on. And Scatterbrain, we already see it, is going to be the one trying to take over that boar play for himself now.
Yeah, Mill is going to spot that fortified outpost just as it is coming in. So will be setting himself up with quite a forward position here. Will have a lot of vision over Bolton's base, and subsequently will have a very nice pressure point where he can move forward on from.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a lovely position here for Scatterbrain to be in. Age up coming through. It was Khan and Torgoods. Instead, it's Building Cart. So decided on a little bit of a swap here. Khan and Torgoods has been the age up that most players lean into, but there have been a few exceptions where we see Building Carts utilized.
Yeah, Building Carts, it's a little bit of an odd one, of course. I mean, you still get a lot of value out of it. It's a very tempo-oriented play. It's just that the Building Carts themselves are not that fast, and they also do take a, in my opinion, unreasonable amount of time to set up. Like, they're not quick when it comes to their setup time.
Yep, and we'll see what building Scatterbrain ends up opting for once that age up does finish. Boar Gathering is now starting. A little bit of a, some wall segments being dropped here.
Ooh, forward walls, not something that the Mongols have access to, but the Golden Horde do.
Yeah, stopping the Barbican drop, I think, is what these are, these wall segments are for. The spear, though, is out and will deter the walls from fully, you know, going down. Let's see if there's a spot that Baltoon could potentially try to get this Barbican up on.
Yeah, he's got the resource for it. Villagers are now going to be moving in. And looks like he's managed to... Yeah, and that is perfectly in range of the boar as well. So we'll get the Barbican in. We'll be able to support, or rather protect the deer. And also deny the boar from Scatterbrain.
Yeah, Scatterbrain knew what was going to be planned. The spears are here. The horsemen are not going to be able to do anything for Scatter. Building Carts, Feudal Age, gonna be finished basically when the, you know, a few seconds before the Barbican does. So there isn't really a lot of counterplay that Scatterbrain can do to this. And might just have to run on home with those villagers that made the trek out for that boar.
Yeah, I can keep the horsemen inside the outpost at the very least, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for Baltoon at least to get onto that boar. He's going to first have to take the outpost down. Scatterbrain now behind this. Are we just going to be seeing like double archer range? Because he did gather up a lot of wood beforehand, so it could be a double archer range as well. Just to get a lot of archers out onto the field. I have to take a look into his space to see what exactly the plan is going to be with those cards. Oh, not out there. Where are they going? Where are the okay, yeah, it is double archer range right next to the outpost there.
Yeah, so we are about to see a huge mass of archers come out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Baltoon, he's making the swaps on over to Chooks.
Yeah, with that early Song Dynasty, of course, able to unlock the Jugunu. Now going for the second archer range as well, so we'll just be massing those for the time being. Very good unit to have up against the archer play from Scatterbrain. Scatterbrain does, of course, have access to Kashyyyks as well, which did recently get nerfed, so I have a little bit more health, and health, or rather maximum HP, being probably one of the best stat alongside just a little bit of armor to be having up against these Jugunu.
Right, so now that these units are starting to mass up, you can see Scatter going ahead and moving out to some deer himself. Baltoon does not have any good raiding unit out and about yet, so can't really put any pressure on those deer on that play. He's just massing up this infantry army for the time being. Meanwhile, Scatter is just doubling down into his archer play.
He needs to have a really, really big mass of archers, as the archers themselves do not do any bonus damage up against the Jugunu. So you need a greater number of them to be able to one-shot there. Meanwhile, the Jugunu doing their full damage up against the archers. It's one of the main reasons why they can trade out very, very efficiently, and why some armored units at the front line are going to be needed here for Scatterbrain. Karash is going to be great when it comes to just giving that little bit of additional armor onto the entire army from Scatterbrain. We are now going to be seeing some Torgood coming in alongside the Batukan.
Yeah, Baltoon has been constantly investing into spears, so while it felt bad looking at the, you know, situation that we're in, looking at what Scatter's doing, now that Scatter is not just producing archers, the spears makes a little bit more sense and doesn't feel as bad for Baltoon as far as his production of them. Up to 3 IOs out on the field. Hasn't quite decided he needs a 4th one yet, but tax gold being brought in and supervision is being utilized to its fullest. No spears here with these few chooks, so might see, oh, there's the rest of the army reacting to it.
Archers going around the other hand side, so it's going to be a double-sided attempt to do some damage here. Those Jukes are going to at the very least be able to take down some of these horsemen here. Scout alongside them. No blacksmith upgrades in yet, and Scatterbrain going for siege engineering, so could be seeing some rams coming in here soon.
Yeah, Scatter is ready to try to take down this Barbican location. It looks like take down that deer gathering. But Baltoon has done such a good job of just continually massing up units and respecting this feudal age from Scatter.
Yeah, that's going to be quite tough, I feel like, for Scatterbrain to really take any of these fights. Like, Jugunu are kind of insane. A little bit unreasonably so when it comes to dealing with these ranged units. You really just need an absolute ton of heavily armored units to be able to tank up there. Just enough archers to be able to take down the spearmen, but after that, you're going to need cavalry units to take down the Jugunu.
Yeah, and it feels so bad with one single ram to try to take down something like the Barbican. There's the second one as well. Even 2 rams, it's not the easiest to take down the Barbican with villagers hopping in and out, doing some rebuilding. Those Chinese villagers with the hammer just work overtime as well. So will not, it's definitely easier said than done here on some of these pushes, but Scatterbrain is ready for it. He is trying to close this gap, trying to take down this Barbican location.
Barbican is actually going to end up being a key location here now for Baltoon, as he started making a granary farm transition behind it. So definitely is going to need to keep this location safe.
Yeah, so getting some extra food income in from that granary swap, knows that he was running lower on the deer, hasn't been able to resecure the boar for himself, as obviously that is where Scatter is attacking from. But Rams haven't been able to do anything yet. Army circling around the right side, about to clash into each other, but instead they just kind of have one shot each for each other.
No crashing yet. Spearmen trying to defend up against the Knights. Jugunu trying their best to just focus down the archers. It's a little back and forth at the time, for the time being. Jugunu still sticking onto the archers. Rams, in the meantime, also going for the attack onto the Barbican.
Yeah, villagers could just get pulled, try to do a little bit of torch damage, but might just be in range of the outpost as well. Archers, though, able to fire across the wood line, pick up another villager.
Army count in favor for Baltoon. Military value also in favor for him by quite a bit at this point in time. And Jugunu, with their minimum of 3 damage, are going to be able to take down the ram without stepping in range of the outpost. And now Baltoon going for his own ram.
Yeah, it's crazy once that chook number just starts building up so much. The Rams feel like they're not actually effective at all. They get taken down so quickly. Granary transition has gotten bigger and bigger as well for Baltoon, so him lacking the movement out to the deer, him lacking the food income of the boar, things like that, made up for a little bit by this transition, although he has been giving up quite a bit of resources to make this transition, and that has allowed Scatter to go up to castle.
Archers trying to defend at the front side. Skoviasak has just been queued, so Castle Age on the horizon for Scatterbrain, but very far on the horizon. Still going to be 100 seconds before that is going to actually be coming to fruition. Fight being taken around the fortified outpost here. We do see the edict coming in.
Thrown, being annoying as could be. Spears take down the Rams. Chooks taking the initial engagement here, and Scatterbrain needs to turn around, needs to run. Will lose this production, will lose this forward location that he has, lose that boar gathering, even though he hasn't been on it, but will give Baltoon the ability to go and snag some boar income as well.
I'm not sure about the Muscoviasek here, Dabson, I have to be honest. Sure, Scatterbrain is going to be getting the additional +2 armor on his armored units, but at the same time, Jugunu don't do that much damage baseline. It's just, they still have that minimum of 3 damage that they end up doing. The Muscoviasek doesn't really change the play there.
Yep. First range taken down, second range taken down as well. Outpost going to be dropped on in between these two wood lines for Baltoon as well to kind of start this line in the sand, moved forward a little bit more. And not only is that thing moving forward, he sees the massive villagers. Scatterbrain has not reacted yet. One villager down, two villagers down. More importantly, food economy idled during this such an important time while he's going up to castle. And Baltoon is fine with taking trades for a little bit, doesn't want to go on with the full dive, loses a few chooks, but Scatter is now fully on the gold with 0 on food.
Yeah, that is a massive, massive deal now at the moment. Mythology, just 5 more seconds until that is going to complete. At the same time, we do see some units here from Scatterbrain coming in immediately onto the gold vein from Baltoon, trying to do some damage inside of his base. And they're actually going to be able to find some units here to take down. They do, of course, immediately get the +2 armor from the Mythology, so these guys are a little bit tankier against the arrow fire from the TC. Juganu's still going to do the same damage.
Villagers and IO got confused where to run with the village with the TC. There were too many spots. They couldn't decide which spot to go try to house themselves in. But Baltoon's military numbers in general is just so much to deal with. Even if Scatter has a lot of these Castle Age units that he can have with the extra armor, 40 chooks can just about take out whatever they want in small numbers.
We do see the veterancy upgrades coming in on the archers, and there's still a good bunch of them out. No, loses some of the knights. Heavy, heavy losses there. Archers, they don't have the upgrades in yet. Just about. Baltoon actually creeping forward with the outpost spam.
Yeah, and this is what I mean by those chooks in small numbers. Scatterbrain's trying to dive, trying to use that armored front line to, you know, tank up some of that fire. It's just not enough when there's that many chooks out, when your numbers are that thin compared to your opponents here.
Scatterbrain with the market did try and buy himself, or rather even out a little bit of the resource difference there. More outposts coming in for Baltoon behind this. Do keep in mind, Scatterbrain with the Golden Horde, he's only got 2 landmarks that could get sniped down. 60 to 16 military out on the field right now.
Yeah, I mean, Scatter lost the majority of his production with the forward production buildings that he had earlier on, and he's trying to take down the Rams here. They are an outpost fire. Military is a little bit out of position for Baltoon to be able to protect that on up. But this outpost creep is so annoying and frustrating to deal with when you don't have a big melee mass to just burn down these towers. And we can clearly tell that Scatterbrain does not have a big melee mass here.
Yeah, might need a couple of men-at-arms just to be able to have a little bit of a front line. But it's also an expensive switch to be making at this point around, or at least in general, an expensive unit to be making. Would not have a lot of the mobility, and fight is getting taken here. Does have the veterancy, does have the +2 pierce damage, does not have the +2 pierce armor. Baltoon is trying to step up. Bonus attack damage is coming in now from the Batu Khan. More archers on the defense. It's still just the Jugunu being so effective against these unarmored units. Makes these trades not effective for Scatterbrain.
Yeah, just losing more and more units, giving Baltoon more and more time for more outposts, more upgrades on these outposts as well. Spears just proving to be that annoying front line to not allow the Cav to get on top of the chook mass. And trades just not going efficiently for Scatterbrain. Still, Baltoon taking more and more of this small map.
Archers actually not taking the worst trades here at the moment, though. Scatterbrain still has good income behind this somehow. Some units are being raided, though, on the left-hand side, potentially, by an archer ship. Scatterbrain losing a couple of villagers here. Losing a lot of villagers! Losing a lot! Oh my god.
That's so much denial here, just barely able to get extra damage onto the rest of those units. Scatterbrain so focused on this fight in the middle, so focused on this kiting, so focused on making sure the trades are as good as possible that he is losing all of those villagers on the food.
That is absolutely brutal. He hasn't realized yet, but might realize soon. Coming from Baltoon, there's not that many units remaining here now, though. Get a little economy graph in there, just showing how dire the situation is now behind all of this.
It's crazy seeing both of their economies just hit like a flat line, just having losses, maybe getting distracted. Both players having quite a bit of TC idle time during all of this as well. Oh, and the next berry spot got sniped out as well. Brutal. Both berries on that west side are able to be sniped out by the galley, so great job by Baltoon knowing where Scatter is cornered to just have the extra resources, have that extra time to make that swap. It is still feudal age for Baltoon though. Is he overstepping this? Is there a time here where you just stop with the outpost spam and go up to castle yourself?
It's just continuous, non-stop outpost spam, and now he's also getting the fortifications on them. Zhuganu finding the villagers on the wood line. Those need to get pulled back there as well. And there's just no wood access at the moment for Scatterbrain. He has to dive forward with the archers, with the couple of Torguts that he has, or Keshiks. These fights are so hard to take underneath all of these outpost emplacements.
And full committing is happening to Scatter. He's forced to take these fights because of the ram, because of this outpost spam, the movement up, the lack of wood, and the next berry bush sniped out by the galley as well, so just cannot find a spot to gather food safely. More fights going down, numbers still being thinned. It's looking a little better for Scatter than it did earlier as far as the military numbers go, but not really an end in sight for him as far as production and economy goes.
He's trying to get the first outpost down here now with his own ram. But has only archers remaining. It's just such a big mass here of the Zhuganu. Scatterbrain, he's losing the means to produce more units at this point in time. Batukan in queue again. Archers jumping inside of the TC. Trying to get some semblance of safety. Is the outpost even going to go get taken down?
No, the villagers are out healing the ram. Baltoon could have easily... oh, they pull out the torches instead. And they saved the outpost from going down just barely. Another outpost outline is almost finished. Scatterbrain having to gather wood from straggler trees in the middle. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to move to the stealth forest as well. Actually, villagers are naturally moving over to the stealth forest.
Baltoon trying to look for the villagers, but they did get pulled. With all of these outposts, Baltoon knows exactly where the entire economy is from Scatterbrain. He just has full vision over on the base of Scatterbrain. Scatterbrain going for another ram now. I'm surprised that he still is able to just field any military units at this point, but Baltoon now up to almost 60 Zhuganu and knocking on the door. Still, only 2 landmarks available to the Gold Lord.
The villagers are just continually moving out to all these different spots, and I mean, Scatterbrain has to try to take this fight. Look at the villagers of Scatter. They don't know where to gather from. They're just circling. There's so much idle time. It's crazy to think about where Baltoon came from at the start of this game, losing 2 villagers on the board, getting pushed in, holding the push, and now just staying in feudal age and the full commit to outpost spam push.
72, 74, and more Zhuganu coming onto the field now. Baltoon getting some walls up along the left-hand side as well. Villagers completely dismantling the stealth forest.
The outpost got finished, so Baltoon does lose the vills, but that is another massive part of the map that is denied now with that outpost from Baltoon, so Ship can be a little bit more focused. The villagers, they're actually running to where the galley's going.
Oh, and the galley's getting some big shots.
Oh my gosh!
Villagers inside the TC, archers around the TC, but it's just not enough units. Over 100 military now from Baltoon. He says enough, and he is just completely overwhelming Scatterbrain's base. We see villagers getting pulled for some form of aggression now onto the outpost from Scatterbrain, but the outpost around the TC is just simply not enough in order to deal with this many Zhuganus.
Who needs rams when you have ranged units, Crackety? That's what they say in this game.
Typically, you add more wood to a building, it gets stronger, but it doesn't look to be the case here. Must be some special arrow bolts.
So many bolts going to be left in that TC by the end of this game. Scatterbrain finally throws in the towel. This one has to hurt to lose after the start that he had after the feeling of this game. Baltoon up 2-1, and probably a huge breath of fresh air after the first couple minutes on the way that game was going.
That was a very, very messy one here, especially after the start. Great opening by Scatterbrain. Super good Barbican positioning there from Boltun, able to deny the boar, able to secure the deer. And with the Jugunu play, like Scatterbrain just did not quite have what it takes there, composition-wise, to be able to deal with so many Jugunus.
Yeah, I feel like if he was able to secure that food, the berries that Baltoon denied so hard there at the 19-20 minute mark, it might have looked a little bit differently. But after those villagers got taken out, there was just no end in sight. There was no comeback ability for Scatterbrained at that point. And game number 4, look at the Civ picks. Baltoon says, I'm either going to get French or I'm going to get the French alternative of JD. So JD versus Byzantines on Baldland.
Yeah, this can be quite the good matchup for JD, considering that she's a very aggressive civilization with the hero unit, and Byzantines, they can find themselves struggling a little bit when it comes to dealing with very early on aggression. Could be that we might actually see something along the lines of a Dark Age barracks rush with some spearmen for Jeanne d'Arc into what is potentially an outpost rush to deny the berries, and to just continually put pressure on the Byzantines early on. And Scatterbrain, his plan, of course, is going to be to just stabilize. That is the main game plan here from the Byzantines. If they're able to stabilize in the feudal age, they're scaling on 1TC. It is pretty much unmatched in the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many times where Byzantines will lose a bunch of units trying to go up to like a greedier Castle Age play. They're down 10, 15 villagers, and with the 5 cistern economy, with the free units flowing from the olive oil, all of a sudden, it doesn't matter that they're down economy. It doesn't matter that they're down all of that, extra resources, because their civilization bonuses just make up for it so well.
Indeed, especially alongside that early olive oil gathering. It's just an early powerhouse economy there for the Byzantines. If you just let them scale, it can very quickly get out of hand. But speaking of scaling, Jeanne d'Arc with the level 3, once she gets enough experience and she gets up on that horse, that unit just starts to no longer take any range damage, and she's able to, if she cleaves, absolutely hemorrhage units from the opposing faction, or if she's the raider, or rather the ranged unit, the hunter, Jeanne d'Arc, just being able to snipe villagers from a long distance away.
Yeah, not only villagers, just overall some of those higher cost units that are running away at low health, able to just get some good snipes onto them also. So we'll see which JD version Baltoon decides to go for. I feel like with Byzantines, depending on which mercenary route do you think Scatterbrain will go for in the JD matchup?
Up against JD, I feel like in general against French, you always want to be going for the javelin throwers, just because it'll give you such a much easier time to be picking off the archers. Like JD or French pretty much always are going to be going for archers on their side, and longbows against archers are fine. But javelin throws against archers are brilliant, and especially if you see JD going for the ranged form, javelin throws just absolutely tear her apart.
Yeah, and that's really one where the javelins just get so much use against JD. It feels like it forces you to go melee JD against Biz just to avoid that chance. And sometimes we'll even see JD just full commit into knights if there are quite a bit of javelins going out and about. So we'll see if that's kind of the route that Scatterbrain takes. It does seem like it's the better route. It does seem like it's the typical route that the Biz players will play against her.
Indeed, but we kind of saw some interesting separate plays from JD recently, I want to say. Mainly one not oriented around knights, but just a tri-army composition very early on, utilizing the consecration to not just be able to buff up the horsemen, or rather reduce the horseman cost, but also potentially reducing spearman cost and just seeing a whole lot of infantry out on the field. And that is something where the Byzantines, if they're getting denied on the berries, they can struggle when it comes to actually getting enough units out onto the field.
Yeah, if they're able to have that secured, it feels crazy with the lack of investment into military, but the ability to actually stay, even in numbers because of the olive oil units. That's what'll allow Byzantines to kind of have that greeter castle a lot of times. But if berries get denied, it just feels like they're in a whole different situation. So that's where you were talking about, we might end up seeing that JD tower rush. We just saw quite a few outposts from Baltoon on Socotra, so he might just follow up the outpost play with another outpost play.
Oh man, yeah, the massive outpost there is that was something that I didn't quite anticipate, and it made it incredibly hard for Scatterbrain to get like any semblance of map control in front of his base in there as well. That was a genuinely interesting usage there of the hand cannon placements, and yeah, just overall very, very interesting to see there. Now though, on Boltland, I'm wondering if we're going to see something along the lines of potentially pro scouts for JD, because on Boltland it's an interesting situation. You do have a good amount of deer out there on the map, but it tends to be smaller packs of deer. So smaller packs of deer introduce a lot more walking time on your villagers, and that's just an additional benefit of pro scouts, minimizing the walking time on your villagers there, not having them move out onto the deer, instead the deer coming to them. But Pro Scouts does kind of like decrease your tempo when it comes to your timing push if you want to go for a timing push onto your opponent. Later on, you're going to be getting a lot more resource in to continue the push, but early on, the timing when that initial push comes in is getting delayed by quite a bit. But of course, we kind of have to wait and see if we're going to see like when the aggression comes in, whether the aggression starts coming in Feudal Age or immediately in Dark Age with an Dark Age Outpost Rush.
I feel like this is one of those matchups, though, that you can't afford to go pro scouts, because then that gives Byzantines the time to secure their berries, secure the next set of berries, to kind of have their way with the game. And all of a sudden, you're like, yeah, I've secured my food economy. I have a great income coming in. And Byzantines is like, we're fine with that. We have a better economy over on our side.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Byzantine, the economy, it is one of the things of all time, right? And if you just give them a finger, they take the entire hand. That is also, though, where it becomes very important to take a look at the spawn that we'll be getting in for Scatterbrain with the Byzantines. If the berries are forward, then that is going to be like a clear target for Baltoon to aggress onto. If the berries are in the back, or even worse, if the berries are on the opposite side of the gold, and both resources are kind of like more to the back, that is going to be the ideal spawn for Scatterbrain to just utilize the Byzantines to the maximum of their ability. If anything like that is going to be more centered towards the front side, then Baltoon is going to be very much incentivized to go on the aggressive early on.
Yeah, and I mean, with JD in general, usually you're wanting to lean into that aggression. At the very least, you're wanting to force engagements to happen to get her some extra XP. But we'll see what routes Baltoon decides. We'll see what build order Scatterbrain decides. Game number 4, a game decider here. Scatterbrain on the Byzantines in the color yellow. Baltoon on JD in the color red.
Looking at the spawn, the gold is forward. However, berries are in the back for Scatterbrain. It looks like Baltoon is not going to be going for Dark Age aggression. So Scatterbrain should have no issue when it comes to getting to Feudal Age. And once Feudal Age is reached, being able to gather up from the berries in the back. And oh my god, where are the other berries? They're even further in the back. And there's also the gold in the back. Scatterbrain, what a fortuitous spawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just one set of berries. It's 3 different sets of berries that are in kind of some easier to protect locations. None of them are really spawning forward. Baltoon has some back berries on his side. It's just not as exciting if you're JD to get back berries and to secure berries for yourself. You're much more of a tempo civ, wanting to take advantage of deer, wanting to take advantage of boar as well. So we'll see if that's going to be a potential for him moving out to the boar somewhat early on. It's just such a long walking distance on this map with the boars tucked in the corners.
It really is, but the boar gives you so much gather speed on it as well. Could be worth it. Maybe not immediately, but after just a little bit of... First, I think what you want to do is you want to apply a little bit of pressure to your opponent just to make sure that they're not going to be moving out and deny you on the boar. After that, then you're in a position to start sending villagers out to the boar. I think too early, and you leave yourself a little bit overexposed for any retaliation.
Yeah, we do know with Baldlands, pretty hard map to wall off, but some segments really could go a long way. Looking at Scatterbrain's base, he could almost wall like towards that northern wood line to the stone, and then the backwood, and protect all of those berries, protect all of the gold behind it. But easier said than done. Still quite a bit of a wood investment for him, so can't get that down early, but might be something that when feudal age starts, when those knights start roaming, you try to take advantage of and allow them less space to circle, roam, and do their annoyances.
Yeah, you're right. It's really one of those things where when you're up in a matchup against something like against a civilization like the French or against JD, walls are just such a valuable part of your defense strategy that just getting a couple of them early out, like as you age up to the feudal age, can then like save you a world of pain later on down the line.
Yeah, it makes it to where you don't have to spread yourself thin if you do end up going for, your good old Limited units that are going to be quite slow, but you can rally them to, 1 or 2 spots rather than having to spread them out in 4 different spots. When you spread them out that much, it allows the French player or JD to take fights and engagements when those numbers are thin, and the knights stay together and use their mobility.
Indeed, also, like, during engagements early on, having the healing ability on JD can come in very, very clutch, especially since typically the Byzantines open up with the Limitani defense. And when both numbers are still relatively low, that is when knights can typically take early engagements up against the spearmen. And having the healing ability ready at that point in the game can really swing the tides and can very easily snowball into a loss of control over a resource like the berries, over loss of resource like the gold or even the stone. Though typically at that point, Byzantines is not going to be gathering from the stone anymore.
But clean age up timing here from Baltoon, 4 minutes, 15 seconds. JD building that house, getting close to choosing her path here in just a little bit. And the first knight clearly in queue, and it will be starting to roam out here soon. Scatter not too far away from being able to drop that barracks himself, though.
Barracks the most important building here for him. Scout from Scatterbrain just causing a little bit of annoyance over on the gold from Baltoon. Hitting some of the villagers there, blocking the pathing a little bit, and now actually just trying to torch down the mining camp. Torching down, or rather just like harassing the buildings a little bit, the gather buildings, is such an undervalued little point there, where when you click, or rather you want to force drop the villagers off on a building, instead of dropping off immediately, well, they are going to drop off, but they're also going to start repairing the building, means that your opponent will lose just a little bit of wood, and having odd numbers when it comes to wood gathering means the difference sometimes between being able to build a building or just about not being able to afford it immediately.
It is the path of the warrior chosen. It's also scouts in queue for Baltoon, professional scouts about to finish on up. So we talked a little bit about that before the game. Baltoon decides that's not giving up enough tempo. It's allowing him safe food economy and just to scale himself throughout this game. So we'll start to bring back those deer in here soon.
Yeah, Limitani defense has been mounted in the meantime, just as the knight is about to come in here. Villagers on the berries need to be careful, though. One hit gets tanked up. Villagers not going to be going down. One still very low HP, though, is going to get pulled back over towards the TC.
Yep, and Limited number is starting to build up. 4th one in queue. Meanwhile, Baltoon, it's just that one single knight to cause the distraction, to cause that, investment from the other side. Scatterbrain, though, will be able to kind of see this play now coming.
Oh, woodline, there's still Limitani there. Trying to bait out the brace, able to bait it out. So gets the connection in without getting stun locked.
Scout slowly taking that trade. JD taking the first boar in the southern side here to give herself some free XP while the time is there for it. Scout does drop the deer. I thought the other one was just going to replace that one and pick it. Oh, it does end up deciding to pick that deer right on up that's closer to home. So just making sure that those villagers never are going to be stopping on that deer gathering for the foreseeable future here.
Yeah, Scatterbrain still
Jab.
utilizing that scout just to be a little bit annoying there. Javelin throws, as he said, just now in queue for Scatterbrain.
Yeah, now that Baltoon's starting to gather up on those deer, he's produced the amount of scouts that he wants to continue to pull those back. It's going to be more and more of that military investment. We'll see if he decides to drop a range at any point in time here soon with the amount of Limitané that are out for Scatterbrain's side, or if he just is trying to play further and further into Knights.
Thing with the Javelin throws is they start getting really, really dangerous once that second batch comes in. At just about 7 Javelin throwers, you're going to be able to one-shot the archers one by one. With that, just being able to really easily reduce the numbers there can be quite important. Bolton so far, though, no movement, or rather no move into archers yet, just mainly knights for the time being. Yeah, and even investing into a third stable now. Scatterbrain, though, he's just making Limitani for the time being, so he's fine, at least for the time being, until the knight count gets even bigger.
Yeah, we talked about some of these wall segments just going a long way. So Scatterbrain dropping the walls on the southern side allows his full Limitané mass to just be on the north side of his base, to be on the berries that he just moved out to give him that protection and not spread himself too thin.
More knights and more knights for the time being. Walls did get finished up, as he said, and yeah, Scatterbrain able to centralize his economy. Having a lot of food in the bank. And now moving back to the gold in the back of his base. So could be that he's once again looking for an eventual age-up play here. Bolton, though, looks like he's doing the same, looking at the resource that he has.
Yeah, it does look like Baltoon is just gonna go with the 6 knights into castle. I don't know if I've seen this one before, but I'm sure it'll play out here. Next boar is taken, so JD getting a little bit more XP for herself since there haven't been any head-on engagements, and Baltoon definitely does not want to take any of these head-on engagements, seeing the army compositions here.
A little bit of pressure being put there on these walls on the sidelines. Just forcing some of the military to move over there from Scatterbrain. Yeah, Bolton looks like he's going to be the first one to be able to age up. We do see a blacksmith coming in from Scatterbrain. Don't think he's going to be able to afford any upgrades, though, if he wants to get the timely age up in. And now Royal Institute being the play here from Bolton.
Yep, JD taking a fight, actually, against 2 Limitané that moved on out. A scout trying to be an annoyance, trying to be a distraction. Allow JD to get a couple extra swings on in.
It's going to take her a little bit of time, though, in order to get those Limitani down. Scatterbrain just needing a little bit more gold in order to be able to go for his own age up. But Royal Institute is interesting here. So it looks like Bolton might be trying to go for a decisive push with the Bloodline Knights as soon as those upgrades come in. Triple stable, 2 of them already consecrate, so is going to be getting a very, very nice buff there when it comes to the cost. And the Royal Institute, I believe, as well, does house the unique upgrade for JD to be able to even further decrease the cost of these knights with the consecration on the building.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many times where I'll see people go for the Royal Institute, not have enough in the bank for the upgrade right as Castle hits, and sure enough, Bolton just a little bit short of actually being able to click up for Royal Bloodlines as well. I think it's 490 gold you need. Should be, yep, just now clicks it right when he gets there. So good job by Baltoon kind of banking up some resources. It feels bad because you're not producing knights during the time you're aging up with some of the resources you have, but you're actually utilizing the castle effectiveness earlier on.
And the age up, there's already a double stable play from Scatterbrain, so it could be that he wants to answer with Cataphracts here. The issue with going Cataphracts up against these knights is that they're going to have very similar HP, but at a much reduced cost in comparison to the Cataphracts. Now Age Up has come in for Scatterbrain as well. Will start getting the veterancy upgrades on his units. JD, of course, being able to capture up Sacred Sites as soon as Castle Age comes in, and that's actually accompanied by a lot of experience for JD, so yeah, she's able to almost, just very quickly increase the XP that she has there.
Yeah, it's basically means where like next engagement happens, it should be very easy for her to hit level 3. We see Scatter investing into the next set of walls, so full base about to be protected, but he is on to those last sets of berries, so should be at a point now where olive oil won't quite be as easy to come by without having an olive grove transition. I think there's still some berries left next to the Grand Winery, but still there should not be a ton of food income left for him. Meanwhile, Baltoon has still been having some deer brought back in.
Yeah, it's just a lot of food income overall for Baltoon, and he is utilizing that with more and more knights in production. Getting some other unique upgrades in at the moment. Did we already... Okay, I think he just complete Royal Bloodlines. Cannon Saddles is coming in now behind this. Don't think we've gotten the upgrade in yet to further reduce the cost of these knights. But yeah, just looking at the stats, 310 HP on those. Yeah, there it is. Ordnance Company even further reducing the cost of all the units from the Consecrate buildings. But of course, we do have some camel riders here as well, giving a big aura debuff on these knights. 20% less damage. That is quite big and could actually make this play incredibly difficult now for Baltoon.
JD, hello? Oh, takes some damage. Baltoon might feel like he has to take a little bit of an engagement here to keep her alive. Does not opt for it yet. Just wants to make sure that the units from Scatterbrain don't fully close the gap.
Feels like he needs just a couple more knights before he's actually able to take a fight. Most importantly, though, he will want the army from Scatterbrain to be a little bit more split up. Does not want to take a straight head-to-head engagement. Instead, he wants to take the fight on his terms.
Yeah, JD can get some good swings on in, but with her still being level 2, does not have the same amount of tankiness. Is pretty easy to take down by those better units, and Scatter getting a first big raid here. Does pick up one single villager, causes some idle time, but sees where Baltoon is starting to gather from. Engagement happens though in the mid-map. Knights taking the fight, JD running.
Just trying to soak
not
up
to
the
get taken down
experience.
by the cataphracts.
Very close to being able to level up. There it is.
And level 3 comes through.
Relic gets put up. Immediately goes down, and JD also going down.
Cataphracts dive through, but there's still so many camels here. Last 2 camels that were very low health, about to get taken down, but the next 2 arrive. So camel debuff still staying strong here. Baltoon, though, thinned out that limited A number substantially and just has the camels mainly to deal with.
Eliana Limitani left alive, as he said, and now JD has been bought back. Baltoon continuing to take the fight now. Most of the units very low in health are going to get picked up. JD getting some good amount of experience in again. And all of these low HP knights can get healed up again.
Yeah, and we're at a point now where Baltoon has more military numbers than Scatterbrain has, which is not a good feeling when you're the Byzantines and you have some of those infantry, some of those cheaper costing units as well. So knights just getting to run rampant, getting to take control and do with it what they please here.
Some of the weak knights, though, getting taken down by the Javelin Throws. Scatterbrain, he is now at a point in the game where food is not available as plentiful as it used to be. They just move on to the next berry patch. And he just needs a ton of Limitani now, maybe even some crossbows at this point in time. I think the Cataphracts, in theory, are an interesting play. It's just the Royal Institute makes these trades not effective.
Yeah, not affected by any means. Baltoon even dropping a few farms here and there to just make sure his food economy doesn't diminish. Looks like he's starting to run lower on those deer, starting to move out to some of these different berry spots. But Scatter, he is definitely the one that economy is hurting a little bit more. Needs to secure some of this up. Cistern level is nice and healthy at 4, and he's expanded that out to the next berries that he's on, but there aren't many more berries for him to take after that.
Yeah, not a lot indeed. Still a couple, or rather this last little deer pack there with 3 deer. That's roughly 1,000 food that he could still pick up. Now Baltoon, he's starting to push forward. Does get spotted out by the outpost. Just 2 spearmen, not going to be enough, and that's going to be an easy pick-up there for him.
Yeah, he is happy to take down units in smaller numbers and smaller engagements here. He sees actually the whole army of Scatter and says, I think I could just take this fight overall. Does exactly that. JD does a spinning attack here. Wololo comes down to push Baltoon back at least for a brief bit of time, but he's going to double down. He's going to go right back into this fight again.
Fight is being committed to. Amitani doing their best, but it's just so many knights together with the Royal Bloodlines. They take a long time to get taken down. Still, Camel Riders able to apply the debuff here throughout the entirety of this fight. Some cataphracts coming in
as well. Baltoon decides he's had enough of that fight for the time being. A lot of those knights lower health, wants to fall back, heal them up, and come back at a better point in time, a healthier point in time for his army mass.
Did lose a good bunch of units there, and idle time also being caused by a single cataphract there in the back of his base.
Yeah, Scatterbrain has continually sent cataphracts over to these villagers on gold. Just picked off units here and there, as we just see 3 total villagers have gone down. Doesn't feel great trading a cataphract for a single villager, but that damage does slowly start adding on up.
Chivalry coming in clutch now, but with all the extra HP that these knights do get from the Royal Bloodlines, means that's going to take them a little bit of additional time to fully heal up again.
Exactly. They're gonna be patient. They're gonna be waiting here, and Scatterbrain during that time that the knights are healing is gonna go try to find some damage with another cataphract. Doesn't quite hit the same low health villager that he charged in on, so not able to pick up a villager. Baltoon getting the cheaper knight upgrade now.
Yeah, so we'll be able to get an additional buff there on the cost of all of these units. It'll be nice when it comes to sustaining, especially in the gold department. The food buff stays the same, but just needing to pay less gold for these knights. It is, of course, a pretty costly investment to make this many knights. Scatterbrain now at almost 30 Limitani. He's got the mass now in order to take these fights.
Yeah, and Baltoon's moving out to the 8k gold in the mid-map. Scatterbrain already gets the vision of this, I believe, with the cataphract that was running on through. Maybe he didn't quite see it, but either way, a very vulnerable spot to Baltoon to move on over to. Baltoon's trying to deny gold. So many Limitane here, like you said. That is a number that Baltoon has to respect. The Royal Bloodlines play is definitely more of a timing play, and has this timing now gone by for Baltoon?
Definitely a rough one now. Doesn't feel like he, actually, not just feel, I mean, we can tell, he didn't really do too much economic damage, and when it comes to collected resources, the two players are pretty much neck and neck at the moment. Army value still relatively similar, but it's just one side has the counter units and the other does not. These Camel Riders, the debuff, definitely not to be underestimated here in this game. I think it really kind of made a big difference during a lot of these engagements.
Yeah, it definitely did. The big question now is, has Scatterbrain had the time to get this Olive Grove transition that he is needing? Because he's running out of the berries, and sure enough, there is a massive amount of Olive Groves that have now come in on the backside of his base, right around that Grand Winery that has 3 relics inside of it as well. Baltoon garrisoning on in those villagers, so will not lose any here and should pick up 2 free cataphracts.
Yeah, it's going to be able to take those down. To 45 Limitani now at this point. Really would love to see some additional range backline coming in for Scatterbrain, not in the form of javelin throwers, but maybe in the form of some crossbows potentially. As so far, it's been knights and only knights. Sure, there are the John Dark's riders, which do bonus damage to crossbows, but there's just so many more knights that the chances are you're most likely going to be targeting those with the crossbows.
Exactly, and Baltoon's been good about picking off the units here and there, trying to go raid from Scatter. It feels like, you know, when you're playing this side, you have to do something, but I feel like Scatter can just chill and continue playing the Byzantines game, and you'll eventually find yourself at a point where your economy is too strong to be dealt with here, especially if your opponent's only going knights. And now we're seeing a point where Scatterbrain's unit mass is so scary, so healthy. Baltoon does have a lot of knights. It's just, will they be able to take this engagement?
pretty large
Seen
mass
here
of
now.
units, but you can never underestimate knights, I feel like, because just having this many knights, like the knight to Limitani count, the ratio is in a ratio range where you would typically credit the victory to the knights. So I feel like this is still very much undecided, even though Scatterbrain has completely stabilized, even though he is pumping out the counter units non-stop. Game is still not over.
Yeah, it's 1-2 where JD's heal can come through at just this crazy good timing that provides so much value when engagements become this big. But Scatterbrain, over 100 military mass. I feel like Baltoon needs to take this now or it's going to get too late. And so he goes through, starts to dive that front line, but doesn't get onto the Limiton mass yet. Still waiting, still watching.
A little bit of early damage there before the engagement. JD upgrade now also coming in, gonna give it a little bit more health and damage alongside the champion units as well. Scatterbrain, 73 Limitani, 9 more in queue. He's about to be population capped now. Baltoon at 134 out of 200. Scatterbrain getting there to 200 very soon.
Yeah, and once you're at 200, you feel like the next steps is go up for sure. But Baltoon feels like he has to take an engagement, and take the engagement he does, getting a little bit too close to his gold villagers. Knights split, Knights wrap around where this stone vein is.
JD heal
Not
comes
as much
in.
of a spread going on. Heal comes through.
Has to go for the full surround continuously. Well, Bloodline's definitely worth its weight in gold here, but the fight is still going on. Positioning.
Baltoon's units, they're able to actually clean up a lot of that front line. There's still so many knights here, so many healthy knights as well. It's going a little bit better than it seemed at first.
The pathing around the stone outcropping, there's so many spearmen there not participating in the fight at the moment. And Baltoon, he's only pulling back the side where he is getting surrounded, not pulling back the other side where he is winning. And JD levels up. Level 4 is in now. Gonna be able to do a lot more damage now. Goes for the engagement. And with a much stronger JD,
AoE.
he's winning.
He is winning,
crazy.
and he is winning substantially, it feels like. A lot of these knights staying alive. There's javelin throwers staying alive, which Baltoon could care less about. They're going to be tickling those knights that he has, and what a huge victory. What a fight that he ended up taking.
Anybody telling me that knights are weak at this point has to be lying, has to be having an agenda, because somehow, against mainly only camel riders and Limitani, Baltoon's military able to succeed in this fight. With JD now at level 4, he's starting to push forward towards Scatterbrain's base.
Yeah, and while he did lose quite a bit of knights, Scatterbrain lost about 60 plus units on the other side. So a fight that he's happy to take, especially because JD's upgrade now is through. Her being level 4, it's just absolutely crazy how much value she gets. As you can see, the blast cannon now.
Yeah, also means that she's going to be able to do a lot of damage against buildings as well, potentially. So once the army goes down, the buildings are not going to be safe either.
8 more knights in queue for Baltoon. Just such a healthy queue. He's over on the berries. The worry he has now is needing to make a bigger farm transition. As we already saw Scatter's Olive Grove transition, Baltoon is still on some of those pocket resources, still on the berries, onto the boar, onto some of those other spots. So
Yeah.
that is really the worry that can happen for Baltoon, is all of a sudden his food starts to run dry.
Yeah, most definitely. It needs to be able to finally start being able to do some real economy damage here. Fight, once again, is getting recommitted to. This time around, though, the Limitati, the entire mass is back up again. And this time, Scatterbrain is able to get the full surround, and Baltoon pulling some of the weak knights back on the right flank. But now, Scatterbrain, this time around, is seemingly able to clean up the cavalry mass from Baltoon. And I think after that, Baltoon should not be able to remass this many knights again.
No, so much harder for him to make this remaster. It felt like after that last fight, he was going to have potentially a timing push to be able to take advantage of, but now the gas, he's running out of gas. The steam's not being enough here for him. His gold is about to start getting dove upon. There are some outposts for some of the villagers to dive inside of. Spears and camels trying to burn down that outpost. It's still alive for a second. Starting to
JD
be
getting
rebuilt.
trapped?
JD. JD is trapped.
Oh, she's gonna go down.
Trying to do some AoE. She goes down. Huge pickup for Scatterbrain, and he has more reinforcements coming to this front side.
Might still being taken. Sprinkle and placement outpost, but it's not going to be enough at this point. Scatterbrain's economy is just so strong. So many more Limitania coming in. Boltune having to call GG. Scatterbrain evening out the set again in game number 4.
Yeah, what a crazy back and forth there. It felt like Baltoon had some timings that he could have tried to take advantage of, but with Scatterbrain's walls, with him just able to have this defensive nature of Byzantines and his patience, it proved to be effective.
Oh man, looking at the military value lead there, definitely a lot of relatively big swings there back and forth between them. Economy count definitely neck in neck. Total resources gathered though. I mean, Boltun, why did he not gather up any olive oil? That's the real question here.
Yeah, I mean, that just clearly is a lack of the economy, that he got outmassed in the olive oil and just couldn't come back from that.
Yeah. Whoever gathers up the most oil tends to win these games. But now, definitely, like, very interesting game plan there from Bolton. Almost making it work with Knights only. Definitely reminiscing a little bit there when it comes to games that we've seen from players like Louis MT or CSO in the past.
Yeah, and we've seen them. I mean, it's crazy how many games we've seen that someone's making the pure counter composition to Knights only, and the player still is like, I don't care. Knights are better. I'm going to still continue to commit to Knights. And that felt like that's where Baltoon was at. He almost was able to make that, end all engagement happen. This is the fight that we were seeing here, using that stone outcropping to mess with a lot of the spear pathing. But ultimately, just so many high value units lost for Baltoon was not able to be enough.
And now, next up, we're going to be moving over to front range. It is going to be the Holy Roman Empire for Boltun up against the Delhi Sultanate from Scatterbrain. Both the French and the Sengoku Daimyo are going to be getting sniped out here for this one. It's going to be an interesting one. I feel like in the past, things changed dramatically throughout the different metas that we've had. And there's been some good nerfs or relatively interesting nerfs on the HRE. I don't know, but it feels like Delhi at the moment just a super strong civilization when the knowledge is there. Just insanely high skill cap. So if you're very familiar with Delhi, you can definitely make it quite far with them. HRE, after a couple of significant nerfs, I don't know, recently I think a lot of pro players as well have been spoken out about them, just not feeling that strong anymore.
Yeah, they just feel a bit underwhelming, which is weird to say because it feels like HRE has been that like civ across the board that's just like the backbone that someone feels comfortable with going. Can be used on hybrid, can be used on closed-in maps, can be used on open maps, but now it just feels like a lot of other civs are being prioritized. We've obviously seen Sengoku tried to be played by Scatter 3 different times now, sniped out 3 different times. Baltoon, same thing said for his French, has tried to prioritize that French pick, and just Scatterbrain is not letting him play his comfort pick civ.
Yeah, he tried. French getting sniped at every single opportunity there. Sengoku also not going to be making it through though for Scatterbrain, but Delhi, I feel like the 3 players have also gotten a pretty good grasp of Delhi. They play it without too much importance, or rather too much priority onto the sacred side. Instead, they know that if the game just goes long, as long as they continuously invest into the scholars, they can take superior fights with the healing. And eventually, come Castle Age, they're going to be in a great spot when it comes to the upgrade. And we're taking a look at game number 5 here now, which is going to be the decider game in a little bit, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe we'll figure out what the tactic.
We're figuring it out.
We're going to be fixing that. A little bit of a game crash there, apparently. But we will be back very soon into that game, and we'll be catching up to the live state of it as well. So I'm going to be working on that now in the meantime.
At least, the crash happens earlier and not later on in, so it's, doesn't feel as bad. And yeah, exactly. If we're at think about last game, all of a sudden we're 25 minutes in and it crashes. That'd be a whole different story because that game wouldn't have had an easy one side or the other to pick from. It was back and forth until it wasn't.
Yeah. Chan asking why it's going to be French HRE instead of French Ayubits here for Boltun. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. My personal preference would have been also to pick Ayubits here, mainly because like a lot of the remaining civilizations here from Scatterbrained are going to be cavalry civilizations. Having the camel lancers there would just generally be a very, very good choice here. But Boltun opting for the HRE instead. Gonna be interesting to see if he's got like a special plan there. Could be like a Minework Palace, because of course the horsemen with the owl pikes are gonna be a lot more competitive when it comes up to taking the Ghazi Raiders. And of course, when you have prelates, you're also gonna be able to kind of like deal a little bit with the healing from your opponent's side, by also being able to heal your horsemen as well.
Yeah, I mean, healing is just so strong in general. We saw it try to be utilized last game, almost did get utilized, but you know, that's when we're scholars, and that many scholars can make that healing so much easier.
Yeah, scholars, of course, you don't have to idle out your TC if you want to make them. At the same time, prels, of course, they do idle out your TC a little bit. Would be interesting if they're gonna like figure something out there in the future. Maybe give the Archon Chapel the ability, now that it's nerfed a little bit, to produce like not infinite prelates, but like a couple of additional prelates. Would be kind of cool if something like that could be changed in the future. But for the time being, I mean, when you're going for the mine work, you want to be actively making some prelates anyways, just in order, of course, to be able to buff up all of your economy.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the chapel had its time for so long. I feel like Minework needs to have its time to shine here a little bit. You know, it was such an underutilized landmark for so long. It was just never thought about, never touched for, it felt like years. And now we're starting to see it come out a little bit. So, hey, you know, I will not be the one to complain here.
I mean, what was it at the beginning? 30% reduced cost, then 40, now 50%? Just buff it enough. At some point, it'll find its uses now alongside some unique upgrades. But here we go. Game number 5. We're going to be catching up to the live game right now, as we've got Boltun up against Scatterbrained. Boltun already going out to the boar here, just in front of his base. Is now going to be aging up with the Archon Chapel inside of his base. Dome of the Faith is going to be coming in for Scatterbrained, so we'll be getting that nice little discount on the scholars, while Boltun is going to be getting that nice little area of bonus income, or rather continuous inspiration around the Archon Chapel. Oh, and the scout? He's pinched! He can't get out!
Oh, the classic little circle here.
Little color change there. But yeah, now Boltun gonna be undisturbed while he's gonna be able to gather from the boar there.
Yeah, and more importantly, this forces Scatterbrained to have a lack of information, lack of knowledge for what plan and play Boltun is going for. I think we all know what Delhi wants to do. It's Ghazis and more Ghazis, but this is one where HRE, you don't always know their game plan. You don't always know if they're going to go horsemen, they're going to go spears, going to go for the infantry composition, you know, what the game plan is. It's still going to be barracks to counter out the Ghazi to start, though.
And this is one of those things now where Scatterbrained, because he lost a scout, he does not have 100% confirmation on this play being the case from Boltun. So he just has to kind of like assume it until he gets an additional scout out. For the time being, just going to be Ghazi Rares though, and Boltun alongside the barracks also immediately going for a stable play behind it as well.
A stable play indeed. So spears and horsemen going to be the unit composition for the HRE. Wants to protect up that boar location as well. Continue to have that nice boosted up food income. And we actually see a second stables being dropped. Spear doesn't quite get the brace off from that Ghazi. And the Ghazi just runs on by and decides to go to the gold villagers.
Oh, villagers need to be careful. Prelate jumping out of the Archon Chapel there. Nice play. Making sure a villager is not going to get taken down. Villagers need to be careful on the boar as well, though. Second Ghazi Raider now coming in as well. Second Spearman arriving at the same time. Scatterbrained just doing a lot here to put pressure onto Boltun early on with these Ghazi Raiders.
Yeah, next spear arrives as well. Ghazi need to be careful about getting pinched, but just need to make sure to stay at least alive with 1 health, and they will be able to come back at full. Scatterbrain's still circling with these few initial Ghazis, though he wants to try to find more idle time caused by these.
First couple of horsemen now being produced as well. Already 4 in the queue for Boltun. I'll need to have a word with him depending on how many stables he has behind this.
He has 2. 2 stables.
Okay. We'll allow it. Overlay does show us the exact number of the production buildings now as well. So yeah, already 2 stables. Now an archer range getting put up there by Scatterbrain. But yeah, horseman play already gonna be in there. Oh, Prelate.
1 villager.
Not in time.
Oh, Prelate doesn't jump out in time. 1 spear protecting that location is not enough. Spear starting to try to get taken down. There's a Prelate to heal up the spear, though.
Oh, a little bit out of range.
Enough.
Villager's gonna get pulled. Shiv's getting pulled. Prelate getting killed
Prelate
there.
gets taken down.
Boltun now needs to reinvest into a Prelate from the TC. And Scatterbrain getting some big wins here early on in this set, in this game.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he's scouted out the horseman play yet. He's going into archers with horsemen starting to get mass produced on the other side, so I feel like he doesn't have the knowledge and information of this. It does need to be at a worry if he starts to move out with those archers, because the archer group will get cleaned up so quickly. You will see when Boltun decides to move out and make that, you know, horseman rotation known to Scatterbrain.
Yeah, it's a lot of horsemen that Boltun is going for at the moment. Looks like he wants to go for a little bit of a timing push. Scatterbrain, though, look at the resources that he's banking up behind this. Kind of feels like he wants to go for like fast castle age transition, but now he's gonna see just how many horsemen Boltun is investing into. Could be that this gives him the information that he needs in order to decide against his current approach. So far, no move being made, though. Never mind. Is starting to queue up some more Ghazi Raiders.
Another barracks coming on down. Boltun's military numbers is looking very healthy and very scary, whereas Scatterbrain looks like he wants to get to that castle age sooner than later.
Yeah, once again, just trying to force that castle age up in. And with the Delhi Sultan, I mean, he's already got a decent amount of scholars out there on the field. If he's able to get the castle age in, he's going to be able to get some really good upgrades at a pretty reasonable time as well. But still, the army count there from Boltun is just such a big army, and Pierce Armor is already in for him. So I feel like if he decides to go for that age up, he is potentially going to find himself in a really bad position. And we have got to... What is that moving out at the top side there into the stealth forest at the moment? Are those villagers? Oh my god.
No.
And the outpost sees it.
Boltun has full knowledge and information of this. This could just be a free win. Just move over there with all your horsemen.
He's sending 2 horsemen over there. Sees that there's nothing out on the berries, and Scatterbrain, he's going into full production mode again.
He needs to go into full production mode. He was so close to castle. He had like 1,000 food. He only had a couple hundred gold, but he had 4 or 5 scholars in queue that he could have canceled and basically been there. But he knew if he had clicked the age up, it would have been death. He's going for a quick wall onto this deer on the north side, but the first 2 horsemen are going to get there in time.
That is such a slow wall. He doesn't anticipate that there's already units on their way over here.
Oh.
Doesn't quite see him yet.
I think he just barely spots out the first couple of horsemen, but Boltun, he wants to wait for the rest of the army. He wants to wait for this to just be a one big decisive win. The horsemen go around the backside. He's going to try to block the wall from getting fully finished.
Oh, another wall's coming in. Quick wall. It's going to get finished up. First villagers are going to get taken down, but most of the villagers are going to stay alive, at least for the time being. But this is a really bad spot to be in at the moment for them. There's no place to go. He's pulling his units over here.
That's still 15 villagers idled. He's going to rebuild the wall. He's going to wait for the rest of the units to arrive. Villagers actually getting a little bit confused on where they need to go, slipping through some of that spots. And if Boltun actually burns that piece that hasn't been fully finished, it won't take but any time at all. Fight is being forced, but this is a fight that Scatter does not want to take. He cannot take, but feels like he has to, using this time to allow the villagers to try to run on away, but Baltoon's reinforcements arrive. He's focusing, splitting the mass onto the villagers, onto the Gazi as well. So many villagers will fall. Scholars get pulled. Scholar's going to come try to heal this up, but now Scatter is stuck in feudal after having devastating losses.
And no food income at all for such a long time. Look at Baltoon's resource. He's about to be able to go Castle Age with a much bigger military advantage. Still picking up more and more of the villagers on the retreat here as well.
And just what a decisive play. Scatter knew he needed food and had to make a risky play, but risky was not what he needed to go for, as Baltoon had full vision of that with the outpost control.
That was a brutal, brutal misstep there. Sending all of those villagers past the outpost. Now Baltoon, it's just going to be... I would have said a Burgrave to finish it off, but instead is going to be the Regnus Cathedral just to play it safe now afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, this is at the point where Baltoon feels like he can go up with Regnants, should be able to get an easy 4 relics at least, potentially 5 relics with the way this game has gone, and if you're HRE with Regnants with 5 relics, it is all but over. He's going for his own little wall in, but doing it a little bit more proactively before there's a huge military mass heading on over to it. Regnants already about a quarter of the way. He's already had partially, you know, I wouldn't call it a farm transition, but dropped some farms into the mix. And forcing yet another fight onto the food that Scatterbrain feels like he has to take, but can't really take this fight.
Scholars acting as a meat shield here. Spearman able to catch off these villagers as they try to make a run for it. More villagers getting taken down.
Not enough healing to make this to be enough here. Villagers pull out the shiv, trying to do everything they can to help this fight, but little does Scatterbrain know, Regnance is about to finish after this fight gets taken. So yeah, he might have won this fight with the help of his villagers, with the help of the outpost, but he has much bigger problems at hand.
Does manage, though, to take down the military from Baltoon. Loses a lot more villagers. Now down to 29 villagers against the 41 from Baltoon. And Baltoon now switching it up into Mass Knights. Man-at-Arms upgrade also coming in behind this. Scholars, or rather Prelates, gonna now make their way out onto the map to start picking up some of the relics. Villagers in the corner, walled on in. So are gonna be able to safely gather from the deer.
Yeah, and Scatterbrain,
Castle Age.
He's trying to match it, but even if he does, there's so much tempo that he's lost. He's down so many villagers, and Baltoon's actually going for the far side relic first, the hardest one to grab. He's going to go ahead and secure for himself right off the bat here. As long as the knights, the spears help protect it. There's so many spears, though. Wololo comes in. That prelate might actually go down here. So the greed does not pay off here. First relic still not yet secured.
13 villagers working on that House of Learning. Knights are making their way over there, though.
I mean, from bad to worse, the House of Learning. He doesn't quite spot it out. The Knights chill. The Knights don't see it. He just now does.
Goes for the charge. Gets one villager kill. Villagers try to go for a surround, can't quite find it.
At least delays the age up from finishing a little bit. Next couple men-at-arms running to that spot as well. Scholars defending the relic from the other prelate. I don't know how they're trying to body block it.
I mean, you gotta make do. You gotta make do with the tools that you have at the time. Now Age Up coming in for Scatterbrain. He's going to be able to start making his own knights, but once again, food is going to get idled out now. Men-at-Arms making their way forward. 3 knights, 7 men-at-Arms, 6 more in queue. Upgrades coming in on them as well. Already having the 200 upgrade on them.
And that many scholars not being garrisoned in the Moss means that those upgrades are not really coming through too quick for Scatterbrain. Yeah, he's got 10 scholars, but he's only got I don't even know if any of them are... no, it looks like one's in the stables and the rest are out. So those free upgrades are coming in at a snail's pace. Meanwhile, Baltoon, 3 relics already secured on the way home. Don't think those can be denied at this point with how much military he has out, and should be able to grab the last 2 with ease. Well, one's not on the way back. He's just chilling. He said, look at my shiny thing.
Scatterbrain currently just 3 knights to his name. 70 to 53 overall population. Baltoon currently bringing 3 relics back towards his base. Crossbows now also being added in for Baltoon.
4th relic on its way home now as well. First relic's finally been dropped though, so that gold income, Baltoon has 0 on gold. That gold income is about to skyrocket with 0 on gold.
Wololo
While
in the
he's
middle.
doing this, realizes Scatterbrain does not have the...
Oh no. Yeah, I mean that has to be the game ender,
That's
right? Like
that's like 10% of Scatterbrain's military that he just lost.
that's more than 10%. You can't count the scholars in there as well.
Yeah, good point. So just loses so much military mass. Baltoon's diving TC doesn't care, so the few villagers that Scatterbrain does have don't really even get to work here. And Baltoon's about to have more passive gold income than Scatterbrain's going to have income as a whole. Second relic
Scatterbrain,
has been dropped.
He's holding on, my dear life, as now 8 scholars inside of the mosques in order to get the upgrades in a little bit quicker. He's getting a decent amount of them in now.
Loses another 4 or 5 villagers on the
Just
backside.
can't get him out of the
woodline.
base.
He cannot leave the TC. Any villager he produces right now will die to Baltoon's units as well. So Baltoon just not going to allow Scatterbrain to breathe after this early, damage that he was able to make, early damage he was able to complete. Scholars just trying to out-heal this men-at-arms.
Single crossbow.
The rest of the army arrives. he's doing what he can over here.
That one crossbow is gonna lead him to victory there.
Eventually a scholar's gonna fall. There's one. Okay, and then it's not enough. Second scholar falls. Next
space.
scholar's trying to hop out.
Door stuck. Oh, now the villager's getting found out on the deer. Scatterbrain, he's been getting food here. I mean,
that was his lifeline. It didn't feel like there was much of a lifeline anyways, but that was the only thing keeping him in this game. Now the rest of his economy gets idled out. He is able to get back onto the wood line with the villagers that were garrisoned in the TC, but the villagers, they're just running in circles.
It's a solid amount of copium now at this point in time. Is able to garrison inside the houses, okay. But there's a big mass now. Okay, Baltoon, he's going for the finisher now. Big ball of men-at-arms coming forward.
Yeah, I mean, we said it too earlier where Baltoon's gold economy, his 0 on gold, he's getting almost 600 gold per minute, and Scatterbrain's getting a total of 800 resources per minute with how much idle time he's been dealing with. So Baltoon's relics alone have basically equalized Scatterbrain's whole economy, and then now that allows the villagers to do with what they please. It's what allows him this huge mass. Scatterbrain, he is not giving up though. He wants to try to roach his way back into this game. There's just not a possibility. There's no way he can come back from this position.
Not with all of the idle time being caused here. Sooner Baltoon is going to reach Imperial Age than Scatterbrain getting back into this, and now Baltoon with the second military group able to find the villagers that just moved out to the gold. Scatter, he thinks that may be okay. His army can't be everywhere, but at this point it most definitely can be. And there it is. GG is going to be coming in. Baltoon able to win the set against Scatterbrain. Scatterbrain is not going to be able to make his way to the Red Bull Wololo Londinium this time around.
Yeah. A solid 3-2 series there, still living up to the expectations. We saw the previous time that they matched up, it was a 3-2 for Baltoon, and shows that same way. The last game was a little bit more decisive than what the rest of the series held. It definitely seemed a little bit tilted towards Baltoon on that last game, which it felt odd, especially considering the matchup we saw at hand. Felt like HRE was a little bit weaker there, but Scatterbrain just ran out of safe food and made a risky move out that got spotted from Baltoon.
Yeah, it was a risky move out. Payoff time could have been huge there for him, but getting spotted there right as he moved out towards that deer did hurt him dearly indeed. And now we're going to be taking a quick look here at our bracket as we got Anaton versus Baltoon. That is going to be there in the quarterfinals. Beastie currently waiting for Demu versus Myriad to finish on up.
Myriad, though, able to take a game off of Demu so far, continuing that kind of hot streak he has been on. We'll see if he can continue it up a little bit. MSN was also able to take a game off of Beastie, which, something he can't complain about as well.
The VES players in general have been performing absolutely great so far throughout the entire tournament. Like they've been performing really admirably, especially Myriad so far. Anaton also just insane performance so far throughout all of these Road to Wolos. I feel like maybe he's min-maxing a little bit the amount of prize money that he can get from the weekly events until he potentially qualifies, but you can't really cut it that close in the end, can you, right? Like, this is the last chance, and we've got a lot of top players still trying to qualify for the main event.
Yeah, a lot of excitement, a lot of games left here today and tomorrow, obviously, to figure out who the final qualifier is. But first, I believe we are getting Baltoon here ready for the interview. We're still waiting on him, so we'll still idle out some more time over here.
Yeah, indeed. What did we have planned again for today? For the bracket, I do believe that next up we're going to be taking a look at Killjadi versus Skull Devil. That's going to be coming up afterwards, and the third set today is going to be Beastie against either Demu or Myriad. So definitely still very, very fun and interesting games to look forward here to today. Fourth game today will be either Lucifron or Corvinus up against Numedan or Valdemar. So that's also going to be interesting. We got two VS players actually having to duke it out between each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's one where as VSs continue to expand, they're going to have to be playing each other a lot more often. As, you know, at first there were just a couple VS in the VS squad, and now I feel like it's, you know, almost like a quarter, almost getting closer to half of this bracket over here is VS.
They're just buying up all the player base, man. Can you believe it?
Yeah. But it does sound like Baltoon is now ready after that 3-2 victory, so we'll get him on. We'll see some of his thoughts about how the series went. Baltoon, congrats on the 3-2 victory. Big win there. Second time playing Scatter and ended up with the same result, actually.
Yeah, I can't say I figured him out, to be honest. He's very dangerous for me.
Yeah, so starting down with that first game with the Auto versus the Macedonian, it felt like y'all were kind of at a standoff for a while, but you had a great kind of corner pickoff on a lot of his Radari. Did you just kind of feel in control after that point and just played it patient from there?
Yeah, kind of. But I really didn't have any clue how the game was going at any point because, yeah, I don't play Ottoman really, so yeah.
Well, starting out with a victory on Ottomans, I'm sure felt great for you. Following that up, we ended up having a tied-up series after Holy Island. It felt like you had position with the Admiralty upgrade already in, having kind of the equal number of ships, maybe even a little more. Where do you feel like things went wrong with the Holy Island game?
Just my decision-making. I decided to go castle, and I don't think there's any reason to do that in that situation, so...
Gotcha. And then following up the Holy Island game, we had Socotra, and I mean, it felt awful at the 2.5 minute mark. We had the early horsemen come out. You lost 2 Vills on the board early. Kind of what went on with your mindset there? I feel like it's so easy to kind of just throw the game away at that point, feeling like there was no way to come back.
Yeah, I was kind of tilted. I just decided to play on and see how it went. I had no hopes for winning that game, really.
And sure enough, you ended up having some good trades, defended the Ram push, and then you just full committed to the outpost push in the feudal age. Was there ever a point where you thought about going to castle, or you were like, look, this is all or nothing now?
Nah, I thought I could just continue in feudal. The Shoguns are so good.
Yeah. And then leading into the fourth game, we saw the team game player come out of you with the only knights, JD versus Byzantines. It felt like there were some good trades you made. Did you ever feel like making the transition from only knights, or you were hard headed in that full commit?
No, I was committed. There was no switching.
Yeah, well, and then the last game of the series, it felt like the last game of the series was rather one-sided. Maybe not with the matchup, but you obviously spotted out the massive move to the north side of the map with the villagers. Did you just know the game was over from there?
Kind of, yeah. I was thinking he was edging up at that point and he was trying to hide villagers, so I was a little worried, but then I saw he wasn't actually edging up and I realized the game was probably just over.
Well, big congrats on the 3-2 series there and continuing the hot streak you've been on in this tournament so far. And obviously we'll be watching the next round, the next series here soon enough, and good luck with those.
Thank you.
All right. Looks like we're just going to be taking the shortest of breaks now before we're going to be jumping into our next set here between Kiljardi and Scarlet Devil. Just the shortest of breaks, so don't go anywhere. Grab yourself some refreshments, and we'll be right back with our next set here. All right, hope everybody is ready because we have got a series ahead of us here today. Kiljardi up against Scarlet Devil. And it is gonna be a Dry Arabia opening here between the two. And look at these civilizations. Chinese up against the Sengoku Daimyo. Some very, very strong picks early on here in the set.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the prioritization on like the strongest civs last series in the first game on Dry Arabia. Same thing here. Sengoku, Byzantines, the two choices for Scarlet Devil, and Kiljardi actually opting not to snipe out Sengoku. I guess isn't quite as scared of the Sengoku pick as we saw Baltoon in the last series.
Kiljardi, he is a very knowledgeable player, and He's got this style, he got this very weird style about him, where a lot of times players got like a very clear game plan, While Kiljadi, his plan, first of all, is how do I disrupt my opponent? How do I like get a lot of units out? How do I just make the game uncomfortable for my opponent? And he's so good at doing that. And I'm sure that against a civilization like the Sengoku, which can be very easy, I want to say, to annoy on the Yatais out on the map and in general on the gold gathering, I think a player like Kiljadi is going to be excelling at that play. And here we got a little bit of a head-to-head here. Series count, 1 series so far, but it has been relatively even. 2-1 between both Kiljadi and Scarlet Devil. And that is still the Photoshop version, right? For those of you that don't know, Kiljadi actually like submitted a Photoshop version of himself as a mugshot to to be used in the tournament. He's much younger looking. He made himself look older in the mugshot.
You know, it'd be funny is if every single update he just makes himself look like 10 years older and 10 years older until all of a sudden it's like, okay, come on now, that's absolute BS. Oh. But Kiljadi, you know, keeping some excitement as far as the player pictures go, and always keeping excitement as far as the games go, as I feel like he is definitely one of the more exciting players to watch his games, to cast as well. It's not always, you know, by the books, by the meta. He is a pretty aggressive player at times.
Yeah, he most certainly is, and it's... As I said, like, he really knows how to turn the tables on you, how to, like, make the game uncomfortable, put you into awkward positions, some situations where you're just not really expecting him to recommit into military units. Instead, at some point, you're like, surely now he's gonna just go for the Asia play, but instead, he just continues pumping out units, has them at very, very, like, awkward positions there for you. He's very good in general when it comes to, like, microing individual groups of units and just having them all game throughout at, like, resources just waiting for a villager to appear nearby.
Yeah, I mean, that is one where, you know, everyone plays the game of AoE pretty differently, and that is one of the things where, you know, we heard Baltoon talk about, you know, not being able to figure out Scatterbrain, you know, on some of the gameplays. Obviously, they didn't have a lot of series against each other, and you can follow that up. Same thing here. Kiljadi's not the easiest player to figure out, and Scarlet Devil and them, they've only played once. It was 2-1, so this should be another tight series we have at hand.
Indeed, it could very well be. Scarlet Devil, of course, yeah. He plays a lot with players like Louis MT and CSO in general, like in the Chinese community. And he's got that, I want to say, like, Chinese playstyle towards him. I talk about a lot, like, the Chinese players, they have, like, their own sort of meta going on most of the time. But now, it is time for us to jump into that game number 1. We've got Scarlet Devil in the color yellow, playing as the Sengoku Daimyo here on Dry Arabia. His opponent, though, on the other side of the map. We got Kiljadi playing as the Chinese.
Yeah, so playing as the Chinese versus Sengoku, this is one where we don't get to cast much Sengoku anymore just because of how, you know, top of the meta a lot of the players, you know, hold them in. And so we'll see what Scarlet Devil has in store for himself. We see the first Yatai on out, and probably looks like moving over to the boar.
Yeah, looks like it. Of course, the boar is going to be able to fully fill out the Yatai. There's going to be a lot of early food gathering there. Going to be able to get these nice little trader cards out to the Mitsuri very nice and early on. So that is going to be one of the main ways for the Sengoku to be able to scale the economy long term. Getting that trading buff up on the Mitsuri and just buffing all nearby villagers.
Exactly. We have seen a lot of these openings kind of change just a little bit as buffs or as these civs get figured out a little bit. So we've seen, you know, a lot of players did opt for 3 Yatai early on. Now kind of a lot of players will opt for just 2, making sure that those 2 will stay secure and not vulnerable and not delay their age up too much. So we will see if Scarlet Devil ends up going for 2 or 3, and with him being still on the wood, I'd assume he's actually going for the 3rd one.
Yeah, full 3 early Yatais. It's going to provide him with a lot of food relatively early on here, and has some great spots to put the Yatais, as that's a deer pack right next to the large berry pack, so that should also be enough to fully fill out the Yatai food gathering there for the full 60 food per minute.
Yeah, it feels so good, able to get a couple solid locations. And I actually am one that prefer the split locations as well. It makes them so much harder for your opponent to kind of just focus in on one spot. You just pull them back. If they don't kill it, you heal it back to full and move back out, and just makes the armies get spread thin and run all around.
Academy getting put up rather quickly behind this. Of course, as the Chinese, you do want to get that age up in sooner rather than later. Just because currently in the meta, it is just common to not make Imperial officials early on. You do, of course, want them in as soon as possible, so you get the Imperial Academy, rush it up a little bit quicker, and you'll be able to make those Imperial officials at no villager, or rather no TC idle time, and with a little bit of a discount as well.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how quick the Chinese age up comes through, and then they're able to get those extra, pseudo villagers on out, and it just feels like they get so much going for their economy early on, and that will be able to, somewhat counteract the Yatai passive food bonuses that Scarlet Devil will be getting for himself.
Kiljari now just trying to look out for where those Yatais could be. Is going to find one over here. Toka Township. Age up is going to be coming in for Scarlet Devil, so we'll have access to the Shinobi. Going to be nice for any bigger fights early on, or even just to deter any early raids.
Yeah, I mean, they're just the debuff that they cause is just so strong when you, like you said, taking those bigger engagements. So we will see when those bigger engagements start to happen, as Kiljardi still just focusing on getting a few more Imperial officials out, maybe one more coming here soon, and we will see what production building he ends up dropping. There's the third one in queue, and the stables.
Yeah, so it looks like he is just going to be opening up, potentially with a couple of horsemen. Makes a lot of sense just to have the mobility, be able to put a little bit of pressure on to those Yatais, and later on is going to be opening yourself up for a transition into the Pro Scouts as well.
Yep, looks like Scarlet Devil opting for an outpost over on his gold vein, so knows that that could be an easy location for Kiljardi to start doing some raiding with those horsemen. Koka Township is now finished on up, and feudal ages now for both of these players. I do love the short wall that Scarlet Devil's dropping in between those two forward wood lines. Just, makes it so much harder for Kiljardi to get in, get some information, and allows those wood villagers to just stay a little bit safer.
And Kiljardi moving out there to the deer immediately. Actually not going to be utilizing Pro Scout at all. Now gets a barracks up as well, so just going to be going for the immediate aggression. Little wall in between the two forward wood lines there for Scarlet Devil.
And those horsemen going over to try to hit that Yatai that was on the boar. So like I said, Scarlet Devil just should be able to pull that one on home. Shouldn't have too much damage go down unless we see some great body blocking here from Kiljardi. He's trying to do the best to slow the Yatai, to make it have some awkward pathing on its way home. Trader pops on out of it and will actually get taken down.
That is so important. Kiljardi basically denying 5% of the income for Scarlet Devil there. Pretty big denial. Is going to see that he's going to be walled in a little bit over here, though. Able to keep the horseman alive, though. Yeah, that is a pretty big pop-off, a pretty big denial there on the early gathering for Scarlet Devil, who just got a daimyo out to try and do some damage as well.
Yeah, and now if I'm Kiljardi, I just circle around and go for that other Yatai that is on the deer and berries. Just continually try to, push my opponent's Yatais off, make sure that passive bonus is not being utilized to the fullest effectiveness. And oh my, no way does he time this next one perfectly as well. Has full vision of it. Damage coming down. There is an outpost.
Just jumping
Villagers
inside.
jump inside the outpost, but not able to get enough damage on in. One horseman does fall, but a huge pickup there for Kiljardi.
Yeah, and just like that, Kiljardi denying 10% of the economy bonus from the Mitsuri, from Scarlet Devil, and no way. Is that yet? The Yatai is actually blocked.
It's not moving.
No, never mind. It's not blocked. Okay. That would have been insane.
I thought it was stuck. Villagers
getting
need to
stuck?
get pulled. Oh, it got stuck. At least body blocked on out. Villager gonna try to go repair it, but it's gonna arrive just a little too late. And now that villager is gonna get focused down as well. So a triple pickup there for Kiljardi now, as this early horseman play has just proven so strong against Sengoku. Scarlet Devil, one drop off away from Castle Age though.
Yeah, he is going to be going for that Castle Age, most likely going to be with the Saka Brewery. But behind this, I mean, Kiljardi, a little bit of a thing that could be a little bit detrimental to him is that he didn't actually send an Imperial official out towards the deer. So he's not gathering too efficiently from them. Behind this, I mean, the Castle Age we just talked about, Scarlet Devil is going to be getting that Castle Age in at a pretty good timing. Sakapuri also nicely positioned in between the outpost and the TC. Is going to be difficult to harass that early on. And yeah, the Mounted Samurai is going to be a great unit to scale into here for the Sengoku Daimyo.
That last Yatai is trying to go hide in the corner.
Yes, Kiljardi, I think he just saw it with the scout. I think he saw it with the scout just before. Maybe not. He had the scout here.
I think he saw it trying to hide. He knows it's somewhere, and sure enough. So only one single Yatai left on out for Scarlet Devil. So a lot of that bonus to his economy is not there at all. Kiljardi can start kind of trying to bank up resources for his own Castle Age and delay Scarlet Devil from doing anything with the military mass that he already has out.
Drop has now been reached, but yeah, it's enough spearmen here to be able to deal with these early Mounted Samurai, while Kiljardi, it's not too far from... Actually, he's researching siege engineering now. He does have a lot of resource in the bank, so I'm not sure if he actually wants to push. But I think he just started with the ram. Oh, lost one villager, though, to the boar.
That's always a little bit of a feels bad. He is going ahead and building the ram, but at the same time, it feels like he's going up to castle. I can't get a gauge on what he actually wants to do here. Barbican of the Sun is the choice, so it is not a Castle Age. It is going to be Song Dynasty to also combine with this little bit of a feudal all-in, but not really feudal all-in.
There is Ram now going to be moving forward. Kiljardi doubling down on the aggression early on here in this one. But he's still not remassing more military units, so I still kind of get the feeling that this is eventually just going to be a Castle Age play from as well. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure coming in now on Scarlet Devil, who's just trying to take the ram down. And yeah, good positioning there on the Knights. Will lose the Daimyo, but will be able to take the ram down and also escape with the Mounted Samurai, though Villager being left behind there is also going to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, it's a really good defense there from Scarlet Devil. Didn't have a ton of units, but just utilized the outpost, utilized the annoying pathing that AoE4 will give you sometimes to take down the ram and not lose too much for it. And it's still just Mounted Samurais for Scarlet Devil. Meanwhile, Kiljardi now researching every single eco tech and about to be able to click up.
Will most likely be going for the Imperial Palace just to have that additional line of sight. And with the villagers all forward here like this, actually it's going to be next to the wood line. Scarlet Devil, though, he's got a pretty decent amount of Mounted Samurai. Isn't too far behind in the villagers. Actually not behind in the village department at all. If you consider that Kiljardi did, of course, get bonus economy in through the Imperial officials. Scarlet Devil not in a bad spot at the moment, though he will need to rebuild some of the Yatais, as he's currently only at 1 out of 5.
Yeah. The good old Shinobi were forced out. Kiljardi going ahead and investing into a big wall on the backside of his base. So front side will be protected by the Barbican, backside protected by the wall, and the Imperial Palace will give him the nice old vision that he needs for the whole mid-map, and to potentially, you know, find some spots that Scarlet Devil moved out to, which he hasn't yet, that are vulnerable. Mounted samurai, spot out the Barbican,
Yumi
spot out
archers.
the outpost.
Yeah, we're getting some Yumi Archers now as a follow-up from Scout Devil. A nice little unit that you're able to really pump up in numbers just to have something out on the field, not just when it comes to like these individual fights, as Kiljadi is making some crossbows as well. Oh, Outpost does find those villagers. Villagers going to be able to jump to safety there, though.
Yeah, good job by Scarlet Devil just making sure 5 go into the outpost and the other 3 actually run back to the base and don't have this weird pathing where they can't decide where they want to go. Kiljardi, though, still trying to take down these villagers, still trying to get some economic damage. And instead, he spots out the gold villagers.
Oh,
Might be
Horseman
able to
pathing.
pick up one.
Isn't
No,
actually getting a
still
single
doesn't.
one and loses a lot of the units there. Unfortunate pathing for him at the same time. Scarlet Devil trying to find some damage on his side.
Yeah, the damage was just so split up from the horsemen. They had some weird pathing around the gold vein, and now Kiljardi, though, he was making a transition away from the horsemen anyways. Wasn't getting them, you know, veterancy upgraded or anything of that sort. It's just going to be crossbows and knights. Will slowly eke out an economic benefit over time with the Song Dynasty.
Yeah, Song Dynasty making sure those villagers are going to be produced just a little bit quicker. We do see Scarlet Devil now going for the first religious unit, so Iko Iki Monk is going to be out on the field and trying to bring back some of those relics. Kiljardi now also adding in some additional scouts for some additional line of sight, some additional vision around the map. This wall-off I don't think is going to be in time. Looks like Kiljardi is instead going to try and go for some quick walls here. This is not going to be in time.
Yeah, if the first wall off, if he can't rebuild that one, the next wall off will not happen unless Scarlet Devil's not paying full attention.
Oh! Yeah. That
There
also
was still
works.
a gap.
Yeah. Army is trying to catch him off guard there, though, but the Mounted Samurai are going to be able to escape. None do go down. Can we quickly check the movement speed on these Mounted Samurai? Is the upgrade already in? It is, so the Mounted Samurai do get the additional 10% movement speed here, and are going to be pretty much impossible for Kiljardi to really catch off guard there. We now have our first hot dog stand in the Mitsuri.
Yep, crossbows will be able to, you know, do some decent jobs if the fight aren't being fully head-on taken, just sniping out, getting some damage here and there. Like you said, the first hot dog cart, we're back up to 4 out of the 5 Yatai for Scarlet Devil, so was able to get that number back and healthy again. Looks like he's moving out to some of these other pocket food resources, so this is when things can get scary for him, as Kiljardi should end up getting knowledge and information of this.
Oh, and once again, able to get a villager kill there on the wall. It hasn't been quite completed yet. Kiljardi almost up to 20 crossbows, but a really good mass of Yumi archers behind this for Scarlet Devil. Veterancy is only just now on the way, though. Looks like the Iko Iki Monk is going to get found out as he's trying to bring the relic back.
Relic should get denied, gets close to getting denied, but actually slips on through, should not be able to take the fight, doesn't want to take the fight. There's a lot of spears here, a lot of crossbows here. Yumi need to start sniping down the crossbows, but there's just so many.
And Veterancy is still halfway out and not in a position where he really wants to be. We are seeing another Daimyo getting added into. Very important. Getting that additional attack speed means that he can do a lot more damage to the Spearmen and the crossbows. Is going to allow a lot more opportunity for the Mounted Samurai to engage. And now a recommitment from Kiljardi onto the Knights, and we do see the beginning of a farm transition for Kiljardi now as well.
Yep, triple granaries getting dropped on in that backside, way behind the walls. So is planning for that big food transition that will be needed. But Kiljardi pulling his army all the way back home, playing this nice and patient and conservatively, knowing that, hey, you know, let's get this food economy up and rolling before taking an engagement, or else that could just be the end of him. Only 6 farms being dropped with about 20 villagers building them.
It's now moving out to try and gather up some information there for Kiljardi. Looks like he's feeling pretty content so far, also trying to pick up some relics behind all of this now himself. Yeah, farm transition at a pretty decent timing, I want to say. Oh, a little distraction, Wololo. Scout Devil finds the scout from Kiljardi. He's going to be able to chase that one down with the superior movement speed of his knights.
Scout from Scarlet Devil just doing some work with his torch over there. He's got nothing better to do as of now. Isn't taking damage from the Barbican, so, you know, at least feels like he's doing something. Other Yatai spotted out, though, and taken down again.
Yeah, and at this point, Kiljardi with the Song Dynasty villager lead has expanded by quite a bit more. There's a little unfortunate gap there between some of the farms on the granaries.
Yeah, just not quite as as efficient.
You can.
It's not.
I just want to say I love the way the game automatically fills these gaps with like little details. As we can see, like the game automatically put like a little road there, but at the same time engagement's being taken underneath the Barbican.
And you don't want to take this engagement underneath the Barbican with all of those Yuumi. Yuumi are sniping out the spears, doing a great job there. Probably a little bit of overkill, but still taking a lot of return damage. Crossbows here, spears here as well. Scarlet Devil is taking the fight under this Barbican, choosing it. And I am not sure if this is going to go well for him.
Still so many spears alive. Mounted Samurai numbers diminished greatly. Scarlet Devil, yeah, this engagement was not what he was looking for.
Mounted Samurai numbers so thin. Even if he starts to remass those, how effective are they going to be against that many Lancers, against that many crossbows on the other side? Wall about to be burnt. So some of those Yuumis that were getting remasked, it was vulnerable as well. Kiljardi with a big pickup there for himself.
And I don't think... Can we check out the archers here? The Yuumi archers from Scarlet Devil? I don't think they got the... Actually, okay, he does have the daimyo for them, so he do have the additional +1 pierce damage. So they do the normal damage as a normal archer would be doing. And the outposts here from Scarlet Devil have all been reinforced. Needs to be careful with the villagers, though. Looks like most of them are going to be able to... Yeah, actually, all but one able to get away. Say,
okay. Oh, the one even gets away.
All of them able to stay alive, minus the Yatai. No hot dog stands allowed here.
Yeah, and it does pick up a few, I mean, 3-4 Lancers go down for that with the spring on them placements with all of the outpost investment.
That's pretty good.
Not a bad trade for Scarlet Devil at all, but he's going to need more of those with the fight that he took before that. It kind of took quite heavy losses there, and Kiljardi is trying to just wall off more and more of this map and just take more of the map for himself. He's got 5 more knights in queue, so that has been the full kind of transition for Kiljardi. He said, all right, after winning that fight substantially, even if you're massing only mounted samurais, I'll be able to keep the number healthier on my side and just have more units than you will.
17 Lancers out on the field, still a lot of crossbows to boot. And the farm transition pretty much fully done. It's now 1.2 thousand food per minute here for Kiljardi. Meanwhile, just around 700 for Scarlet Devil, still only on 1 out of 5 Yatais. Just hasn't been able to, like with the non-stop raids out on the map from Kiljardi, hasn't been able to mass the number up there again.
Looks like Scarlet Devil is deciding to make the Spearman transition as well, feeling the pressure, knowing that, hey, I might have to get a little bit more defensive after losing that big engagement that he did. But it just is going to get worse and worse for him as this food economy for Kiljardi is just exploding. 1.6k per minute compared to 700. Kiljardi just massing up behind his oddly shaped walls.
Villagers out there on gold. Has a pretty good food bank, or rather gold bank, and
42 villagers at the moment out on food. Meanwhile, Scarlet Devil only on 23 villagers on food. The villager difference, considering just for how long Kiljardi has been in Song Dynasty now, isn't too big. And Scarlet Devil is on 3 relics, is now also starting to pick off that boar, so we'll be able to get a little bit more food gathering in through that as well. Deer about to run out soon, though. And the one Mitsuri that he has is in front of his base, so it's not easy to defend. And this is quite the army now. 30 Lancers, 6 more in queue. Scarlet Devil, he's at barely 14 Mounted Samurai. Only just now starting to produce a couple of the Ashigaru handgunners as well.
Yeah, this is a big timing for Kiljardi too, because it's right when Scarlet Devil's running out of that deer. He will need to move back across. It will need to move back to find a different food resource. The chop through has happened. A few villagers on the woodline fall. Kiljardi doesn't want to pull the trigger yet. Doesn't want to overstep himself and potentially walk into a fight that is a losing one.
All military numbers aren't bad. Just the army value, there's quite the gap between the two. Lancers finding the villagers that did just move out to the boar. All of them are going to be jumping inside of the outpost. Fortification upgrade is queued immediately.
Look at that army value lead graph just swapped, turned completely upside down after that fight. And now that, I mean, the fight got taken too when Kiljardi had this extra eco boom starting behind it. So his mass is super scary. All the mounted samurai get pulled over to try to deal with the Lancer raid on the boar. But now Kiljardi decides to move forward on the other side of the base. Oh my gosh, villagers.
Oh no, the villagers, just when they moved down to the deer, all of them are being found out. Scarlet Devil, does he realize in time? Looks like he does, but villagers gotta be trying to squeeze through that little gap there in the wood line.
Backline is still there for Scarlet Devil, though. Has been looking quite a bit healthier. But yeah, 50 Lancers. It feels like we're watching French. It feels like we're watching JD over here with how many cav units are out on the field here for Chinese. Back woodline needs to get moved on to with the rest of those vills. Another Yatai taken on down. Kiljardi just still waiting to pull this trigger here. If I see I have 50 Lancers, though, I feel like it's more than enough to take the fight here.
It is, but you just feel like you have to be a little bit more patient, depending on the engagement angle that you take it from. It's not guaranteed that you win this fight, especially with like the choke points there around the woodline. If you take one bad engagement, losing this many knights leaves you in a position where you cannot easily remass the army.
Villagers just slowly getting picked off here and there, though, as Scarlet Devil just having a little bit of oversight. Economy starting to run a little bit thin.
Archers out of position. On Samurai charging through. Fight is now finally being taken. Lancers trying to go for the full surround. Crossbows flying away from the backline as well. Scarlet Devil 40 archers. It just feels like the army from Kiljardi, they don't really mind the archers as they're out there right now.
Shinobi gonna have a huge effect during this fight, though. Hopefully we'll be able to provide some of that debuff aura, but some of the Lancers split on off. More reinforcing Lancers coming on in, hitting more of the economy, hitting the reinforcing units in the backside. Kiljardi, it might not have gone exactly how he wanted. Wow. He might not have had a super clean victory here, but still, it is a trade that maybe not going to complain about just with the way that the ecos are at.
That's crazy. Hard to believe how this fight actually went there. The Shinobi, the debuff, actually just coming in absolutely clutch here, doing so much damage. Can we quickly check out the damage on the Mounted Samurai? If all of the upgrades are in on them, there's not even all of the upgrades in on them. But they were able to completely obliterate there. That was crazy.
Yeah, I guess it's just that debuff from the Shinobi, but look at the food income for Kiljardi. He has 45 on food. He's got triple Sacred Sight. He's up 30 villagers at this point. So, yeah, it might not have been the best trade, but he will be able to remass so much easier if he wants. 11 archers all of a sudden. He's making the transition into archers.
Keep now getting put up on the large gold vein in the middle next to the Sacred Site as well. Great forward position here for Kiljardi to start a potential siege push. towards Skull Devil's base. Skull Devil now with the second TC, yeah. Is going to try and catch up in the economy department. It's going to be difficult, though. I mean, the food income for Kiljadi is just really, really solid at this point in the game, and he's got every single upgrade that he could be getting from the blacksmith and the economic buildings.
Yeah, and this is one of those things you'll see in a lot of people's games when they're behind an eco and they feel like they need to drop a second TC, but now Scarlet Devil has more food income going to villagers rather than army, and he really needs this army mass to continue to build, to continue to kind of stay at the same level as Kiljardi, or else he will actually get overrun. Obviously, last one didn't play out exactly how Kiljardi wanted, but the remass is happening fast, and you can see the differences in queues where Kiljardi's got 5 Lancers, 6 Archers in queue, and I think, yeah, Scarlet Devil has 1 unit in queue on his side.
Yeah, barely anything in production currently. The second TC also stretching the economy a little bit thin there, as 150 food per minute is just going down there for the additional second TC to produce villagers, and now Lancer's able to kill the villagers that were inside the outpost.
Yeah, more of the food economy going away. And all this time, Kiljardi still does have the sacred sites ticking. Another couple vills, so like Scarlet Devil's just lost 1, 2, 3 vills here consistently with all these small little pushes from Kiljardi, and it's really just been adding up with that Song Dynasty as well. Forward outpost on the deer taken down, so more food just denied. That Scarlet Devil can't get above 1,000 food per minute right now. Meanwhile, Kiljardi's at 2.5k. Lancer mass clearing up some random spears that out and about. Kiljardi looks like he might go try to burn the backside wall while still massing up on this front side. He should be ready for a siege here soon, but first, is that an age up coming through for him?
Looks to be, most likely. Great Wall Gatehouse is going to be coming up next to the farming area there. We'll be able to protect all of those farms. And behind this, all 3 sacred sites locked in. 6 minutes now remaining, and walls coming up. Are these stone walls or no? Just palisade walls. But there are some mounted samurai finding the villagers here potentially. Not all of them going for the engagement on them though. Try and catch up now. A couple of villager picks, but there is a keep nearby in the military as well.
Yeah, and Kiljardi's also 200 to 200, so while it might seem bad if, you know, him losing some villagers, that just means more military is going to pop out here in the near future. And military, there it is, Scarlet Devil, the Imperial Age didn't even finish, and Scarlet Devil just realizes, okay, I can't do anything here. There's nothing he can do. He sees the 2 different army masses and just not a chance to come back there. Great win there by Kiljardi. We'll get the correct graph up here in a second. Hold
the phone. Almost getting there. Another victory for Boltune. There we go. All right. Overall, yeah, pretty big economic lead there with the earlier farm transition. And just, yeah, it's the food difference at the end of the day, being able to produce just so many Lancers. Still, it's kind of crazy to think about the military drop there that happened for Kiljardi during that engagement inside of Scarlet Devil's base, where it really looked like with 50 knights he should have been able to win the fight outright. But yeah, that's where it just comes into play that these kind of things can be very, very deceiving with choke points, with the formation pathing and whatnot. And the Shinobi especially just helping a great deal. And here in the replay, once again, we see just the excellent plays there from Kiljardi all around those Yatais, just sniping the traders, sniping the Yatais out, and just overall denying so much food income there for Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, the Yatai focus early on from Kiljardi was just such a good job of slowing that Sengoku timing and tempo down. Like a lot of times, like people don't realize all of a sudden it's like, well, yeah, they've been having that passive food income, and also now my economy's super boosted up. But the last 10 minutes of the game, Scarlet Devil just didn't get any extra economy. His economy just stayed flat. And that's just the point where, you know, as time continued to go on, Kiljardi took advantage of that with the amount of resources he was getting later on in the stages of the game. This is that big fight we were talking about that seemed like it should have gone so heavily favored for Kiljardi and just somehow ended up to be a pretty even engagement overall.
Yeah, overall, it's still so surprising just how that engagement overall went. Next up, though, Macedonians on front range for Kiljardi up against the Holy Roman Empire for Skull Devil. I'm just gonna say this again. I'm not sure about the current state of the Holy Roman Empire in the game overall. I just feel like I rarely ever see them win a game unless it's with a messy game with a Burgrave Palace.
Yeah, we obviously that one got put to the test when we talked about it with Baltoon earlier and took advantage of some food eco from the Delhi side that was running a little bit thin, and it made it look like HRE was, you know, part of the strongest civs in the meta, but ultimately, you know, HRE does seem weaker than a lot of these civs, especially with Macedonians being, you know, one of the prioritized pick, actually the number one prioritized pick there from Kiljardi.
And Macedonians on a map like this, where there's a lot of resource out on the map that you do want to secure with an eventual castle age, the Golden Horn Tower just gives you so much security, so much agency on the map if you're able to put it up in a forward position to make it incredibly difficult for your opponent to not even just go for raids, but to just take resources out on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, Front Range is definitely, I would say, probably like the number one map. That and like Baldlands kind of are the first two that come to mind that just almost like force you to move out a little bit earlier than what you want to. And Front Range is probably the number one there that you will have to take map control or you will just lose. And it's not like this ticking time bomb like other maps where it's like, oh, 25 minutes and I'll have to. It's a much quicker timing here for Front Range.
Yeah, Front Range. It's such a cool and dynamic map. Overall, has to be said, like with the stealth forest there. I mean, we've seen like the intricate in the little like minute details playing out there with these neutral like outposts there. Just how much information you can get out of them and how important it is to deny information as well, to deny the capturing of these neutral outposts there. Because in the last game that we saw on Front Range, the opponent, or in this case, or in that case, Baltoon, managed to see 19 villagers move out early on in the game and able to catch those off guard. HRE, I mean, if we get to a similar position here where HRE needs to send out a lot of villagers, like it's going to be difficult for them without any like great unique units in the game to really like keep a position out there on the map.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, you know, HRE for so long, their strength was just, hey, my eco is going to be stronger than yours, plain and simple. With the Chapel, I'm going to be able to outproduce you. I'm going to be able to have better eco. I'm going to be able to age up quicker, whatever your focus on is. But now it feels like there's so many of these other civs now that have a lot of extra passive bonuses going for themselves that really just matches the Chapel, and that's where it feels like it's lost a lot of its like attraction here.
Now, I do have to mention that the last time we saw this map, it was actually HRE getting a victory in there. That was with the usage of the Minework Palace into... No, actually, it wasn't even Minework Palace. It was the Archon Chapel and just mass military production early on and just starving the opponent out of resources. This is actually one of the things, like, I think the main strategy that we're most likely going to be looking at here is going to have to be around an early resource denial against the Macedonians, just getting them away from the gold early on. Because if you deny the gold from the Macedonians, like, they're not going to get any silver. They have no way of getting any of the upgrades, any of the blacksmith upgrades. Their archers are going to be weak, their knights are not, or their horsemen are not going to have any bonus health, and I think there's not a better civilization in the game to do that than the HRE with the faster moving spearmen and the superior early economy with the inspiration there as well.
Yeah, so some things about the matchup that, you know, don't always get thought about, and there's so many civs now that it's hard to practice every single matchup that many times to know exactly, you know, what route to go or if there's a certain weakness that you should be worried about. But getting gold denied for Macedonians, like you said, just so much importance on that silver income that they have.
It really is a ton of income there. The inspiration just paying off dividends there time and time again. I think many players don't really like go for additional prelts from the main TC, which I can understand because, of course, for every additional prelt that you do produce as the game goes on, you're going to be down a villager. That's going to be idle time on the TC. But it just scales a lot better than additional villagers. And yeah, sometimes you just can't wait until Castle Age to get those prelats out. You should go for it earlier. And then it gives you an even easier transition into the relic gathering should you go for Regnants, or just in general to pick up relics after a Castle Age transition.
Yeah, so we will see what strategies come at hand here in just a little bit. Game number 1 was quite the exciting one, quite the big engagement. It did, we saw Sengoku finally get picked, and they got taken down very, very kind of, not necessarily one-handedly, but it's one that Kiljardi just made the right moves, played that slow game, and now he has one of the newer civs for himself. So let's see if he can continue on this, momentum that he has after taking the first game here.
Chinese, of course, also just being hailed as a pretty strong civilization in the current meta, and Kiljardi, he played it very well. I talked about this beforehand, just how well he does when it comes to just making the game annoying or uncomfortable for the opponent. That's exactly what we saw there with the Yatai dives. Now it's about to see just how this one's going to be played out, as I think it's time for the HRE to make this a little bit more annoying for the Macedonians here for Kiljardi. And there it is, jumping right on into this one. We get Kiljardi spawning in the color either blue or red, depending on what you're looking at. Playing as the Macedonians, his opponent Skull Devil. Looks like it's not going to be a Dark Age early aggression play here from Skull Devil, playing as the Holy Rome Empire.
Yeah, neither player opting for the early boar opening, neither player, opting for some of these Dark Age rushes like you mentioned. It is just normal, let's get up to Feudal Age and we will see what goes from there.
Yeah, can I just say that Skull Devil has like an S tier spawn for the HRE for an Archon Chapel in the back of his base. Both a Woodline, Deer, and a Gold Vein all in the back of his base for Skull Devil. Like, that's a pretty good Archon spot. Like, sure, it's like a small Gold Vein and a small Woodline, but it's also in the back of the map, so in the back of his base, so he can do a farm transition off of that as well. It's a very good position for it.
Yeah, and that's one that, if I will say with this map, farm transitions are never fun to have to do, but sometimes necessary, and HRE is one of those civilizations too where it's not necessarily a huge farm transition. They're a civ that a lot of times will just drop 1, 2, 3 farms here and there as the game continues to progress, and then all of a sudden they got 8 to 10 farms under inspiration, and it's really providing them a lot of food income and not having them this huge gap when it comes to a food transition.
Yeah, these little gaps in the food transition can sometimes even just knock you out entirely if you're getting caught off guard and don't have enough resources to produce enough military at that point in time. Kiljardi now moving forward. It's going to be the Hippodrome, no big surprise there. And Mindwork Palace is going to be coming in for Skull Devil, also no big surprises there. A nice interaction there between the HRE and the Macedonian dynasty, especially with the Mindwork Palace compared to a Hippodrome is. Kiljardi, he's going to require his Hippodrome Horseman for an additional +2 damage on his Horseman. Skull Devil, he's just going to be getting a baseline with the All Pikes upgrade.
Yeah. A little bit of an easier upgrade over there for Scarlet Devil compared to the Macedonian side, but the big difference obviously is Macedonians have so many different and unique upgrades that they can opt for. He can opt for different routes if he so desires. So we'll see what Kiljardi decides to opt for with his initial silver upgrades.
Silver upgrades, and they did get made a little bit more expensive recently, especially the armor upgrades are now a little bit more expensive, at least the tier 2 upgrades to get.
Yep.
Imperial Hippodrome right around the corner now. Mindwork Palace still takes a little bit longer to complete. Mills getting put up in the back, so Skull Devil also going to be starting to gather up from the deer there. Just has to be played a little bit more cautiously early on. I think eventually, of course, on this map, players are going to want to move out to the Resource Island map. No play at all yet from either player onto the board. Something I would have kind of expected from one of these players at the very least, to just go for the early ball play in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just we've talked about this map already kind of spreading you thin a little bit. Well, that much food that you are able to secure early on just provides you so much breathing room for later stages of the game. But these players playing it cautiously, playing it a little bit safer, and waiting to make that move until they feel like they can. They feel like they have the military to do so. They have the safety to move out and not lose any villagers with that. Looks like a
now coming up.
barracks. Yeah, barracks is the first choice here from Scarlet Devil. Obviously needs to have some sort of unit to deal with the hippodrome units that are going to be coming. There we go.
Now, looks like Kiljadi is going to be making the move out first to the boar on his side. Has a horseman ready there to be able to tank up some of the damage. Here we could also just use the hippodrome scout just to be able to heal the damage up again.
Yeah, won't make the mistake, though, hopefully, of losing the villager like we saw the previous games. And yep, sure enough, the horseman does tank it on up. Quite a bit of damage done to it, but, you know, villager staying safe is more important here for Kiljardi as the time being. Scarlet Devil opting for the stables now to follow the barracks, so we'll have this horseman-spearman composition going.
More and more spearmen in production at the moment for Scarlet Devil. Does he actually have double barracks now behind this? It feels like if with the way the UI is portraying it, no, just the one barracks. Now also adding in a stables on his side. So plays it somewhat similarly to how we've seen the last time from H3, except not going for the Archon Chapel.
Yeah, I kind of thought the same with the spearman. I was like, does he have a second one? It almost is like when Moggles double produces and then also produces one. You're like, is it okay? I got it figured out. But now those spearmen going to deter the first initial mass away from the base. And look at those spears on how fast they are. It's just crazy when they get into the range for their little bit of charge, extra move speed, that they're chasing down horses.
It's just the charge there with the additional movement speed. It just adds up quite nicely for them. Pretty insane burst there of movement speed. When they actually do want to charge, yeah, they can somewhat catch up to the cavalry there.
Oh, and with that, we see a horseman go down with the weird pathing. It wasn't, you know, the villager catch up. It was the inside one slowing down.
Now Scarlet Devil also going to be going for a play onto the boar on his side. Both players getting the boar right next to the berries. It's going to be a very even positioning there for both sides. Now outpost alongside a mill getting placed down there.
Yep, so super big importance for both of these players to secure up that long-term food income. It is now spears coming for Kiljardi as well, so it is not just cavalry units for him. Decided that he needs to make some of his own infantry units here.
Osman getting found out. Not sure if we got the all pikes upgrade in quite yet. Never mind, it's just being researched now. So not going to be able to take any effective fights for the time being, but the spearmen are going to arrive in time.
Yeah, as you mentioned it got clicked. It was like right at the same exact timing there. We're also seeing some extra upgrades come through from Kiljardi's side as well. I believe that's the arrow slits upgrade for all of the output. Well, not outposts. What a Warsaw, whatever you call them. I forgot the name.
Looks like Kiljardi now actually making some Varangian guards next. Interesting play. Also going to be researching the infantry armor upgrade first. Yeah, he's just going to be going for the mass Varangian play here, from the looks of it.
Against a full melee composition on the other side, if he's able to get a few extra of those melee upgrades on in, it could provide some dividends for himself. He's also both players going for a little bit of some horseman raids here.
Oh, yep, raids coming in.
Get found out. Villagers should be able to get in time, and just in time, able to garrison inside that TC.
Able to stay alive. He's getting put somewhere else now. Behind this, horsemen from Scarlet Devil haven't quite gone for the aggression yet. Waited for the upgrade to come in. are now going to be moving out for the attack. Looks like there's going to be at least one villager going down, one horseman losing his life alongside it. But was overall a beneficial trade there.
Horseman on the other side stopped moving. I was about to say, allowed the spears to close the gap, so a lot of damage got done onto that forward mass from Kiljardi.
I'm not 100% sure with all pikes whether Kiljardi's going to be in a good enough position to take a fight against the ranging guards, but in theory what he could also do is just make men-at-arms on his own side and potentially have some prels healing them up in between fights.
Yeah, but he's actually opting for a little bit of some archer swap from Scarlet Devil's side. So a little bit of 1-1-1. He does go ahead and put a men-at-arms into queue as well. But the Varangian number is about to be at double digits here soon, and not an easy mass to deal with when they start to build up in numbers.
I think most importantly, we now also have the Hippodrome champion out on the field, the Radari champion. And that one, I mean, we talked about, right? Like, it's an Imperial Age unit in Feudal Age. Also increasing the movement speed on all of the Varangian men-at-arms for the Macedonians now. That means that they're going to be able to catch up to the men-at-arms that Skull Devil is now making.
There's 5 more Varangians in queue. Kiljardi is just ready to full commit into this feudal. Question is when does he feel the need to pull the trigger and try to take the fight?
I like that Skull Devil so far has also actively been adding in a couple more prelates behind the scenes, so has a little bit more active inspiration out on the map. He's sending a prelate out to the deer now as well.
Kiljardi looks like he's circling around, going to snag a couple of these points of interest to give him some of that knowledge and information if there is a move out anytime soon. I believe gold now starting to run out. The initial gold veins probably getting a little bit low. At least my guess over here. Maybe not for Scarlet Devil with 0 on it, but Kiljardi must be running somewhat low here soon. Lots of villagers moved out onto the deer. Military numbers basically dead even. Attempted raid here from Kiljardi. It doesn't look like there's anything here. Villagers not quick to react. Does look like, oh, prelate heal comes
Stays
out
alive.
and no villagers fall.
Now, Kiljardi moving forward with a lot of the Varangians. Is going to get spotted out by Skull Devil. Skull Devil doesn't quite have the army here. 24 men-at-arms at the moment for Kiljardi. Skull Devil, that's going to be difficult to say the very least for him to hold.
And now Kiljardi trying to pull some of the military mass back with these bits of horseman raids. I feel like the Varangian mass is good enough to dive to deny this boar here, but Kiljardi's still just waiting patiently, doing a little bit of raiding onto the backside deer. There were way too many villagers here with only 1 outpost, and at the same time decides to dive on the front side boar. So 2 different food denials here coming from Kiljardi's side, taking the fight as well. Archers trying to help on out. Varangians though going for the full circle here. They're so tanky. Horsemen even circling around the backside. Spears fighting up on Varangians is never a good look here. Outpost, though, still staying alive for the time being.
All pikes gives your spears a lot of additional damage, but it's just not looking to be enough. Villagers evacuating now from the outpost, but Varangians still pushing on further forward. Archers trying their best, but at this point, they're not doing any damage to his Varangian guards at all.
Yeah, just too many Varangians for Scarlet Devil to deal with. Doesn't have a unit that can counteract that many. You know, maybe if he had his own men-at-arms mass, but TC just getting dove upon. Villagers on the backside woodline trying to get Garrison, trying to jump inside the TC, trying to find somewhere to hide, but Kiljardi's mass is just staying alive and healthy, where Scarlet Devil's numbers are just dropping.
Over 30 Varangians still out there. Skull Devil trying his best in order to thin out the mass. Prelate's also going down, just one Prelate remaining somewhere out on the map. More villagers going down the back line. Villagers at the front line now moving out over to wood. Skull Devil has no more food in the bank. Getting a couple more archers out. The Hippodrome champion did go down, but GG's gonna have to get called. Giljardi able to get an even bigger lead now in the set, already positioning himself at match point 2-0 at the moment up against Skull Devil.
Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide there for Scarlet Devil. It was just one that Giljardi waited for that timing with the Varangian mass and just said, all right, I have enough now. You're not going to be able to do anything with your feudal age mass that you have built up on your side. Resources overall, not too tilted towards Giljardi. It was more of the unit that he was able to make compared to the other, just not a good equalizing factor there from Scarlet Devil.
Oh man, those Varangian gods, I'm telling you what, they've been nerfed, yes, surely. But they're still good. They're still pretty good. They're still definitely a win condition. And the Macedonians just giving us a genuine impression there of just how good the Varangians overall still are.
Yeah, one thing I will say is Scarlet Devil, there were about 4 or 5 different raids that I thought Giljardi was going to get 1, 2, 3 villager picks off of, and somehow Scarlet Devil was staying unscathed for quite some time until obviously the full aggression happened here, as we're seeing. But early on, the Horseman raids, he just reacted to so well, but still just didn't prove to be enough.
Yeah, and we can just see here again in the instant replay just how vicious those Varangian gods were, and just able to take the fight here non-stop. And Skull Devil, yeah, he needed the Spearman up against the Horseman. He was not able to get in enough raids in order to really stop this Varangian mass from building up, and in the end did just get completely overwhelmed by that. Looks like we already see the draft for our next game over here. Currently match point now for Giljardi. It's going to be Frisian Marshes, and we'll be seeing the House of Lancaster for Giljardi up against the Mongols from Skull Devil.
Yeah, it looks like Giljardi did not want to face the good old English on Frisian Marshes, which has been becoming a little bit more popular on that map. We've seen them kind of do the I'm going to be in my corner, I'm going to go 2TC, and I'm eventually going to break out, and you're not even going to be able to equalize it, even if you do take some fish and things like that. But won't have to worry about that. It will be Mongols versus House of Lancaster, and you know, Mongols does have its own attraction on this map as well. There's some different ideas that you can end up playing with it. So we'll see what Scarlet Devil decides for his build order and his choice of approach here.
Yeah, Giljardi most certainly could also just go for the early dog play. Up against the Mongols, could also just decide to try and go for a Dark Age barracks play. Just to, I mean, Giljardi, we already seen, like, he likes it when the game is getting a little bit more uncomfortable for his opponent. So it could be that he just wants to go for the early pressure, as the House of Lancaster, with the early Spearman play, I mean, they got such a great economy from the sheep play, like from the additional sheep gather rate that they have. They can easily afford a couple of Spearmen and still get a really good feudal age transition timing, should his opponent not really be, like, going for a dog play after all.
Yeah, and Mongols also have that opening too, where you have to decide where to place your TC, and a lot of times your Uvu or your gold could be at risk. So that early, you know, Dark Age Spearman play could end up becoming even more, you know, of a game sealing play if this spawn is just not quite tilted towards Scarlet Devil. So we will see in just a second here. Game number 3 is about to begin.
We'll be jumping right on in now. Game number 3, match point for Giljardi, and we do actually see the Dark Age barracks coming in immediately. His opponent, Skull Devil, in the color blue, playing as the Mongol civilization. And look at that. Skull Devil going for a very, very early gold gather play here. He's killed some sheep next to the Gur to be able to just continuously gather on up there as well. The issue with that is that these villagers are still going to end up being forced to run back towards the TC, as the Spearmen are going to be coming in very quickly. But at the very least, Skull Devil will not have to worry about not having enough gold for the age up.
Yeah, and I mentioned, usually you have to sacrifice gold or stone. Well, this is a point where Scarlet Devil prioritized the back wood line, which you see a lot from Mongols here, and that means that gold and stone are both at a worry. So after the villagers get pushed off the Uvu, pushed off of the Gur, Kiljardi can start just burning down the Uvu.
Yeah, and Scarlet Devil, he's going to get a pretty decent age-up timing in there overall. But he might lose the Ovu. Villager is actually going for a little bit of a snipe there, pulling out the shivs against the spearmen. Now spearmen are just going to be moving over to the Ovo, and Skull Devil just going to have to go for his own age up, and probably just will be putting up an archery range as soon as the age up comes in.
Yep, and there are 4 total spears invested into for Kiljardi. Looks like that is enough for him. He'll probably be moving out to the gold here now and just say, hey, now you're going to have a little bit less stone in this feudal age. You're going to have to use some wood to rebuild this Uvu if he ends up taking it down, which looking like he will here.
Like this, Kiljardi's still out and about scouting. Khan out from Scarlet Devil at the moment as well. H-Up's going to be coming in shortly. Kiljardi now also moving out with villagers to gold, so we'll also be working on his feudal H-Up time. Overall, not looking too far behind, and now the Deer Stones are going to get placed by Scarlet Devil, so we'll be working on the H-Up time, sending villagers over to wood now. But the Uvu looks to be getting burnt down eventually.
Yeah, it's always shocking seeing... I think we got the color swapped up. It's always shocking seeing House of Lancasters aging up to feudal age after making 4 spears and a barracks and still not being as delayed as what you'd think here. Next drop off of villagers will be able to match that age up timing. Scarlet Devil smartly, proactively pulls back the Gur, make sure that no torch damage will go onto that after the Uvu falls.
Something that I actually want to pull a little bit of attention to is the recent change that we've had on the Mongol improved gather upgrades. Is that the improved gather upgrades have all been condensed now. It used to be that for every single upgrade there would be another additional upgrade. They've all been now put into one. And the way it works is you're going to be spending 500 stone, but you're going to be able to basically get 20% additional gather rate on any upgrade for 500 stone. And it's actually now in a spot, I want to say, where Mongols can actually have an insane food income if they go for like an early improved horticulture upgrade. Not saying that that's what we're going to be seeing here, just saying that that's something that I've played around with at the moment and actually feels very strong just how much food you can get from just pastures underneath your TC early on in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Scarlet Devil, it'd be hard for him to use 500 stone when he has 0 stone coming in now and stuck at 235. So we will see his first steps after the archers come on out, or after I would say the first archer. Might only make 1 or 2 here to push the spears on back. Meanwhile, Kiljardi, age up not too far away, only put 3 on the Abbey, so didn't put a huge focus into that, and going ahead and dropping an outpost on the gold to prevent any annoyances there.
Outpost is interesting. That's a relatively big investment wood-wise. Not sure why he wants to go for that immediately. We also see some villagers on stone now, so we'll be preparing for a manor to come in soon. Villager is going to have to get pulled off the outpost as he is getting very low health here, as the Khan has been sniping away at him for a while. Spearmen are also coming in. Aren't going to be able to force the Khan away.
Good reaction there from Scarlet Devil, as it's so easy to just be looking away for a split second and all of a sudden the spears close the gap and take down your Khan. But Scarlet Devil now has finally been able to retake his gold and drop an Uvu, as well as move out to drop a dock. So he's actually doing quite a few different things here to kind of get back on equal footing here as House of Lancasters. But again, just like the outpost was quite a bit of investment, so was everything I just mentioned there from the Mongol side.
First Lord Lancaster on the field. Looks like, yeah, Kiljardi is actively producing more now behind this. Don't have the first manor in yet, though it looks like it might just be... Yeah, it just got finished, so manor in the back of Kiljardi's base is going to be buffing up the villagers on the... Or rather, is going to get buffed up by the villagers on the wood line, as well as the villagers that are going to be gathering from the sheep there as well. So it's going to be getting a good amount of income there for the time being. Skull Devil able to regain control over the stone there, is going to be having the Uvu generating stone from again. And now also going to be moving out to the pond there. Kiljardi getting a stable up, so we'll be seeing that classic all-in from the House of Lancaster and Feudal Age most likely in a little bit.
The classic all-in. No surprise here, especially after that little bit of delay you've caused your opponent. Scarlet Devil, though, has a decently healthy archer mass going for himself, but compared to those lords and compared to what we are now seeing in queue, Scarlet Devil's going to need something than just archers.
Yeah, especially against the Hobelas with the additional ranged armor. Archers barely do any damage for the moment. We just see archers out in the field for Scarlet Devil. Not sure if he noticed the stable, but he did just get the eagle up. I'm not sure if the eagle has the stable in the vision. If we could quickly check that, if Scarlet Devil is aware of that going on. Though he is... Yeah, okay, he does know about the stable. About the double stable play, even. And he is trying to get some Keshiks out in the field. Just that Keshiks are not going to work too well, as there's already a whole bunch of spearmen out there as well, so I think he'll need his own barracks, and there it is, barracks getting put up now as well.
Yep, outpost barracks, he is still on that water as well, just 2 fishing boats because he, you know, has to prioritize some of these production buildings that he needs so desperately, has been making the wood-heavy archers as well, but Kiljardi now moving across for the first time here. Keshiks do get spotted out. They have to turn and run as there are quite a bit more units here for Kiljardi. Here we go. Kiljardi starting to push. Those 4 Lords of Lancaster is really the difference here between these unit compositions. That extra tankiness.
Yeah, Pierce Armor coming in for Kiljardi as well, so these Hobelas are going to be at 4 Pierce Armor. All these range units are basically just going to be tickling them. Spearmen, the first couple, have been coming in now as well. Skull Devil actually double producing them. He realized that he really needs them in ASAP, and now the dive is coming in from Kiljardi onto the Gold Vein. Villagers jumping inside of the outpost. Archers sniping out the Spearmen. Now that's going to be crucial here for the Keshiks to be able to engage, and Keshiks going on to the Hobelas immediately. Great engagement here by Skull Devil. Kiljardi maybe a little bit overconfident.
Yeah, he definitely overstepped a little bit. Maybe was feeling the pressure, maybe was feeling this timing, but loses all the Hobbelars, loses the Spearmen. Now the Keshiks can just close the gap and basically just heal themselves up over here. As I say, that one will fall. But 3 lords, all 3 of these lords will go down.
Don't forget, the Lords of Lancaster did get nerfed by quite a good margin, losing like 50 health in the Feudal Age. Down from 220, now at 170.
And, I mean, Kiljardi now, after the good opening, after denying the Uvu, just oversteps with this potential, you know, dive here. Well, attempted dive here early on. And we're seeing 18 military units to 3. Kiljardi's trying to make a swap, dropping double range. I just don't know if he's going to actually have time to do this here. All right.
You see the silver. Yeah, it looks like we are going to be getting the deer stones now moving forward. Kiljardi actually expanding over to the second gold early on as well. Some archer range is getting dropped now as well. Yeoman going to be coming out into the field. Look at this play. Kiljardi just being sneaky again. Instead of going for the first pond, he skips the first pond, goes to the second pond instead. Let's see, Skull Devil. Is he going to scout this? He's not finding that. He's not going to see it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
That's one of those plays that you're just, you know, Scarlet Devil moves out and he's like, okay, my opponent's not on water. And maybe that makes it to where he's not as aggressive here. He doesn't pull the trigger and gives Kiljardi the time to breathe, the time to remass and then to recoup back up. Deerstones, though, being moved forward in an aggressive nature. So as I say that, it doesn't look like Scarlet Devil wants to back away from this, although he might have to.
Oh, Deerstone's gonna have to be careful. It's gonna get placed down now, so at least won't be taking any additional damage. And the Scarlet Devil still investing in some more Kashyyyks and archers behind this. It's gonna have a decent army composition against what Kiljardi has. Eco numbers are relatively even, and now the military is all forward here from Scarlet Devil, pushing Kiljardi back into his base.
Yeah, I mean, after that initial feudal fight loss for Kiljardi, it just feels like there's such a big hole he's got to come back from. He just needs more time to hopefully, have those pawns pay off, as now he is on one extra pawn compared to his opponent. But Scarlet Devil, I think he's moving out. He's going to be able to see some of these pawns, some of this eco expansion. Deerstone's starting to be burnt, though. Oh, still doesn't spot it out, but does have a nice split circle to the gold vein. Hits the house, though. Gives Kiljardi a little bit of extra time to react to this. One villager does fall.
Villager falls indeed. Fort Lancaster being rebuilt now behind this. Kiljardi is trying to fall a little bit behind in the economy because of this villager pickup. And also, it looks like Scarlet Devil did expand to the second pond. On 7 fishing ships at the moment, actively gathering gold at the moment with 10 villagers, so just a mass Kashyyyk plan at the moment here, from the looks of it. And healing up all of the Kashyyks here on the dock, but there is a demo ship in queue.
Oh, this demo ship could pay dividends here.
Oh, the move away. And he cancels it in time. Oh
wow.
My god.
That super late cancel, but just in time. Looks like he is running around to snipe the villager that was building the docks there from Scarlet Devil, so at least one little pickup. And there's a lot of villagers that just ran out on the deer.
Drew getting sniped out there on water.
He spots it out with the scout that he has here.
Villager's gonna get pulled. Hobelas don't do too much damage, but it's gonna all add up. One villager looks to be going down. Spearman not moving in time. Outpost giving that additional movement speed. Villagers could be pulling the shifts here just to keep the Hobelas there for some more pickups.
Oh, Spear's able to get some damage down. Ultimately, though, no units fall. Kiljardi has been able to remass here in a decent way. Obviously doesn't have the stronger, Kashyyks on his side compared to the other. Deerstones gets fully burnt down, though. Well, is about to. Spears decide to turn there for a split second. Every time Kiljardi turns, though, just the archer mass able to pick off more and more units here. Kiljardi just doesn't have the same mass here, doesn't have that same strong front line like the Kashyyks. And another huge win for Scarlet Devil here. Kashyyks now at the point with no spears on the other side. They can basically dive whatever they want. This outpost is just going to be a healing mechanism for them now.
Yeah, and Kiljardi kind of just stuck inside of his base here now. Still messing up some more yeomen and Hobelas, but Hobelas just don't really seem so convincing now alongside the yeomen. It's a pretty big mass of Kashyyks now at this point. Not that many spearmen in for Kiljardi, so he doesn't have sufficient counters against this.
Yeah,
More
I mean,
docks have been coming up for Kiljardi, so he's still trying to pump up the food income there.
Yeah, I mean, if the Hobbelars are fighting the Kashyyks head on, though, that is a losing fight time over and time again. Another demo ship in queue. I think there's enough melee units here to burn this dock down before the demo comes out, though. And sure enough, it is, so 3 less fishing boats able to drop off here for Kiljardi. army
Find
mass
this.
is over on this far side dock for Scarlet Devil. Looks like
Demo
Kiljardi.
ship.
Oh!
Gets a good connection in. Kiljardi, in the meantime, is sending everything forward. Kiljardi looks like he wants to go for a little bit of a trade there in the economy from Scarlet Devil, which is all forward at the moment. Scarlet Devil realizes, though, has the outpost there, pulls everything back, tries to deny Kiljardi from getting any value here at the front. And it looks like Kiljardi, after seeing this, is just going to pull everything back again.
Yeah, has to pull everything back, and there's actually a flank now coming for Scarlet Devil, so it looks like he's splitting the unit mass too, so Scarlet Devil might just be able to win this fight on 2 different fronts. Doesn't quite see the rest of the military. There are quite a bit of villagers that have to run as well. The villagers do get spotted out.
Movement
Scouting
speed arrow
utilized as well, so should be able to see more of this army. Sees all of the economy from Kiljardi trying to move, dropping Castle Age in front of this army mass. He's trying to drop the White Tower, and there is no way that thing should go up.
Kashik's just chasing after all of the villagers there. TC trying its best to do the damage, but so many villagers going down. Kashik's actually getting pulled back. Wants to do more damage to the military, but there's still 4 Kashiks, now 5 Kashiks remaining, hitting the villagers as they're trying to get the age up in. 17 villagers working on that, still falling steadily though.
Yeah.
At this point, might as well just send all the villagers out there now to finish up the landmark, but so many villagers do go down. There we go, more villagers getting pulled now. Needs to finish up the White Tower inside of his base.
More Kashyyyks arrive, though. More archers arrive. I mean, he finishes it, but at what cost here? Castle Age is done. He loses a big fight right before that. But what can he do with Castle Age now?
It's a couple of immediate Earl's Guards in, just to help him out a little bit. Hobbela's not able to do much there. Earl's Guard just going for a little bit of a run around. Yeah, Kiljardi, that is a
Look at this.
big economic loss.
He needs food. He's going back to the berries that he just got pushed off of. Scarlet Devil doesn't see it, though. Is taking a step back himself. Might be trying to have his own castle timing matched. Instead, though, another Keshik in queue. I mean, while Kiljardi lost a lot of villagers, he has been able to take a lot of these pawns, just like Scarlet Devil has, so at least is somewhat on, you know, not as bad footing as you would expect after seeing what we just saw. Another demo in queue here. The rest of the army for Kiljardi starting to arrive as well. Probably will cancel that demo. And sure enough, he does. He actually cancels and requeues it just in case Scarlet tries to go back for some more burning again. Oh, another demo. Oh, it was actually a fishing boat. He had to cancel and requeue a demo in that one. And another dock trying to get burnt. Demo does pop out, but the Keshiks are at a side where they're not the easiest to do damage on, but still a good connection. Hits about just about half of them.
Yeah, behind this, Kiljardi. Looking at the overall income, it's more than what Scarlet Devil has at the moment. He's massing knights. There aren't that many spearmen out there at the moment for Scarlet Devil. So Kiljardi could actually find a pretty decent timing now.
Yeah, could find a pretty decent timing and could find some good return raids as, it's going to take quite a bit of units to just deal with one of those knights from Kiljardi. Speaking of, main engagement starting to happen. There's only 4 spears here on this front side. Kiljardi, though, turning and running. The Keshik mass is circling, about to hit his gold.
It's the Vilds.
Kiljardi
realized that pulls the Vilds in time. Shouldn't lose too many there. Knights still trading out in the middle of the map. Spearman focusing the Earl's Guard, so not losing too many knights here in the process. It's going to pull him back either way, though.
Kiljardi has 7 knights in queue. Those lower health knights, too, are going to be able to come back and heal.
Yeah, Abbey of Kings still giving him that nice AoE heal. And the Keshiks just don't really stand a chance against these normal knights. Scarlet Devil now trying to get his own Castle Age going shortly. Yeah, that's some good healing coming in there. 6 health every second. The Abbey of Kings just healing these knights up incredibly quickly. And now Kurultai coming in for Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, Kurultai is on its way. So important for Scarlet Devil to match up this Castle Age. He essentially has a full farm transition in as we see all of those pastures next to the TC. So will not be hurting too much as far as the food income goes for him. Oh, good
big knight
hitting
raid.
the berries. So this is some of the damage that Kiljardi needs to continue to do for himself. The age up has come through, so as you mentioned, crossbows are now going to be starting to pump on up, so only knights will not be too useful for that much longer, but still useful for the time being. Diving the Mongol base.
The villagers, though, with the Yam Aura in combination with the
they hit on the
movement speed from
backside.
Gonna be able to run away, but yeah, split ups coming in. TC and Outpost trying to get that knight down. Villagers over here trying their best in order to escape. No Yam Aura movement speed buff over there. Currently at 22 knights for Kiljardi. This man is just spamming knights out of his mind here at the moment. Scarlet Devil tries to go into a crossbow mass, but it's going to take some time for that mass to really add up there.
Yeah, and Keshik Mass is at least healthy for Scarlet Devil, so as the Castle Age upgrades come through, those Keshiks will be a little bit more useful, but still just not quite to the same effectiveness of these knights. Springled in placement, trying to get some extra damage in, ends up taking down one of those lower health knights, which is so important because we mentioned the healing already, and those lower health knights can get pulled back up to full. 2 different knight masses though for Kiljardi. He's just doing a great job at thinning out some of the herd.
Just mass knights for the time being. I feel like Kiljardi at some point here soon is going to have to transition into another type of unit. Typically, I mean, you can outmaneuver a lot with the knights, but the Yam Aura eventually should be able to allow Scarlet Devil to keep up with the movement speed advantage.
And we actually see 2 more archery range being dropped for Kiljardi, so he is deciding to add some range on the backside with some yeomen, but it's going to take some time for that mass to build up, and time he may not have with the military mass knocking on his doorstep. There aren't a ton of spears here, but there still are a few. Kurultai just finishes on up, and right as it does and gets set on up, Kiljardi turns on around.
Seeing more Yemen being produced at the moment for Kiljardi, getting veterancy in as well. The additional archery range is going to help him get a decent number of them out there. Needs to be careful though with the positioning at the moment with the Kurultai in front of his base. Yemen aren't going to be able to take the best trades, but do of course have just a little bit of extra range. Kiljardi moving out with a lot of villagers down the gold. It's going to be dangerous if he gets found out there.
Dangerous indeed. A couple of the spears thrown away from Scarlet Devil, but Scarlet Devil's mass is just so big right now. It's so scary for him to deal with. Spear and crossbows to counteract the knights. The yeomen are just, that number needs to triple right now for Kiljardi for the yeomen.
Takes down the mill, takes down the outpost, getting a little bit of additional raiding bounty there for Scarlet Devil. Relics are also starting to get picked up now by him. Kiljardi does not have that position to be able to go for that.
It's just this back and forth in front of Kiljardi's base. Kiljardi doing everything he can to hold, but just numbers are not building up for him as fast as they are for Scarlet Devil. You know, I think that's really the pastures under the base for Scarlet Devil. The fishing economy, you know, it does a solid work on this map, but gets to a point where it's just not enough when these massive engagements start to happen and later stages in Castle Age. You need more food income.
More and more Keshiks getting produced by Scarlet Devil. He's getting close to the 200 out of 200 population cap. Kiljardi behind this. sitting at around 130, so very far behind overall when it comes to the population out there. And now Skull Devil, he's going to find the villagers out there on the gold. Kiljadi's lifeline in this game. Kashix not reacting quite yet. Or not at all. Just pathing. Just passing through.
Kiljadi
And now we see Traction Trebuchets coming in.
Wow, that is
Alright,
that is a
improved
unit
siege
that doesn't
engineering.
get unit that doesn't get made too often with the traction trebuchets, but Scarlet Devil wants to start the siege, wants to start taking down some infrastructure. Galley is there near the gold vein to try to do some damage, but it's pretty laughable at how much damage those are doing to those Keshiks.
We haven't seen any Lords of Lancaster coming in recently. I feel like the Lords also just buffing up the Knight health could have helped him a lot in these fights so far. And I think he definitely needs it, but it's now 57 to 91 military. Army value, there's a decent gap there, almost 2,000 army value gap. And now this is going to start to become a lot of raiding bounty for Scarlet Devil.
Yep,
Actually, it's the third Traction Trebuchet to one-shot the buildings.
Yep, but every building that gets taken down, it's just extra resources for Scarlet Devil. Kiljadi trying to pick off maybe some of these reinforcing units, but there's so much vision from the outpost of Scarlet Devil. He sees all of this happening.
Oh, that was a great synchronized shot.
Oh my god.
Villagers getting found out. Kiljadi, if he notices, he does notice.
Immediately notices so many villagers, but the all
Fight
is happening.
underneath the
This
White
is under
Tower.
the White Tower. This could be a throw from Scarlet Devil. Not all the
Scarlet Devil, he's
military's
still
here for
diving in.
Kiljadi, though.
Spearman at the defense. The archers are still feudal age from Scarlet Devil. White Tower doing a lot of damage here.
Kurultai trying to
one
move
taking
forward,
down.
trying to get set up. White Tower is firing as many bullets as possible. Those Keshiks are melting right now, but Kiljadi's army is melting as well. Just decides to jump on inside of the TC as well, using the infrastructure the best he can, but 3 traction trebuchets are sieging this all down. So while it could have been a throw, it was not a throw here. It's still more than enough military for Scarlet Devil. He's still slow pushing with some siege and had spears to protect that big villager mass that was moving out.
Kiljadi raiding inside the base from Scarlet Devil. I think all the villagers here should be able to be safe inside of the TC, and also relics here for some potential defensive wall. Low Spearman also on the defense. Gets actually a couple of villager kills in, but will need to run away now from the Spearman. Another Traction Trebuchet. Actually 5 Traction Trebuchets now on the field, I think. How many is there? Yeah, 5 Traction Trebuchets now.
Yeah, so really will start to put the hurt on the White Tower. I'm actually surprised that Scarlet Devil doesn't just kill some of the production buildings and things like that that would really delay Kiljadi as well and provide that extra bounty bonus. Synchronized shot utilized again, not quite as effective as the first one that we saw. Knight's trying to be that front line still, but Scarlet Devil just has so many units. He's ready to end this game here now with 5 of these traction trebuchets. White Tower went to burning, went back to heal, back to burning, just more and more of this bounty bonus.
Now White Tower getting taken down. Only 2 landmarks remaining at the moment now for Kiljadi. Earlier it looked like Scarlet Devil might lose to landmark victory, but it looks like Kiljadi could be facing that fate instead. Fight getting taken now. Synchronized shot coming out onto the crossbows, but not enough Yeoman remaining to do any critical damage. Kurultai still buffing up the units there in the back. And the army from Kiljadi just slowly but surely getting wiped out entirely. It's now 30 to 80 military units. And surely this is it. Scarlet Devil able to get a point on the scoreboard and start his way back into this set.
Back into this set indeed. Kiljadi was up 2-0, but Scarlet Devil finds the first victory for himself here on Frisian Marshes. It's actually crazy seeing how close the total resources gathered were throughout the greater course of that game, just because it felt like Scarlet Devil was so far ahead for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just these little raids in between, like good Kashik usage here and there. Kiljadi did a great play out there on the map, though, with the dock play. Just skipping the first pond, he was just not found out there for quite a long time throughout this entire game. So getting a lot of food income there out on the map. The dive early on, yeah, was just a little bit overly ambitious, I want to say. And yeah, losing all of the Lords of Lancaster there very early on does for sure put you on the back foot by quite a big margin.
Yeah, what an exciting game number 3. We already see the map for 4, and now we see the Civ choices. It's a same Civ matchup we saw earlier today that went to the side of the Byzantines. But let's see if Kiljardi decides to go for a full knight and only knights as JD, or if he decides to change up the plan here a bit.
Gotta say, Kiljardi's JD can hit quite a bit differently. We know that he's a connoisseur when it comes to making games difficult for the opponent, just making them a little bit more messy. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one here for sure. As you mentioned, we did have that matchup coming in earlier. I wonder if we're going to be seeing any different kind of reactions, any different kind of iterations to that. Last time, Bolton went for just knights only throughout the entirety of the game. Don't think it's going to be knights only from Kiljardi though, but I'm willing to let myself get surprised there.
You always can get surprised by some of these players, some of these game plans. He was thinking about knights only with this House of Lancaster play here, as we're seeing the replays, and almost ended up giving him some comeback ability if he had found some bigger raids. Fortunately, Scarlet Devil had so much vision with the outposts he had kind of laid throughout the map that it was hard to have those knights surprise him and have any substantial return raids.
Getting the last fight there in the instant replay in. Was overall just a pretty neck and neck game, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like after that big feudal dive from Kiljardi that it was just, Scarlet's game for the taking. But Kiljardi did not make it easy for Scarlet Devil by any means after that lost fight.
Yeah, very good night raids all around the map, just making it incredibly difficult there for Scarlet to actually close out the game. But in the end, I mean, it was a very, very big lead that Scarlet was able to, build upon. And he did go for a very early on food transition with the pasture, so had very safe food income there all throughout the game from there on out. The last game, if this is gonna be if this could be a victory for Scarlet Devil, we're actually gonna be seeing a King of the Hill game today.
Yeah, a King of the Hill game, and obviously Scarlet Devil has Roos at his fingertips to be one of the choices for him on King of the Hill, which is one of the most leaned into civs, as well as we've seen Ottomans picked quite a bit, and Kiljardi has that one under his wheelhouse as well. So still some good options for King of the Hill, but obviously it is a pick 2 snipe 1 civ draft here, so not the easiest to just get the exact civ that you want here.
Indeed, sometimes you have to kind of give your opponent a choice, right? Which one do you want to snipe out in the end? And sometimes it's an easy choice, sometimes it's a little bit more of a difficult choice, especially with the different potential matchups that could be coming in. Maybe you get one civilization on your opponent's side that's good against both of the civs that you picked. And so on and so forth. You have to really rapidly make some pretty difficult decisions there when it comes to the sniping.
Difficult indeed. We kind of already talked quite in depth about this matchup before in the last series between Scatter and Baltoon, but it's one that we expect Byzantines to opt for the good old javelin throwers. That kind of forces JD to lean into the melee route, but we'll see if Kiljardi actually opts for some archers of his own. We should end up seeing most of the time in 1v1s. We do see it, other than a couple of those players such as Louis is one, and CSO are kind of the first two that really come to mind with that strategy.
Yeah, it can be a pretty wild one when it works out. Really goes to show the strength of the knights. And yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing it this time around, though. I know Kiljardi to just play more of an archer-focused game there with Jeanne d'Arc as well. But it is time for us to see for ourselves that it is now still match point for Kiljardi, and we're diving into our game number 4 here between Kiljardi in the color orange playing as Jeanne d'Arc and Scarlet Devil in either blue or purple
playing as the Byzantines on board land.
Here we go indeed. Let's see the game plans. Let's see these opening build orders and what these players have in store. Obviously, you know, not too much excitement here early on. Just going to be the sheep gathering. Just going to see, you know, these little intricacies that these players do. You know, is Scarlet Devil going to opt for 3 cisterns or 2? Probably just 2 at the start, but we will we'll end up seeing here.
I'd say there's not going to be any early Dark Age aggression coming into play here early on. That both players just going to be going out to their gold resources. Byzantines, of course, also gathering up some stone for the early second cistern. And looking at the spawn here, oh my god, Scarlet Devil, he's getting a similar treatment to what we've seen from Scatterbrained earlier in his set against Baltoon. All of the resources, all of the berries and the gold in the back of his base, very easy to protect there.
Yeah, and so we'll see, you know, what's in store on over here. Looking at, you know, the overall spawns of this map, just similar to the last Byzantines game. It's very similar spawning point with double back berries and, you know, back gold as well. But I'd say not quite as easy to wall as what we saw earlier for Scatterbrains.
Yeah, there are some good walling spots, but I think it's still decent. Probably still decent to wall. You're not going to be able to wall in the third berry patch, though. That is to the top side. That's going to be a little bit more difficult to wall. School of Cavalry now going to be coming in for Kiljardi. So, of course, going to be working on that with JD as well, trying to soak up a little bit of that early experience for her. Villagers already going out to wood there as well.
Yep. And we will... Looking at the cistern expansion, it looks like he's already prepping the third one as well. So Scarlet Devil is opting for the 3 cistern opening. Three villagers still on the stone, so it might actually be opting for just the greed 4 cisterns, maybe even 5 at this point.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of, quite a big investment there for him. But of course, could all be paying off. As these cisterns do rapidly increase the gather speed on the villagers. Grand Winery now going to be coming in. Oh, Scarlet Devil, and yeah, looks to be... we should be getting that cistern level 4 in sooner rather than later. Villagers getting pulled off the stone now. Keeps one villager out there, though.
One village. He's slowly going to end up getting the 5th cistern, you know?
Slowly but surely.
School of Cav timing for Kiljardi, very, very strong. It'll be at that 410, just below 415 mark. We'll be able to immediately queue up a knight as well.
Age up has been finished on up now. First knight already in queue. Kiljardi moving up with 3 villagers. Probably, I'm going to be guessing, to the deer out on the map. So we'll be starting gathering resource from the map early on. No pro scouts seems to be coming in for him.
Yeah, so already seeing a big difference in these 2 games that we saw with the same civs. It's, you know, we saw one JD go for immediate knight into pro scouts. It kind of delayed that initial push. Meanwhile, Kiljardi said, I don't want to delay that initial push. I'm going out on the map. I'm moving. I'm going to just take these deer, even though it might not be the most efficient with there only being, you know, 3 deer at some of these spawns. It still allows him to use those resources that would have been on pro scouts, would have been on the extra scouts for that as well, on out of the way. And Kiljardi actually opts for, is that ranged JD?
Looks to be ranged JD, yeah. So Kiljardi taking a little bit of a gamble. Should Scarlet Devil, which he absolutely should, be going for the javelin throws, JD is going to be quite vulnerable here throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, it's so easy for those javelin throwers to pick her off in these bigger engagements. First night raid attempts to come on through. Outpost on the berries works to perfection for the time being. but there is no barracks at this time for Scarlet Devil. There are no counter units out here for the 3 knights and JD that are already out. So if Kiljardi can continue this pressure, can kind of attack from a few different angles, this could get very, very scary, especially with range JD. Those first couple Limitane that come on out aren't as easy to go ahead and actually defend up from these knights. Another Knight Raid attempting to come through. Just a good amount of idle time already caused. It looks like Scarlet Devil was moving out to the gold, maybe a villager pick up there, and another knight charging into the wood line. I mean, Scarlet Devil is just behind quite a bit here.
Had 2 villagers getting taken down there. That's already pretty heavy losses for the Byzantines early on. Limitani count, it's taking a while for them to get out there, and at the same time, Kiljardi already prepping the archers. Once again, JD, all she really needs is 2 hits and then the Divine Arrow ability in order to take a village down.
Scout stepping a little bit too far and gets taken down by JD with the last shot. JD moving forward again while there's distraction on the front side. 2 shots and just like you said, 2 shots and then her activation takes down a villager. So Scarlet Devil just running thin, has 6 Limitane out on the field, but there's 5 knights, and guess what? Kiljardi, it's not only knights, he's following this play up with archers of his own. Limitane staying as one big group, but that outpost allowed Scarlet Devil to see where the knights were circling to, seeing where they're grouping up, and they're also staying grouped with JD.
Scout's still in the back there, just making sure it's not going to be any gathering going on in the back of his base. Kiljardi once again able to pick off a village. Oh, not quite. No, that was close though.
Yeah, very, very close there. The Archer and JD, though, going to try to pick up a Limitane. Just any little bit of extra damage here does start to add up. Kiljardi moving out to the next set of deer. 2 of those cisterns getting pretty focused down. The front one, obviously, not quite as much as this back one, but the damage does end up adding up, and villagers can't go out to heal those up too easily.
First batch of javelin throws coming out now at the front side. JD and the archers need to be careful. 2 volleys needed to kill an archer there.
Yeah, and back wood line has been swapped to from Scarlet Devil. Just too easy for Kiljardi to focus that front wood line. So it says, all right, back one is maybe safe enough. There are 4 archers and JD here, but like you said, the javelin thrower mask can clean those up very, very quickly. Kiljardi can't quite take this fight. He's trying to kite on away. Javelin thrower is able to pick off one of the archers.
Most important thing now for Scarlet Devil is to get the second batch of javelin throwers in. But he also needs to just keep making these Limitani. Kiljardi, mass knight play now from him. He's trying to get ready for an eventual dive into the base from Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, we are seeing that knight number stay healthy. 2 more in queue. Archer number slowly building up. Not quite to where it needs to be. The key for Scarlet Devil is he just queued up the second batch of javelins. The second batch of javelins is so crucial because he'll be able to start one-shotting all the archers. Gold trying to be resecured from Scarlet Devil as he is at -1 gold per minute.
Definitely needs a little bit of gold as he just continues losing it with those stats. Second batch of javelin throws now going to be coming in. At this point, he's going to be able to finally start one-shotting archers if it comes to an engagement. Outpost placement is going to start getting fortified now.
Scarlet Devil, though, now starting to run himself a little thin. He's on the back wood line. He's on the front wood line. Almost is able to pick up one of those lower health knights there now. And actually, he refocuses all to the front wood line. We'll have 2 different outposts there to give him vision. Now a 3rd outpost on the backside berries. So just a lot of information that Scarlet Devil is providing for himself, which leans into that safety, leans into the ability to counteract any of these night raids.
Charlie behind this, just massing up more and more knights, keeping most of the military next to his villagers on the deer, just making sure that he's not going to get raided on there. Javelin throws, throwing a couple of spears, and actually being able to pick off a knight there.
Yeah, just not the greatest angle that Kiljardi took with that knight trying to run on away. Allowed a couple extra volleys to go in. This knight group is pulling all of Scarlet Devil's mass back. But there's no follow-up on the front side. Kiljardi just slowly massing up more and more and more.
And expanding out onto the map. He's lacking a little bit of food income at the moment, but that is because... Oh, gets the connection in against some of the Limitani here. Able to take one down. Not losing a single knight for it from the looks of it. Might actually... Oh.
Nope, they all get away.
Gets away. That's crazy. Yeah, Kiljardi moving out further and further onto the map, going out to the bottom, or deer there as well. And once
Looks
again,
like
Knight just gets
villagers picked up from those knights, and they were trying to build a wall, and the knight able to get out without losing his life.
Great pickoffs there by Kiljardi, but looks like he might have had a little bit of idle time on his TC as well. Either that or he researched textiles.
And it could be even a little bit of both over here. Scarlet Devil reinforcing that outpost on the front side, knows how important of a location this is for himself, is getting very, very close to going up to castle, and that just might be the timing Kiljardi uses to pull the trigger. He's got 16 knights, he's got 17 archers, and obviously JD as well, but JD's at the point where if she steps up, those javelin throwers just gonna one-shot her.
Yeah. Now Aegypt's gonna be coming in for Scarlet Devil. Not in a bad position at the moment, I want to say. Golden Horn Tower, 9 villagers working on that. Kiljardi, though, pulling everything forward. He sees the Egypt coming in, killing villagers there on the wood line. 2 going down immediately. Make that 3 villagers that do end up losing their lives.
And he might use those knights to go to the back berries as well that he scouted out earlier. So while Scarlet Devil might be able to complete this age up, but sure enough, he doesn't dive into it before Scarlet Devil is reacting, but still another villager that falls. So Scarlet Devil losing more and more during this age up. Knights just dive head on first.
JD getting focused down.
JD falls.
And now forward outpost by Kiljardi. He's really leaning into this now, but there's still a ton of Limitani out there. Javelin Thrower still actively working on the archers, actually actively working on the knight count instead. Doing a good amount of damage to them as well.
Villagers
cannot.
Kiljardi's trying to take the deer forward. He's trying to drop an outpost, but
that's a little bit too greedy here.
This has to be in vision of Scarlet Devil. The outpost is right there for Scarlet Devil.
That's 1 villager down, 2 villagers down, make that 3 villagers down. Means that the villager count at least a little bit. Veterancy in now, though, on most of the units.
Yeah, I mean,
javelin throws.
This is one where Kiljardi, he wanted to take advantage of that castle timing. He's picked up a lot of villagers. It feels like he should be further ahead. He's just not. That Byzantine olive oil economy is just working strong, and the javelin throwers counteract range JD so well. She wasn't able to do anything during that fight.
And that, of course, is the big danger when you're playing with the ranged AD version up against the Byzantines. It's just that javelin throws can really end her quite quickly. And Kiljardi didn't have pierce damage behind this.
Yeah, upgrade just now coming through. That's a shock to see. With how many archers he had, it's just, not too expensive an upgrade when you're this heavy on the gold. Now, though, Kiljardi gonna try to match castle age timing, it looks like. does have some knights circling. There is no outpost here, so we'll be able to get some more connections onto these villagers, onto those berries. A little bit of a late reaction from Scarlet Devil, even though very quick reaction still. 2 more villagers fall down, but more importantly, food income is being delayed at this start of castle, and Kiljardi somehow not being punished for that forward deer move. It's the same exact unit composition that Scarlet Devil is still continuing to lean into. Obviously, just some veterancy involved. Kiljardi is not. It's not a Castle Age play. He's doubling, tripling down into knights here with 4 in queue.
Yeah, he's not looking for an age up anytime soon, but it feels like he's kind of like missed his own timing multiple times at this point in time. And there's just so many mercenaries now coming in from the Golden Tower as well. After all, Scarlet Devil, he is on Cistern level 5. He's down 8 villagers, which is pretty big, and oh, might have almost been down another vill there.
But this is now with veterancy on the javelin throwers. The feudal age knights, they're going to take a lot of base damage from that many javelin throwers. It's not an easy fight to take. Kiljardi has enough food in the bank for an age up. He's just lacking the gold. So we'll see if he continues the knight production or if he tries to stall that out for a little bit. Does at least deny some of this relic gathering. Some more knights splitting off to try to hit the backside gold that Scarlet Devil moved out to. So maybe a few more villager picks here in this game as Night Dive just now happens. And sure enough, oh, is that Textiles now finally in?
Oh, looks
Yeah.
to be, yeah. Textiles is in. We're now seeing Cataphracts coming out onto the field as well. Kiljardi's got a decent food bank, but he's still just non-stop investing into knights. If he cancels them, could almost just go up to Castle Age. Yeah. He's gathering up a lot. Okay, 27 villagers on gold. He's going to be getting Castle Age very shortly.
The knights just trying to escape with their lives. They're getting chased by a big mass. Well, 3 cataphracts over here. The other knights are circling around, but finally the damage should be... Oh, the scout into the stealth forest, but the trade post ends up making them having some awkward pathing on the way out, but still able, or market, still able to escape. Yeah, look, you knew what I meant over here. Knights split on either side of the wall. Kiljardi could get a ton of villagers here.
And he is getting quite a bunch of them. A little bit of formation shuffling coming in, though. Kiljardi catching up. Getting some hits in. Monk getting pulled there as well. Camel Riders in there. Some charges coming in. Monk actually getting killed there as well.
Just did not lose.
Trying to run.
Scarlet Devil did not lose as many villagers as expected. Textiles just such a worthy investment against French or JD here. And Kiljardi, though, still circling, dropping the guild hall. And Scarlet Devil's been castle for so long and just hasn't really been able to move across the map yet.
Guildhall now coming in for Kiljardi. He has a decent amount of archers, but it's 25 javelin throws now at this point. Still Night Raids going on behind all of it. And JD is going to be able to level up here now as well.
Camel Riders also starting to be produced for Scarlet Devil. We saw that was a big importance in the game against JD we casted earlier today. But, I mean, these Night Raids have been relentless here. Scarlet Devil just not full walling, not respecting the Knights from Kiljardi. Yeah, Scarlet Devil might have some vision, some knowledge, some information, but has just not dealt with these Night Raids effectively. Age Up comes through, veterancy going onto the archers, onto the knights, but Kiljardi, he can't take the fight yet, not until those upgrades come through. This is such an important timing that Scarlet Devil has, and it's pushing.
He's going for the push. Siege engineering being researched behind all of this. Archer's just not able to take the engagement. Veterancy only just now coming in. We have some of John Champions in there as well, but not going to be that good up against the Limited at the front. They're also going to have to get taken down first. Kiljadi is actively kiting those away.
Camel's gone though.
As well.
Camel debuff no longer active. JD healing utilized. And a few knights on the flank. This could be the good fight that Kiljardi needed. There's still a good amount of spears, but javelin throwers now getting attacked on the backside. The knights are still alive, and that is all that matters for Kiljardi. There's no more Limited here forward. There's no cataphracts here forward. There's some reinforcing units, but is it going to be enough for this many knights?
Doesn't look like it. He's still stepping up, though. Skull Devil is. Doesn't feel like he's got the agency for it, though.
Camel's taken down again. Gold's found out. Now, so many villagers on that gold get found out, but the army is here and near enough to hopefully deter that away for Kiljardi. Rest of the knights still pushing forward. Villagers just trying to escape with their lives.
Kiljardi pulling the knights back upward. Still 4 knights in queue for him. Skull Devil barely has 4 spearmen out on the field, so Kiljardi should, in theory, be able to survive this aggression now. And he is 11 villagers ahead at the end of the day. So all of the damage that he did so far seemingly paying off here.
Headed back to that gold right here. It was able to clear that cataphract, and now just needs to wait until he has enough to take this fight. Thinks he has enough to take this fight as the spear number is still not there. There are some camels, but camels have shown to not be enough yet. Wololo attempt has happened. Good distraction during this. JD, though, firing on the backside. Camels, the camels are just providing that debuff. It's so strong, and the knights are not all here.
Yeah, remaining knights getting picked off now. No more archers remaining, just a single one. JD herself just trying her best in order to still stave off the aggression there. But villagers once again having to get pulled away from the gold vein. JD running for her life.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Kiljardi did so much damage to the economy of the Byzantines, and it just doesn't matter. Scarlet Devils continuing to mass up, continuing to keep numbers strong. Look at the olive groves that are in and around the winery as well as the mill. I mean, the olive oil income is through the roof here, so more and more batches of those javelin throwers, more and more batches of those camel riders as well.
Yeah. It's just still such a big mess here of these javelin throwers. More knights, or rather more Limited getting made now as well. And with the amount of food that Scarlet Devil has, he's going to be able to pump them out for days.
Yep, 400.
Oh, no.
That's
too much.
Yeah, 500 food in the guild hall, just not going to be enough to... You don't want to take that either if you're Kiljardi right now. Food hasn't been your problem.
Oh, the military on the other side as well.
Oh, no.
Kiljardi's getting found out there on the retreat. Potentially? Maybe? Should be.
Oh, he was just out of vision for enough time. Villager.
He's getting
they get spotted out.
Oh, that's...
And there they all are.
So many builds. He's not noticing.
He just runs by. He just runs by. He's fine.
Oh my god.
That's
crazy.
Secured gold. Oh my gosh.
Secured is a strong word. That gate. Screw that gate in particular.
Yeah, now it's time to go attack the villagers. Kiljardi is picking off some of the reinforcing units with his knights, is going to try to maybe do some return damage like we've seen him do earlier, but I feel like he just needs more and more military, and it's so hard to keep up with this Byzantine economy that we see. He's only at 375 food per minute. He needs to get out and get some extra food. Maybe the guild hall is what he's relying on here. Just gonna grab the guild hall, try to stabilize.
He needs it. Yeah, I mean, imagine if he's getting enough food in from the guild hall to get an age up into Red Palace. It's gonna be difficult for Scarlet Devil to end the game then.
I don't think he can Red Palaces. I think he needs more military. He needs to do a nice old drop-off and grab that food and stay alive for the time being, because he does not have much time left at the vision of this game.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. Javelin throwers just getting a couple of hits in on JD. JD, the villagers are all being pulled now as well. Villagers
JD
working
is staying alive
overtime
at
just
one
to get
health.
slaughtered.
Heal gets used.
Oh my god.
It's
Not
just-
like this.
It's not enough. I don't want to be a Kiljardi villager, that's for sure. They just got sent to the slaughter.
Yeah, that is going to be one dead JD, and GG's going to be coming in. We're going to be going to another game, number 5, Dabson.
Another game number 5 indeed. You know, with some of these, it's always crazy. With the round of 16, you expect a few more, one-sided series, but not today, not in this tournament. We have seen a lot of back and forth, a lot of just tight games, and Scarlet Devil shows that the Byzantines versus JD, it might be a little bit of Byzantine favored.
Yeah, so it would seem the Javelin Throw is just definitely being a very, very good counter unit out there, not just against JD, but also up against the French. And the follow-up then, once you hit Castle Age, getting those Camel Riders in, just being able to debuff the Knights, the main bread and butter from Jeanne d'Arc by 20%. It's an incredible tool to have at your disposal there.
Yeah, and this game was crazy because I felt like Kiljardi did such a better job compared to the Baltine versus Scatterbrain game of picking off a bunch of villagers, not allowing Byzantines to feel in control in the early game, but then all of a sudden it just still wasn't enough. This fight right here that we saw maybe just overstepped a little bit. Could have maybe waited. We saw him stabilize in Feudal Age for quite some time. If he didn't take these trades, maybe it would have gone a little bit different, but going down to 2 knights after this fight when your opponent just goes up to castle just gives him so much breathing room here.
Yeah, so many great rates though from Kiljardi all throughout. Just the age of timing, the follow-up, I felt like it was kind of stretched a little bit too far out there. Next up though, going to be moving over to King of the Hill, and it's going to be the French for Kiljardi up against the Rus for Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, so we talked about Roos being one of the high prioritized picks on King of the Hill. Obviously, Otto was in that same boat, but Otto sniped out, and Kiljardi felt more worried about the Ayubids matchup than the Roos, and it makes sense with him having French on his side. So French versus Roos is going to be the series at hand on King of the Hill here.
Yeah, Rus, of course, on a map like this, just being able to put up a ton of these hunting cabins. Just getting a ton of that passive gold income there to scale throughout the game. And eventually, the high trade house in the corner generating you just even more gold and food to be able to be used there. French, though, of course, I mean, we know the guild hall or what it is. Just eventually you get that panic button that you can press. Well, not really a panic button, but more like a instant age up button. And yeah, it's just once you get to that point, once French do reach Imperial Age, and once they just have a lot of production buildings around the keeps, there are few civilizations that are going to be able to keep up, let alone raid them when it comes to having all of these red palace emplacements on your TCs and keeps.
Yeah, and that's where Scarlet Devil, I mean, he got Kiljardi to the point in that game that I was calling it out. I was like, he needs to grab the food at 1,000 and just try to stabilize and not try to go up to Imperial Age with that guild hall, which feels so bad because obviously it scales quite a bit with how much is in there, but it was one that Kiljardi needed to take it. He didn't opt for it and just got taken down. So another exciting game 5 at our hands. All of this, this moving into the next rounds on the line. This is the last weekend to qualify for these players, so they definitely want to be moving along. This last game on King of the Hill is so important.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it is if you don't win this one, you're going to be out of the tournament. You're not going to have a chance anymore to qualify for the main event. So players definitely having to give it their all. Can't believe it that out of all the players that we're going to be seeing here today and tomorrow, there's only going to be one that ultimately ends up qualifying that will be able to go and attend the Red Bull Wololo Londinium in London.
Exactly. Such an important day ahead of us, such an important day tomorrow as well. There's so many names that we see that haven't qualified yet that you're like, that it's crazy to think about, but they are still trying to fight for their spot to make it to London.
Yeah, surely a lot of the players have also just been trying to min-max the prize pool from the qualifiers, but now it is time. We're going to be jumping into our final game in this set between Scarlet Devil and Kiljadi, spawning in here as the French on King of the Hill. Over in the color either teal or blue, it's going to be Scarlet Devil playing as the Ruse, already opening us up here with a double hunting cabin play.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of these builds diverge, especially when it comes to King of the Hill. We've seen up to four hunting cabins. Looks like Scarlet Devil, not being on wood, is just opting for the typical 2 hunting cabin start that has been around for a while.
Yeah, sometimes, like, recently we've also seen, like, triple hunting cabin openers here on this map in particular for the Ruse. Looks like Scarlet Devil is not going to be opting to go for that. Instead, now going to be stopping after a second hunting cabin, just moving over to the sheep again underneath this TC.
Yeah. So now, it's not quite the same amount of gold income that you'll see with the extra hunting. It still is a substantial amount of gold income that comes through. Ruse is always shocking, where it'll be like 15 minutes into the game and they haven't even dropped a mining camp on their gold just because of the amount of passive gold income that happens.
Second scout already in now for Scarlet Devil. Just looking around here for some additional sheep. Though this is EGC King of the Hill. So most of the sheep spawning around the TC there.
Yep, makes it a little bit easier, makes it, not quite this feels bad with some of these scouting, some of these sheep spawns that you will see. Kiljadi, though, we just saw how good he was raiding with JD. Well, Bruce doesn't quite have that same ability like Byzantines to be able to recover from all the damage and all the raids. So, they still have some passive things going for themselves, but it just doesn't feel like it's the same regard as Byzantines does with how much economy they will have even after losses.
Scout just moving by here. Skull of Cavalry coming in. Golden Gate also coming up. For Scarlet Devil, and Kiljadi just scouting out the base here. Gonna be finishing up his round around the map.
Yep, we'll have all of the info he needs as far as Scarlet Devil's initial base goes. Probably same thing we were just asking about, but at the beginning, is he going to go 2 hunting cabins, 3, maybe 4? That kind of can change your game plan as well. It's just the opt for 2. Each one had a villager with a sheep on it as well, just to prevent some extra walking time. It gives your early timing just a little bit better.
Survival techniques coming in for Kiljadi. Not out on the deer yet, though. Not quite sure what's going on there. Oh, a little game pause coming in. Not quite sure what that is about. Wondering if that has to do with the early survival techniques research from Kiljadi.
We will end up seeing here. We're just waiting. We're watching. There's nothing that's jumped out on the page that would, make me think that this is calling for an early remake or things like that. But you never know with what these players will observe compared to what we are seeing here.
Yeah, players at the moment, not sure what's going on, but current game state, pretty even here so far.
You know what they say, when things go wrong, ! Blame.
A classic. What the hell is what we hear from the production in the back? Oh, pause again.
They played and then they paused again. We're up to 501 now on the blame game. Looks like we are catching back up to where we should be at. Kiljadi is moving out onto the deer, so no more pause involved.
Mining camp is starting to get torched down by that singular scout now. A job is going to finish up, so Kiljardi's going to be able to get a single knight out. Will be able to deter that scout away.
Сделано добро есть.
Barracks already dropped for Scarlet Devil. Obviously, we know he will need some spears to deal with those knights, and has the barracks down earlier compared to what he had it on Byzantine. So hopefully we'll have a little bit of a better time defending his base. And with the wall he is dropping here now, it actually doesn't allow Kiljardi many places to try to do any raiding, because Rus's economy is very, very condensed, and we already talked about not needing to go out on the gold.
No need to go on the goal at all. Looks like we got some early spearmen in here now for Scout Devil. Pro Scout also has been started up now. Scout stays alive. Scout Devil just goes to torch down this next mill now that Kiljardi's using front side to gather up some of these deer. Yeah, Scout Devil just going to be going for the Pro Scout play now and wants to buy himself some agency on the map with the spearmen now.
Yeah, wants to be annoying too with those scouts, and most likely we'll do a little deer heist as well once Pro Scouts does finish, if those scouts don't get pushed on away. But those scouts, sure enough, a knight arrives, pushes the scouts away, so Kiljardi should be able to continually gather from the deer for the foreseeable future.
Fortress coming in now as well on the wood line, gonna be getting that 20% drop-off buff in now as well. Spearmen up to 4, but Knights already at 3, so if all of them are here, should be able to actually take a fight. Scout, low health, but is gonna stay alive for the time being.
Yeah, Kiljardi was almost able to cut that scout off and get him picked off. Might not seem like much, but that's one less scout ferrying deer back to your base. A lot less deer over the course of those first couple minutes. And with pro scouts, I always say the first couple deer are the most important ones, because it gives you that initial boost of the economy, allows you to kind of stabilize what investment you put into pro scouts. Speaking of scout trades, we have a 1-for-1. Woodline though. Just a good job by Kiljardi, continuing to circle, continuing to make sure those knights don't die, but just cause as much annoyance and idle time as possible. He is massing up the typical military mass we'd expect from French. It is Knight Archer.
Knight Archer here. No archers out yet from Skull Devil. Is looking to... Wait, where's that scout going? Looks like he's dropping the deer off in its natural habitat.
It just, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Now Archer starting to fire off against those spears. They're gonna have to be a little bit more careful. And Skull Devil, how many stables does he have? Triple knights in queue now.
He is trying to get some knights out quick, but the spearman number is falling so fast that if that number just gets thinned out, who cares if you're going knight versus knight when your knights are going to be weaker and you don't have the extra backup from the spears. Scarlet Devil moving out onto berries because he hasn't been able to ferry enough deer back. Loses another scout. This has been such a strong early game here from Kiljardi.
Yeah, now spearmen and knights in theory should be faster. Or rather, should be better in head-to-head engagements than archers and knights. But you're gonna have to actually be able to take the fight. Like, the engagement needs to actually happen there.
Yeah, it's also harder for you to keep up with the night production if your opponent's on deer and you're having to move out to the berries. But now Kiljardi having to move back a little bit with his mass should allow Scarlet Devil to secure the rest of that first deer pack, and he's going to go try to do some raiding on the other side. Looks like reinforcements might be able to spot this out. One archer does, and that archer's kind of a blessing in disguise as it allows those villagers on the deer to split off.
Oh my god,
Whoa,
look
he
at this
walls
wall.
himself in!
Little triangle wall here to keep the villagers safe. Please tell me he's going to put a gate in there as well so I can reuse it later on.
I don't see why
Yes,
not.
there it
No
is.
reason to delete it. Knights have been able to turn around and get some extra charges, get some extra cutoffs there. Not enough to pick off Knights from Scarlet Devil's side, but still forces back the potential attempt on the raid.
Oh, Spearman coming in. Kiljadi's going to realize in time. Loses one of the Knights. Could have been worse, but still hurts to lose a Knight there.
Yep, and now scouts are going to continue to move out to the next deer pack here for Scarlet Devil. It looks like Kiljardy has a few knights maybe waiting by that deer pack to spot out the scouts. And Scarlet Devil actually had to drop 2 farms. The scouts do see the knights waiting over onto the deer, so not an easy take and secure for Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, not able to really get a lot of these deer packs in. Now we see some villagers from Kiljadi going for a wall up there at the bottom hand side, securing a deer and the boar there as well. These kind of walls can really start paying dividends as the game goes on, securing all of that food there at the bottom side.
Yeah, it's also one of those that after the next deer pack gets secured from Scarlet Devil, I'm sure he just goes ahead and clicks the deer at the bottom. And it could make the scout's path very awkwardly to the middle of the map through the TC if he's not paying attention quick enough. So it could cause some other effects. Still tons of villagers over onto the berries. Archers now starting to snipe down those spears. They are one-shotting those spears, but engagement about to be forced in on. And so many archers get sniped out right off the bat when they turn, and a knight charge goes into him. Kiljardy taking the fight still, hasn't lost a knight yet. A few quite low health though.
Yeah, Kiljadi, a couple more reinforcement archers coming in. Now has enough in order to start one-shotting the spearman again. Scarlet Devil not able to take this continuous fight as I mentioned. And with it...
The spear number, it's gone!
Oh, he's just not able to get any more knight kills there. That is brutal.
The spear number just got obliterated. He has 0 spears left. He's down in knights, down, obviously, doesn't have any archers going for himself. So Kiljardy, just a huge pickup. Villagers almost, was it 2 wolves down there? Or was there a unit down there
Must
too?
have been a couple of wolves looking at their health bar.
But Kiljardy, what a big pickup on that fight. A huge engagement. And like you said, the spear versus knight usually is the easier unit composition to have. But with that many archers and with the knight number favoring Kiljardy, it just leaned into the French side.
Yeah, a little bit too close for comfort there. Once again, knights finding the scouts as they're out and about, trying to get some of these deer in. First wall, if the first wall doesn't succeed, you know, just put up a second wall.
Yep. I'm actually surprised he doesn't try to rebuild the gate and have the other villager kind of tap along and try to fast build the wall, but he's not only building a wall on that side, he's building a wall on the north side to deny the next set of deer. He's diving the base. There are some spears that have been remasked, but the archers are still here. The wooden fortresses.
Aggression on this man. Doesn't lose too many villagers, but yeah, this is idle time being forced there, and that's just a sign of weakness there inside of his base.
And the wall finishes on both sides now. So Kiljardy has essentially secured double boar for himself at this point if he wants to take it.
Scarlet Devil now, he's trying to look for his own age up. Still 6 tickets remaining inside of the Golden Gate that he could exchange. Not a ton of food remaining for him here at the moment. Will be about to drop that high trade house, most likely in the corner, but yeah, Kiljardy just secured the entire resources out there on the map. High trade house now getting dropped in the back of Scarlet Devil's base. This is not a comfortable place to be at the moment if you're Scarlet Devil.
No, not by any means. And I feel like the biggest thing Kiljardy did this game was just delay the deer from getting into the base of the roost. And that delay just made the military favor Kiljardy, allowed him to win some engagement, allowed him to continue the pressure. And now we're seeing the high trade house dropped when Scarlet Devil's in a position that he's probably just going to get all in.
Scouts getting taken down, and yeah, all in definitely on the table here. We are starting to see some more emplacements actually coming in alongside Pierce damage upgrades. So Skull Devil's going to try and get the maximum value out of all of his defensive buildings. Most likely will also be getting castle turrets in. Villagers now getting pulled to the back of his base as Kiljadi's army marches near.
More quick walls coming in. More of a farm transition has happened. The castle age finishes. Scarlet Devil is having a wooden fortress being burnt. The archers can easily step up, but the spears try to deny that. So 7 villagers inside. They're starting to run. They're trying to get on away. Knights go for the charge. Archers shoot a couple shots off. That's about 8 villagers gone. 9 villagers gone. There's not enough room inside the TC, so they decided to start running forward to the outpost, I guess. Actually, there's still room inside the TC. I'm not sure what they were thinking. Knights going for the charge. Upgrades haven't come through on those knights yet, so still a lot of damage can be done here. Knight upgrade finishes.
Kiljadi, he's smelling blood in the water. He's going for the complete annihilation inside of Skull Devil's base, and GG's going to be coming in. Kiljadi able to win the set in game number 5 with a very, very aggressive play.
Yeah, just did not allow Scarlet Devil any breathing room. Just like the previous game, he started the aggression early. This time, though, the big difference is Scarlet Devil didn't have the same Civitas fingertips to be able to counteract that aggression, didn't have that same kind of free unit, free olive oil growth going. And when he took that first initial big engagement in the mid-map, Kiljadi just won it without, I don't know if he lost a single knight in that fight.
Yeah, it was incredibly well played there with the micro as well. No spearman was able to, the spearmen just at the end weren't even able to get a single knight kill, even with so many low HP knights being there. Yeah, now Kiljadi able to advance further in the bracket. And I believe that, who was he gonna be up against? It was going to be... If we can take a quick look at the bracket here while we're getting the interview ready. So we can see who won between Puppypaw and Gully Deckle. Looks like it's not quite up to date yet, but I do believe that the set should have already concluded between Puppypaw and Gully Deckle, as this has been quite the long set that Kiljadi and Skull Devil did play out here. It is gonna be, yes, it is gonna be Kiljadi up against Puppypaw, if I see that correctly.
Yeah, chat saying down. Puppy 1-3. Oh, there we got the upgrade or upgrades. We got the update on in. Puppypaw versus Kiljadi. We got Lucifron versus Numadon, Beastie versus Demu, and Anatan versus Baltoon matching up again.
All right. So there we have it. I believe that the sets that we are going to be casting next is going to be Beastie versus Demu. So that's going to be coming up here next. Before that, though, we'll have a little interview here coming up next.
Congrats, Kiljadi. A hard-fought set, a hard-fought 3-2 victory there for you, but moving on to the next round.
Yeah, it was a long series. Demu is already mad. I made him wait so long.
Maybe it was a plan to just get Demu a little upset. But starting out on game number 1, you ended up sniping the Byzantines over Sengoku. We've seen a lot of the other pro players kind of prioritize sniping Sengoku and not fighting against them. But is that a matchup you just kind of felt more comfortable with?
Not really. Like, both of the matchups were not so great for me, at least what I thought. But it ended up going well with the China, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, there was a point you had about 50 Lancers, and us casters, we thought it was about to just be a huge clean wipe as far as the fight went. The fight actually ended up going a little bit more even, but at that point your economy was just through the roof. Is that a fight you thought the engagement was just going to end and be a lot more heavily favored for you?
Yeah, I was surprised that I basically traded down evenly instead of just winning. I think the Shinobi did quite a bit, but I'm not sure. Maybe I microed it wrong or something. It didn't look right to me.
Hey, still got the W on the game number 1, and then following that one, you ended up taking the 2-0 lead with the mass Varangian spam, which has been nerfed prior, but it's a game plan. Is that just one that you saw a matchup versus HRE, and you kind of just that map specifically it just made sense for you?
Yeah, I think Macedonians can do pretty much anything. They're pretty strong at the moment, but the Varangian guards are pretty good on that map, so I just made only those.
Hey, it worked out well. It was too much for the HRE to deal with, and then followed up. You had a good early pickup of the Uvu against the Mongols, with your House of Lancasters. But the first big fight, you ended up diving and just lost a lot of the lords, and it felt back and forth for a while, but it just felt like it was too much of a gap to come back from. Is that one where you tried to just do something different after that and get back on your feet, or what was kind of the plan with the House of Lancasters after that?
Yeah, I thought I had a timing there with the four lords and some units, but I just got crushed. I don't know what happened. I thought it would go much better than that, but after that it was pretty much dead.
Yeah, and the last 2 games, I would say they're similar, but they were a little bit different. You started out just very aggressive with, obviously, you were JD and French, very similar on both maps with just the full knight aggression early on, and then ended up transitioning into archers behind it. You didn't opt for the full knight against the Byzantine economy like Baltoon did, but did it feel weird not being able to take the W after I felt like, 5-10 villager picks that I felt like your harassment in that game was just to perfection almost.
Yeah, at some point I did this shift click with all of my villagers to the front lines by accident, and I didn't notice it. It was first 8 villagers come to the front, and I was like, oh, why did these villagers come front? And then the villagers just keep coming front after they finish the resorts, and I was like, what is happening? And then I realized that I have misclicked all of my villagers to the front lines, and that pretty much cost me
so
the game.
that's where we saw the outpost being dropped and you taking the forward deer and whatnot. We were kind of confused by it as well, but I guess that does give us a few answers to some of the decision making there.
Yeah, I have never done that before, so I was very confused that the villagers keep coming forward.
Yeah, and then obviously the last game we just saw, French versus Roos. Obviously, Roos is one of the, I would say, top picked civs for King of the Hill. Is that one that you felt like the matchup you were still completely fine, or you felt like maybe Roos still has their attraction on King of the Hill?
I wasn't really sure. I haven't played that matchup at all on that map, so I wasn't sure how it's gonna go. But then he went for the spears, and then I kind of felt comfortable that he can't raid me, and I just got the resources on the map, and it was pretty easy to play from that point on.
Yeah, you did a great job of delaying the professional scouts play. You took down a lot of scouts, and like you said, you just kind of took that full map control, which is exactly what French want to do. So very well hard-fought series, but I'm sure you'll have another one ahead of you. I believe Puppy Paw is the matchup here that you'll be facing as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one, but Myriad did it last weekend, so maybe I can do it this weekend.
There you go. Just take some tips from Myriad after his victory there. Big congrats again, moving on to the next round, and I'm sure we'll be keeping an eye on the games and keeping updated.
Yep, thank you.
All right, there we go. Next up, we mentioned earlier, we're gonna be casting Beastie versus Demu, but before that, we'll be taking just the shortest of breaks. So you guys, we're going to be giving you an opportunity now to also grab some refreshments. We'll be doing the same, and we'll be seeing you in just a little bit here on EGC TV with Demu versus Beastie coming up next. Alright, we don't want to leave you guys waiting any longer, so here we go. It is our game number 1 set between Beastie versus Demu. We're starting off with Front Rage, Golden Horde for Beastie, up against the House of Lancaster for Demu, and the players are also anxiously ready to get into these games. So we're gonna be Okay, never mind. I just heard we can't trust the timer. Never mind.
I mean, it's
we
got
got
to be
time.
soon. Surely it'll be soon here, you know?
Surely, the timer was just about to end. Surely we could trust it somewhat. Okay, we can't trust the timer.
No, not by any means, but BC versus Demu, a long-awaited series. I'm sure people are hyped about this one. You know, there's a lot of Beastie fans out there, a lot of people surprised to see him not qualified so far. So, you know, still a good bit of ways to go to try to get qualified. And here we go. Game number 1 beginning. Demu planning on a Dark Age Spear opening with House of Lancasters. Beastie, Golden Horde, opting for more of the normal opening.
Yeah, catching up to a live game here from the looks of it. We do have, of course, a little scouts quickly lines going on, so we can tell exactly where they maneuver, as Beastie Scout has suddenly transformed into a yellow line, exclamation mark blame in the chat. Never mind, we switched colors. It all makes sense.
Still, exclamation mark blame anyways, you know, just cause.
Just because, we gotta get that timer going, got to get the timer, like the counter up. By the end of the tournament, we want to reach 1,000. How about that? That's a goal. Oh, Beastie, is he? He doesn't have enough gold now. If the Spearmen arrive in time. Spearmen? He knows how much gold has been gathered here so far, so he knows that BC doesn't have enough. Fortified outpost. That's in range of the TC. So cannot actually get taken down. Spearman debating a little bit. He wants to idle out BC's economy just by forcing him into his TC there a little bit. 5 Spearmen now.
It's still, like, while Demu's delayed his own age up quite a bit, he's forced quite a bit of a reaction from BC. BC has quite a bit of a delayed age up as well, but BC doesn't have 5 spears out on the field to deal with it. He's just going to have a nice old building to help protect his Uvu, help protect his gold vein.
Now, fortified outpost is going to get put up. So secures the gold as well as the Uvu for the time being. Though, still probably wants to extract at least a little bit of value out of these spearmen. So it's going to force some more idle time there on Beastie.
It's just going to be this constant back and forth. This is where that outpost positioning, it just baits you a little bit. Yeah, Spearman's going to take a little bit of damage, but with the walking time it takes, those villagers still just getting idled over and over again. And Demu, his age-up timing going to be very similar to what Beastie's is here. Might even beat BC's age-up timing here.
Alright, Cal just let me know a little fun fact. There's a 5-second cooldown on the exclamation mark blame command, so it would take 40.7 minutes of people constantly spamming the blame command to have it reach 1,000. I think that's a pretty good goal to reach. Still, idling out on the gold vein here. Villagers now getting relatively low on health, and BC just missing a little bit of gold to be able to go for the age-up.
Yeah, and that lower health Phil has to be careful, has to be watching, staying on his toes. BC does send out 2 more villagers, but lower health villagers go to the outside towards the spears. Scout here to tank up a little bit of the arrow fire as well to keep those spears a little bit healthier. Beastie has enough to age up finally. Khan and Torgoods is in queue.
It'll take a while, 100 more seconds for that to come in. In the meantime, 5 villagers working on that Abbey of Kings. Villagers also moving out to the stone outcropping there.
Yeah, and then, what was it, 5 villagers moving out to the stone for Demu, so might be going for a little second TC play. Would be very proactive for gathering for some arrow slits and whatnot upgrades, but you never know with some of these players. Manners, I guess, is actually the idea for Demu.
Spearmen just still being so annoying here throughout the entire time, and none of them have gone down yet. And you gotta imagine, like, if that Abbey of Kings, when that Abbey of Kings finishes up, Demu in theory has the chance to just send the Spearmen back for a little healing trip to the spa. Gonna get the full health back up on those spears.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those that you're like, Yeah, this is a win. Let me just head on home, and yeah, that's definitely a victory here for Demu as far as this early game goes. Delayed BC's age up significantly, caused a significant amount of idle time, allows Demu to be potentially greedy, and might not just go for one manor like we've seen a lot of players go, might go for a second manor here as well.
Now, this is not the end of the world for Beastie, because during this extended Dark Age, he was continuously still gathering up that stone with the Uvu, so didn't get blocked out there. He's now, with the Age Up finishing, gonna have additional stone ready for him to be spent on units there.
First manor is finished already, and Demu gathered up enough stone. Has another 100 in the bank still.
Yeah, so this was... Wait. Did he hit that? Oh no, I think the scout actually hit the ball there from Beastie. Pulling that one on to the Lord of Lancaster. And I think he's gonna try and go for it again. Or is he?
Oh, we will end...
Yeah, he's going for it again.
There are 4 spears here and the Lord, so maybe Demu just says, alright, let me kill it and stop this annoyance here. Nope, he'll take more damage.
Is he gonna go? Oh, tank it up with the scout. There we go. Now he's going for it. Yeah. Very good play. He's gonna get himself the boar nice and early. Yeah. Just gonna be able to move back for a second, get all the units healed up within like 2 seconds. Get some upgrades in the meantime. Already has enough wood for a blacksmith. Wants to go for a big massive hobbleass here. And Beastie already prepared some of the walls here to just make it a little bit harder for Demu to maneuver around his base.
Yeah, but Demu does have quite a bit of military that is starting to build on up. 4 lords already out. Hobblears in queue now as well. 1 spearman will be thrown away here, though. Beastie, though, going for that greedy approach, is starting to make some archers for home. Starting to try to maybe circle around with, doing a little bit of raiding and getting wheelbarrow on in. But as far as just military numbers, Demu has that favor and has the 4 lords.
Something as well to keep in mind, the Torguds, very tanky, but they barely do damage. Like 10 damage, that's not a lot. That is not a lot at all. It's like Hobblear level of damage almost, so the Hobblears, they can, for the most part, kind of ignore them. Makes it very difficult for the Torguds to be good enough of a meat shield to keep the backline and with the archers safe, so Beastie is also starting to add him some spearmen as well.
Yeah, and sure enough, the spears are starting to build, so we'll have an actual front line to help deal with, to do some damage on the other side to the Hobblears. Going ahead and grabbing some point of interest, some extra information that we could see. Hobblears, I think, are circling around for Demu. Going to try to find a spot to do raiding. BC's already dropped walls, though, and does have that fortified outpost still.
Second Uvu out there at the front side, but yeah, Yeoman coming in now for Demu. Is already on that second manor. We did see that one earlier. So overall, his economy is looking quite good at the moment, though overall pretty similar to the economy that BC is going for him at the same time.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. The big question is going to be, what can these players do with the military masses that they're building up? Usually with House of Lancasters, we're seeing this kind of all-in timing with the 4 lords. Hey, my units are going to be tankier. My overall military mass is going to trade better to yours. I got Hobblears to dive TC during that if they want to. But Beastie is trying to just build this mass for defense and still cause Demu to stay on the back foot a little bit with these Torguds circling.
More Torguds being massed behind this as well. Beastie now also moving out to one of the boars here. Is going to pull it a little bit closer towards that wood line here. Can't really put it much closer towards the berries. And Hobblears are going to find that. So we'll have the information that this has been going on. Koresh also being added there early for Beastie just to buff up the entire military there from him with some additional armor. And overall, military is looking quite strong here for Beastie. Can never underestimate the military force from the Golden Horde. Karash just adding in a lot of value, and the Torguds making the Batu Khan, incredibly tanky. And Batu Khan, the longer a fight goes on, the more signaling arrows he shoots out is going to continuously buff up the entire army to, I think it's like 20 or 30%. I think it scales with the age up as well, though.
Yeah, we do see Demu continuing to mass up as well, though, dropping an outpost on his board, so both players trying to protect up that food economy that is forward. Couple farms actually dropped for Demu as well behind this, just preventing or trying to prevent this. One of the big drawbacks of this map, which is when you run out of food, sometimes you just can't find another spot to go to. We saw that happen to Scatterbrain earlier today against Baltoon, but Demu, he was a couple seconds late from the fortified outpost from finishing. Beastie will have knowledge, information of this, but the masses, Demu wants to make a move, wants to be aggressive here. More farms.
Already adding a couple in there. Early farm transition. And already up on 18 yeomen, so keeping an even archer count compared to the yeomen. It's a lot of value there for Demu. Needs to be careful though with this engagement. As the additional HP there, thanks to a lot of Lancaster. Most of the blacksmith upgrades already in for him as well.
Yeah, and as long as these units stay alive, they can always get, you know, healed back on up. But Beastie healing back on up his fortified outpost, so the torch damage that Demu did is not really too useful in the long run. Beastie, though, it feels like starting to run out of those food resources like we were talking about. So if Demu continues to idle out that boar, Beastie will not be able to mass up as much.
Looks like the Yemen trying to go for some shots here and there, but there's still the emplacement now up on the outpost. Demu has to be careful because once the resources are going to be running out there on his side of the map, the Stealth Forest at the moment, the outpost is controlled by Beastie, so he's going to get vision on that area, should there be a move out eventually. For the time being, both players just investing more into the military, more targets coming in behind this, more spearmen, more yeomen for Demu.
Yeah, Demu just watching that boar from afar. He knows he wants to do something, wants to try to deny it, but doesn't feel comfortable enough to pull the trigger, although his mass, it's been building rather fast. You can see the overall numbers is just favoring him just a slight bit as far as the military goes.
Army getting split up a little bit. Plus and Yemen still moving forward. Not sure what the Lords are planning, and Beastie behind this already going for really, really early stockyard transition, food transition, and suddenly this all happened so rapidly. Both players stockpiling the resources.
Got to get
Potentially
castle.
going for an age up, yeah. The question is, where's Demu gonna be going for the age up? Because he could drop the keep in the middle of the map and secure a lot of map control that way.
There's the Muscovy Yasak, and Beastie still on these back resources for himself. Running lower on the last few deer, though. Does have the berries right here next to it. Demu, next drop off of gold, will decide where he wants to drop his age up.
And it's gonna be the King's College inside of space, so doesn't opt for the White Tower. Interesting play there. King's College, what can you really do with that? I mean, there's the faster Hobbler tech with the damage upgrade, with the charge damage upgrade on it. Can get some stronger knights against armored units. What else? Could be getting more bonus damage. And also unlock the hand cannoneers in Castle Age. That could be pretty good.
Yeah, Demu just, I feel like with this choice, it's kind of like a, hey, this next engagement is really going to be the decider here, so let me just get a little bit of a tech advantage before that engagement comes on. We'll have about 30 extra seconds for himself as far as that timing goes, though.
It's gonna have to be careful with the focusing here, though, because all of these armored units are gonna be getting an intense amount of armor in. So Yemen, even with the veterancy, are barely gonna be able to do a scratch to add to them.
Castle Age has finished. Both players now starting to get some more blacksmith upgrades. Demu obviously has queued up both the veterancies. And the third veterancy, actually. So we'll get all 3 veterancies going on his side. Sometimes you'll see these players, like, you know, say, all right, let me transition away from Hobbler's, go into Knights and stop, you know, not worry about that upgrade. But Demu is finding that he thinks he has enough value for all 3 veterancy upgrades.
Single cache, going for a deeper dive. Does have the additional armor, so it's going to be difficult for ranged units to do anything to him. Soldiers on the deer are going to get pre-moved now. It's going to be knights here for Demu. All the veterancy upgrades going to be finishing up here soon. Looks like the villagers did move out throughout the middle. But they did take their time in order to decap the outpost. But still, most likely, Beastie did see that, that move out there. And one Kashik's just sitting on the berries now.
Villager for Beastie moving on out. Probably gonna go ahead and drop another Uvu location would be my thought.
Should be. Yep. Yeah, indeed. Uvu's getting dropped there. Kashik's still on the cold down, on the berries down there, and now a little wall in from Demu. Gonna be able to safely gather up there in the corner.
Yeah, we'll have the deer and the gold behind that wall, so it feels very good about investing into the wall, as even though I feel like Demu is typically the player that you don't see walling as much.
Not walling the base, but walling these like proxy resources, definitely an option for him.
Yep.
Just not the base.
Just not the base. Beastie trying to find some damage, trying to find some raiding spots to go to, but still just neither player being able to find a, you know, successful raid, successful damage into the actual economy.
Is Beastie going in? He's at 2,000 food in the bank. Demu also banking up a ton of resources. I mean, legitimately, Wingard Palace for House of Lancaster pumping out those spearmen, still an option.
It is definitely
greedy, but
option.
Still an option.
Beastie, similar options if he desires. I think it might have just been one of these weird timings where he ran out of the gold at base and had to make that long walk, and by the time he gets to the next gold, he just has this giant bank of food like we see.
Oh, looks like Beastie does find the villagers there in the corner, pulls the entire military force from Demu to the back there.
The tankiness is definitely showing there from those Golden Horde units. They are able to just tank up a ton of that ranged fire. It's like toothpicks hitting them, and they're just laughing, running on away.
Oh, one of the Torguts is going to get pinched there. Will get taken down. Outpost also gets captured on up. Rolex only just now starting to get taken. Demu already brought one back. Second one is on its way. BC now switching into some additional horsemen alongside some crossbowmen.
Demu still got 1,200 food in the bank. Beastie finally spent his little reserve. You can see 8 horsemen, 3 crossbows.
That's got to be 16 horsemen, yeah, with the badge production. It's going to be quite a lot coming in there soon. And he's also getting a ton of stone in, so could potentially research one of the triple production upgrades soon.
Yeah, could have a lot going for himself here. Another attempted raid. This one just about to connect onto some villagers, but still not quite to the fullest effect. One villager falls. Looks like Demu does have a worry on those frontside berries, has an outpost there, but he will be forced to take this fight. It looks like outpost starting to be burnt. All of his army is not here. Remember, Beastie pulled a huge mass of his army over to the west side, over in all of that stealth forest, gave Beastie the opportunity to close the gap, take down the outpost, take down a free 5 villagers.
Oh, looks like there's soon going to be an engagement coming in. Is that padded armor already being researched? On the horseman? Looks like it. It is indeed padded armor already. Not sure if the tooltip is correct or not. Fight seems to be getting taken now. Synchronized shot, a big one coming in.
Huge synchronized
It's a huge
shot.
connection.
A lot of AoE damage here, but BC still taking the fight. Has Rallying Horsemen, but the upgrades aren't all
Horsemen
the way
are
through
still
yet for Beastie.
feudal.
They
The
are
horsemen are still
feudal
feudal.
horsemen. And this is one where Demu, he's happy to take this fight. BC is about to have his whole entire horseman mass wiped out before the upgrades come through. The upgrades are finally through, and where are the horsemen? Where's his mass?
This point just feels a little bit too late. A lot of Lancaster are going to get sniped out, immediately getting put back into the queue. Batukan also now going to be going down. BC just lost his entire mass of units, 60 to 30 military. Demu doubling the army count and is going to be able to eliminate every single archer as BC is going to retreat here.
Yeah, eliminate every archer, burn down this fortified outpost if he so desires. A couple more villagers are inside of that, so will at least have some return economic damage. But this is a point too where for BC to remass right now, it's just so much of it. What kind of keep is that?
That is a free-for-all keep. That's where you're going to be putting your king in next.
For real though. Oh. The keep is touching the edge of the map at the complete opposite side of Beastie's base.
Gotta keep that king safe. At the same time, Beastie, his food income is still looking very, very strong. 7 stockyards out there at the moment. Ooh, starting to get it burnt down now.
Production getting
Reinforcements.
close to get sat on. This is when things can start to get bad for the Golden Horde, as those production buildings, if you start making your double batch units and both get taken out immediately, just you're throwing away your resources. Crossbows able to escape.
Can we take
Oh,
a
it's
quick
not-
look at some horsemen for Beastie, just to check out the ranged armor stats on them? Okay, so they do have the full +2 ranged armor there as well, so they're on 7 ranged armor. It's pretty strong. Oh, engagement seems to be taken again here shortly. As a good amount of knights in for Demu. Crossbow mass, though, in for Beastie as well. Just a couple of spearmen left. The archers are going to have to focus down the crossbows. Big synchronized! Oh my god!
The
That was
synchronized
huge.
shot just was in the perfect spot there for Demu, so another big bit of AoE. Knights on the front line just proving to be enough, allowing the yeomen to just hide inside of of their defenses here, and still a lot more units for Beastie falling.
Beastie, though, also able to even out the military a little bit. Demu hasn't been focusing the crossbows too much there. So a lot of the knights did end up going down there, and I mean, where's the reinforcements at? They don't all seem to be here. Finally starts focusing on the crossbows again.
They were burning the fortified outpost, I think, or the mill, something. There they are.
I think that is it. Yeah, they're finally there. They are.
They're finally
coming in.
arriving. The rest of BC's army is such low health, though. Those units will basically fall over with a feather, but Beastie still equalized the numbers and is giving himself time. He's expanded onto this northern side of the map. He's got walls to protect himself for a little bit of time, but can Demu continue this damage, starting to take down this fortified outpost that was built at the very start of the game? Horseman
Switch up
raids are gonna
again
start.
into Hobelas alongside the spearmen. Currently only crossbows and horsemen coming in for Beastie, so Demu in theory in a pretty good position. Some more villagers getting picked off on the stockyards now. Fight getting taken, another synchronized shot coming in. Doesn't find too many connections there though. The yeomen diving in deeper now, trying to snipe out some villagers. Are going to be getting the first kill in there.
And with the lords here, just those units are tanking up so much fire. BC just doesn't have enough units here to actually take down that forward mass.
Yeomen are going to
Starting to
get
thin it
all
out.
killed out now. Yep. Some more units overall going down, but there's still more reinforcements coming in. Ooh, starting to get replaced. More Lords of
Yeah.
Lancaster coming in. Where's the main army for Demu at the moment? Looks to just be focused on the back of his base.
I feel like he got so much cleared out there, and while he did pick up some villagers, he did get some return damage. It just feels like Beastie has done what he needed to equalize his footing here in this game and give himself a way back in it.
Yeah, for sure. Moment's not looking too bad here for Beastie. Even though still with some very, very solid income. And he, in theory, still has the option, of course, of going for an age up. Going for the Imperial Age with the Wind Guard. And once the Wind Guard comes in, it's just going to be non-stop military spam for the House of Lancaster. And with the college as well, especially, just the discount on all of the upgrades is going to be pretty huge. But now a lot of idle time on the villagers here. Demu, he's going to have to pull the other ones away as well.
A little bit late to pull the villagers on the woodline away. Another synchronized shot going in, but there were only a few.
It's only two
in here, so it didn't really matter too much. If there had been more, that could have been a detrimental force on Beastie's ranged mass. But Beastie still taking this fight. A lot of Demu's army is not here, is away, but Yeoman. Hobblears taking up the crossbows so well. They're on that back line.
And once again, now with the additional Hobbleard charge damage coming in, like, look at how much damage they're going to be doing here. Oh, two-shotting the crossbows with the charge. As once again completely cleaned up for Beastie, and Demu now has a lot more torch damage units here at the front side.
Yeah, Beastie felt good about moving out of his base, thought he could, potentially start having himself that comeback. It looked like military numbers were getting closer to even, but you blink and all of a sudden Demu is right back, remassed on up, taking a winning engagement again. Beastie having to try to defend again.
Beastie now wants to go for a switch up into Man-at-Arms. Food income still looking very good for him. It's just that Golden Horde. It takes a while for them to initially get the units out with the batch production, so it'll be a while until these Men-at-Arms are going to be coming in. Now Demu, moving past, is going to be looking for the villagers from Beastie inside the Stealth Forest. Maybe, maybe not. A little bit of a loop around there. But is going to be getting a glimpse at just how good the economy is from Beastie as he's sitting on 12 stockyards at the moment.
Yeah, he finds a few of those stockyards, figures, okay, let me trade out. Oh my, that charge. Able to pick off another couple villagers on the way out. So Demu does take the villager lead after Beastie had it for just a little bit of time. Will Beastie have the time for these batch unit productions?
Yeah, at the moment, it's really taking everything he's got to just keep a modicum of military out there. He's done a great job of remassing time and time again, even trying to go for another TC now. That is going to get spotted out by Demu, though.
Spotted out immediately as it's being built. Villagers, a mass amount of villagers being pulled this way. Has to evacuate that location at least for a little bit of time. Needs to send some military mass on over to deal with that. But has a lot of ranged units, and those ranged units don't do too well into that.
Sacred Sides picked up behind this now. 3-2 on the relic split as well. Moment, things are looking good for Demu, but he is struggling when it comes to finally, finding a way to end this game. More villager kills getting found, though. So economic damage being done. Demu also still with very, very solid food income behind this. And yeah, able to clean up all the villagers there on the gold at the top side.
Yeah, great job there. Also knows that, okay, now Beastie has his second TC going for himself. How much, time do I have? But Beastie, he again is going to try to make this push. Doesn't feel comfortable enough to fully close that gap. Still having to try to deal with some of these raids in that northern side. And those are not going to be the end of them.
Oh. Army
Lords
mass from
left
Demu
on the backside, though.
Looks like there's some more Yeomen coming in now. A lot of Hobblears here at the front side. Horsemen gonna have to get pulled back, try to defend the ranged unit, the ranged back line. Damage arrow coming in as well. Was trying to go for the engagement, can't quite seem to find the connection onto the ranged units. Synchronized shot, forcing some movement. Actually, Beastie having the army lead now in the numbers department.
I mean, yeah, this was a really good fight for him. Took down a lot of the lords. took down a lot of that frontline mass. There are still, you know, some of the yeomen, some of the hovelars, but not actually. There's no more hovelars now for Demu.
And no more hovelars indeed. Yeoman gonna have to pull back for the time being. 24 to 44 military now. And BC just non-stop pumping out the archers behind this.
Spots out the mass that was moved on over to that wood line, so tons of villagers over there. BC just want to fight a huge engagement here, and now Demu has about 30 plus villagers that are trying to run from this mass to BC, but there isn't a lot of military to defend this. Demu now taking the dive again, needs to protect those villagers on up. BC has reinforcements that were a little bit further away.
More units coming in, double synchronized shot coming in. BC needing to go for the dodge there. Even the short bow's coming in, at least a little bit on the sidelines. More knights trying to hold the position here. And looks like Demu is going to be able to push Beastie back here now.
Yeah, Beastie not quite able to make that decisive push. Villagers, though, with their short bows, there's 40 villagers idled for Demu right now, and I'm not sure if that even includes the villagers with the short bows that are attacking.
It should be. Yeah, wood is starting to run thin. The manor's kind of working overtime here behind this. Just generating that little bit of wood that Demu needs behind all of this. Oh, he's been rallying villagers forward throughout this the entire time.
Dude, the wood that's gone. There's nothing to gather there. They're still going.
Oh my god. Okay, he realizes.
Look at the stockyard eco, though. I mean, this is wild. The second TC now for BC2 is starting to pay off after winning those engagements. It's not like Demu will all of a sudden be able to end this game. Looks like Demu tried to move out to the next gold vein and wall it in, and BC was already a step ahead and did not allow Demu to do so. Speaking of walls, we got a mid-wall coming in.
A nice little straight wall there, right through the middle. BC still out on the Stealth Forest gathering up there. Has been harassed there by some of the knights. Demu now also working on some of his own crossbows, but BC is just going for mass archers and horsemen now, so the crossbows are going to be coming out as a delayed reaction to the Kashyyyks and not actually going to be able to counter out any of the units now.
BC taking more of this mid-map now. Not just the gold behind his walls, going for another little bit of a dive, but more importantly, this just keeps Demu inside of his base and allows BC to be the aggressor, to be the one on the front foot rather than the back foot like he was on for so much time earlier. And guess what? BC's going Imperial.
Stone army's gonna be coming in, so BC will be able to utilize all of his stone for some quick army production, military production. Demu behind this, just still continuing to mass up more and more units. Has a good amount of farms here. Overall income not looking too bad, but BC is just looking a good bit better here with this entire stockyard economy. 2,500 food almost per minute. Demu at 1,500.
Yeah, Demu just wasn't ever able to close the gap with the timing it felt like he had. Ended up losing a lot of units in a couple different engagements, and BC stabilizing, and now will have the tech advantage here soon. Already starting to bank up those resources for some of those Imperial Age upgrades, and still continuing to make sure this mid-map control is his with the points of interest and just with the walls that he's building as well.
Last taking control of the outpost there in the middle is going to find the villagers on the gold. BC sending units after them. Demu almost population cap. Finds the workers on the gold back here. BC running back with them, but the charge damage too big. He's not going to be able to keep them safe. Some work is going to get taken down. Not the biggest loss here considering he's on 2 TC though.
Yeah, both players about to be max population. Big difference here is the Beastie is about to be Imperial Age max population. Meanwhile, Demu does not have the food yet to go up. Does have the gold sitting in the bank. BC looks like he's going for a little bit of a flank here. More villagers. Oh, finding a route to escape, barely.
Tried to follow up there. Villager barely staying alive. Age up has now been reached by Beastie. And then we might be trying to go for a follow-up there as well. And these horsemen, just how tanky they are. The arrow damage not really doing too much there to them. Plus need to be careful though, they are expensive, they do cost gold after all. So they were not wanting to lose those.
Yeah,
Age up should be coming in soon for him as well.
Yeah, Demu not too far away from starting his age up. The key here for BC though is he's got 2 different elite upgrades coming in the next couple seconds that should allow him a big timing that he could try to take advantage of. Spears, not enough here for BC to be worried, it seems.
Now Wing-Up Palace gonna be coming in. Oh, units getting trapped there. 8 not finished up. Gonna be able to make their way out, and BC with the forward over there right in front of Demu's wall.
Yeah, just taking up this crossbow fire with the mass that he has. Burns down the gate. He's ready to keep on this aggression. Demu has reached Imperial Age. Beastie realizes, okay, let me go defend my gold villagers here.
Same time, Beastie pushing forward. Big military mass coming in. Roost Tributes also very, very heavily upgraded now. It's actually a very strong unit.
Yeah, and this is one now where Demu's army is fighting 2 different split fights that it feels like he might just not have the numbers together for. It looks like a lot of the army is still up in that western side trying to get there. Synchronized shot comes in, does not hit the main mass from Beastie.
Lots of Lancasters getting focused down. Villagers still jumping inside the TC, trying their best there to do damage to range mass as well. Roost Tributes tanking at the front line. More Spearmen coming in. Front line from Demu still looking strong. They lose a couple more villagers alongside this entire fight. But able to reduce Beastie's mass here significantly.
Yeah, BC's front line just disappeared. He split off some of it, tried to go for some economy, and a lot of it was actually dealing with Demu's army on that northern side. But the second TC for BC is starting to get out of hand, it seems. The economy is starting to get out of hand where, yeah, even if he loses this mass, he will be able to remass up in the blink of an eye. You can already see his queue. You can already see his resource bank. Beastie is just ready to keep this aggression up and keep on the pedal to the metal.
Both trying their best, but yeah, it's just these horsemen with the unique upgrades. So much armor on them. Still, a good amount of spearmen. Able to reduce the military count there on the cavalry from Beastie. All just courtesy of that Wingard Palace being able to get this many spearmen in time.
Yeah, military numbers dead even yet again, but BC just has 50 extra economic units to say for himself over here.
Scouts now also coming in. It's a pretty strong unit mass. Just looking at the armor on these horsemen. Biology also coming in now, or bloodlines rather.
We're also seeing some flaming arrows. You can just see the difference in the resource banks. Demu's just struggling for upgrades. 1, 2 upgrades here and there. Meanwhile, Beastie, it feels like he's clicking anything and everything he wants.
Ooh, we're getting the Karash Edict as well. 1 unit inside of the keep. This truly looks like a free-fall build.
It might be. BC does at least have the Sacred Site timer going for himself here. Horseman raid into the wood economy. There are some spears here, but will it be enough? BC's still fine with trading horsemen for more idle time, more eco damage as well. Just knowing the position he's in. He's 200 out of 200. Demu, he's struggling. He's sitting at 140 total pop.
He's having 7,000 resources in the bank. Collected resources overall. Look at the resources collected in the stats there. Is that accurate? Beastie with 50,000 more resources. That is, yeah, that can't be accurate.
It's got to be a little bit messed up over here, I'm sure, but The horseman spam has started and is just going to be never ending with how many upgrades they have. It's kind of one of those like, why not? Trash units thrown away, but providing so much value here for Beastie.
Demu does have a very solid army count at this point in time now as well. Granted, also mostly just trash units, but it's the Wingard Palace that is able to just provide you with so many or such a big flood of spearmen there. Gonna be able to just space pretty safe from these horseman raids. Replenish the numbers every time.
6 minutes till sacred site victory. So at the very least, what Beastie is doing with all of this aggression is just giving him more time to reinforce those sacred sites, to remass back up and continue to hurt Demu's economy.
See, now moving forward, does have the incendiary upgrade in. Sick type bowstrings also being researched right now. And yeah, villagers gonna have to get pulled from the front side. No incendiaries in yet for Demu. We're gonna be seeing a synchronized shot here soon, potentially.
There's still so many units here from Demu. He was able to remass up so quickly with the Wingard, but is it going to be enough here to defend the extra text that Beastie has on his side, and not only defend, but to make a push after that?
Good shot. Yeah, it is a difficult situation. To be fair, the Spearmen, though, whenever they do go down, they're just getting remassed immediately with the Wingard Palace again. So it feels like it's a little bit of a hopeless situation, just trying to focus on taking down the spears as they just come back non-stop. Additional Spearmen now also going for some raids there, killing some of BC's villagers. He can afford losing some, though, at 130 economy. But it's going to lead to a decap on the sacred side, so Demu making sure the game is going to continue going on here for a little bit longer, at the very least.
Yep, sacred site timer no longer there. Beastie has so much into economy right now that his military numbers just can't be the same as what Demu's were. Demu was sitting at over 100 military pop, and that's not possible when you got 100. Oh, synchronized shot right on the gate. What
so
a perfect timing.
Didn't do that much damage, but it looked like a really, really good connection there.
A lot of those archers are lower health for BC, but he's just able to continue this production, able to remass back up so easily with such a massive bank that it just doesn't matter for Demu, because yeah, Demu, he's got 3 queues of the Wingard, but nothing else in queue. Meanwhile, Beastie has 22 horsemen and 15 archers in queue.
And that is batch production, so count that ×2. Fight getting taken. Yeah, man. They don't have the Silk type bowstring, so they trying to actually pass by the Mami. Oh my god, he just lost all the ranged units. He just lost all of the ranged units.
This might finally be the beginning of the end here for Demu. He's starting to run out of steam. Meanwhile, Beastie, I've been saying it, but there's no end in sight with his queue. He's just got more resources than he knows what to do with, and just will continue this aggression until Demu finally just runs out of steam, runs out of economy.
Behind this Beastie, I mean, realistically at this point, he could just fully max pop himself with just hand cannoneers.
Just sitting onto the front side farms, sending horsemen into the economy over and over again. And now Demu wants to try to get on top of that archer mass with his grouping. But there's so many spears. Like you said, they do get remassed so quickly with the Wingard, but that's just, they're just cannon fodder here. They're just getting thrown away.
Yeah, are getting thrown away. Beastie did allow the food economy there for quite a while, but still, Demu, yeah, he's now at 140 population, no longer glued to that 200 of 200. Beastie, on the other hand side, very difficult to get him off the 200 of 200, and now we see a switch up. Looks like it's going to be, which upgrade is that? Is that going to be for the, yeah, it looks like it's going to be for the Kipchak upgrade. Triple shot going to be coming in. So might be a transition now into the Kipchaks. Wondering if he already has the triple batch production upgrade on the archery rangers at this point.
I'm sure he does at this point in the game. There's 9 Kipchaks in queue, so he'll be able to pump the kip check number up so fast. Still doing a great job kiting with these archers, getting the fullest effect on these archers just with this kiting, with the upgrades that they do have.
At this point in time, a Wonder victory is actually not unrealistic here for Beastie, should the Sacred Side victory not suffice here. With the amount of resource he's got in the bank.
You're not... using your stone on a Wonder seems crazy.
I don't think Golden Horde uses stone for Wonder, though, similar to Mongols.
I know Mongols don't. I assume Golden Horde could, but maybe they don't as well. What is it, 8k each resource then? Okay, so Wonder
they do use stone. Interesting.
Well, maybe we will see a Wonder this game.
We're just hearing from production, the overlay has not been tested with the Wonder, so we could be getting some unexpected behavior. To be fair, that's not a realistic win condition, typically. Now, big mass of the Kipchak archers out there as well. We're seeing every single university upgrade being researched behind this now, also getting followed up with men-at-arms.
Yeah, I mean, BC's at the point where he can get any and every upgrade that he wants right now. The Kipchak mass he can now utilize to kite and be quite a bit more effective here in some of these engagements, as we're already seeing that here now.
Oblast not really standing a chance there up against the fully upgraded Kipchak archers now.
I mean, they took down like 2 or 3 and lost all of them for it, basically. 3 left there for Demu.
Look at the bleed damage coming in. 2 of the Oblast on the retreat. Going down eventually. Still raids coming for BC, distracting Demu there on the sides.
11,000. BC's dropping a Wonder. BC's got to drop a Wonder, right?
He is. In the back of the space. Oh my god. Actually going for the Wonder. Monument of the Great Khan is coming in. While he's holding the sacred sides. Oh my god. That's crazy.
This is absolutely... Do you think if you're Demu, you see the Wonder drop and you're like, oh, get me out of this game?
Could be. At the same time, I wouldn't blame him if he thinks, oh, you just spent so many resources here. Maybe you're a little bit too cocky. This gives me a chance to come back.
This is such a demoralizing thing to see, though. After the start that Demu had in this game, it felt like it was all his. It felt like he had this one secured for himself, but... You know, BC is always one of those players that he can fight back from detrimental situations. And sure enough, that's exactly what he does here. We have some Hobblers trying to deactivate the Sacred Site, which at this point, BC's got another timer about to start for the game victory here.
Oh my god, defend Beastie's Wonder. New objective just been reached. Looks like we don't have a timer for that. So we'll just have to guesstimate. We're now at 48 minutes, so 15 minutes from now. Everybody, like, tune your watches.
Okay, and actually, Demu oversteps the Sacred Site and gets off of it, so the timer keeps ticking, and I think BC sent his Kipchaks over there to clear up the rest of those units. Oh, he's got the middle to do what do, though.
Are we gonna get a decapped again on the Sacred Site? At least this time there's a Wonder.
Yeah, middle Sacred Site is definitely getting decapped. Demu has this massive ball again, and Beastie has a lot invested in the eco. It's almost at this point where he could delete 20 economic units and still be able to keep this mass and maybe take some trades a little bit better.
These men-at-arms are insanely tanky, being fully surrounded, still taking quite a while there to go down.
Synchronized shot in. Able to get some good AoE damage in. BC, though, just constantly re-rallying. Kipchaks now should be circling from clearing up the Sacred Site. Probably going to pick off some reinforcing units if I had to guess. Might go for some more eco damage, but while it does seem like BC's continually getting pushed back, this is just time that he has, and Demu does not have the same resources.
Look at the queue. And right now, that's the entire army that's coming out now. 31 triple production men-at-arms. That is 100 men-at-arms in queue at the moment for Beastie.
And just like that, he's up at 27 men-at-arms after being in single digits, but just a few seconds ago. And he's just sitting at max pop. So yeah, it seems like he's losing. It seems like he's getting pushed back, but in reality, he's just sitting and chilling and not having a worry in the world. Now Demu's army, the reinforcements got cut off, like we mentioned, with the kip checks, and the front and side army is just getting obliterated now with the reinforcements.
Yeah, entire army getting routed, as you said, and there it is. GG's going to be coming in. Demu realizes he cannot take that Wonder down. GG comes in, and Beastie able to take a lead 50 minutes into game number 1. We're now at the first game of our third set. It's already 10 p.m. This has to be a curse, man.
Craggedy, why do I feel like this happens to us all the time?
It does.
It's always like, hey, we're going on 8.5 hours. Get ready. We are 6 hours, 15 minutes in, and we are about to start the second game of the third series here soon. What a wild back and forth there from Beastie versus Demu. Beastie able to hold the push, able to continue to hold, and then, the Wonder just probably took the little bit of air left in Demu's sails on out.
The Wonder, no. Okay, this time the Wonder did get to stay up. Man, look at the total resource gathered there. That's still a crazy, crazy big difference there. 40,000 more resources gathered for Beastie. And in the late game, in the really, really late stages of the game, getting that additional, 50% of military production. I'm just going to say that it's 50%, right? You're going from 2 batches of 2 to, batches of 3. I'm not a mathematician. I'm just going to say 50%. It's not 50%. But anyways, you're just getting a ton of value out of your batch production there. Next up, we're going to be moving over to Holy Island. It's going to be, oh my god, we're getting HRE. It's in the game up against the Shushi's Legacy from Demu.
Yeah, HRE used to always be the kind of prio pick on a lot of the hybrid maps, That extra economy just means extra water and easier way to take over the water. But a lot of these other civs now that have been coming out have gained their attraction on the water. Obviously, Zushi, one of the most hyped up ones, especially on Holy Island. So we will see some excitement there, I am sure, in this game number 2 after the wild back and forth of game number 1.
Oh, man. That's going to be an interesting one. Now, Shushi's Legacy, goated. Absolutely goated on Holy Island, potentially. It depends. When you see those grand meditation gardens coming in, it's going to be, really, really solid. You're going to be in a great position to, maybe get, an emplacement. Oh my god, we're jumping straight into it, Dapson. Straight into it. Here we go. Game number 2 between Beastie and Demu, moving over to Holy Island. Of course, we got the players immediately building up those docks on the shoreline here, wanting to go for that extra economy on water.
Yeah, such an important thing whenever there is deep sea fish to at least put a little bit of focus on into it. And sure enough, that's where both of these players are starting off with that. Looking at Meditation Garden's location for Demu. Look at the triple stone and the gold vein in the middle. That's close to Beastie's base, but come on now. Could you even get 4 stones with the potential drop?
Probably. Wait, oh my god, that is...
I think he'd barely be out of range of the 4th stone, but maybe not. I'm not really sure here.
I think right in front of the woodline. Yeah, right here, right there. I think that's the moneymaker. It's the large berry patch as well. Double stone, gold, a little bit of the woodline. That has to be it, right? In front. Yeah, that's a really good one. That has to be it.
That was the one I initially saw. That's obviously closer to Beastie's side, but Demu has some primetime locations that he can opt for himself here.
Yeah, I mean, imagine getting a dock emplacement every 2 minutes.
I mean, when you put it like that, it's just absolutely wild to deal with. But Beastie, we'll see what his reaction is. Obviously, you know, HRE has their own bits of bonuses to their economy. Main thing here is, you know, with the fishing timings, a lot of times I find on this map specifically, some people can be overly greedy with castle or just be a step too late. It's such a fine line when it comes to these hybrid maps.
Looks like it's going to be a relatively fast age up here. Not going to be going for an immediate double dock play here from Beastie, as he's already sending villagers out to the gold. That's going to be taking him a while to get all the gold in, so maybe it's still going to be a double dock play. He has got 8 villagers on it.
Yeah, probably just slowly starting to build that up, rely on the fishing boats a little bit more, but if the 3rd villager goes out to the gold, he will be able to be going up in no time. He's going to scout out Demu's side of the map, wants to see, you know, how much fishing he is investing on into.
Has most of the fishing ships at the moment on the shoreline fish. And yeah, it is going to be a second dock now coming up from Beastie. Demon looks to be going for a faster age up behind this. Just looking at the villager split.
Yeah, just we'll be able to drop the age up in the next like minute or so there from Demu. Meanwhile, Beastie
Can we check his vision? Does he know about the spot in front of his woodline? We check Demu's vision? Yeah, okay, he does.
Yeah.
He does. Wait, no, that's Beastie's POV. Demu? Okay, Demu knows as well. Demu knows as well.
Demu's gotten a good amount of information as far as the map goes. Haven't seen any villagers start to move out yet. Sometimes you'll see them, you know, move 1 or 2 villagers out a little bit earlier, as being able to drop that right as the age up resources come in.
Should be seeing a villager move out soon to place that meditation garden. Please let it be at the front side. It's such a good spot. Yeah, villager's moving out. He's going for it. 4 villagers. He sees the value. He sees the vision. Is that? Yeah, it's already. Oh my god, that's such a great one. That is such a great meditation garden. Oh my god.
Those are some that you dream about, and it's not the chapel that Beastie opts for. Instead, it's still Minework Palace, even on the hybrid maps.
Yeah, opting for the mine work, so Mill most likely try and do some damage here on land as well with some early upgraded units. I'm not the biggest fan, I have to say, but I think it's... I don't know, like, I like the Minework Palace personally just a lot more from the Order of the Dragon perspective, since the units that are getting, like, the additional upgrades, like the Men-at-Arms, they're just able to get so much value on these hybrid maps. A single Man-at-Arms, and once he gets low HP, receiving less damage, he's just gonna get that extra uptime. Look at the overlay! Oh my god, the technology! We can already see the resources in there. That's a good amount of resources, Capson. That's a pretty good amount of resources right there.
That is solid for sure. And do you think the map layout for Holy Island maybe decided Beastie on the mine work? I know with the forward wood lines, obviously it's a little bit thinner. You don't get to stay on it for as long. But when you have it just the back wood line, you can kind of tuck the chapel up next to it, a lot closer to your TC, and usually you can have your whole wood economy inspired for a lot longer with just the chapel.
Yeah, you're making a great point. I think that could definitely have played into that, into decision making there. But we are at the same time already getting the Pierce Armor upgrade in for Beastie, which does kind of make me think that this might have been planned.
Yeah, so goes for the Men-at-Arms, also going for a Springled ship. Meanwhile, Demu's queue is a galley and just a galley.
For the time being, meanwhile, first Men-at-Arms coming out for Beastie. Alongside the Pierce Armor upgrade, Demu already has enough stone for an outpost emplacement, so in case he sees the... Oh, he's going for Palace Guards as a defense choice. That's a good one. Have a lot more movement speed than a normal Men-at-Arms, so we'll be able to chase those down.
And the first men-at-arms moving on across. There's 2 more in queue, so bigger focus into the land than typical. But Beastie, he's not only focusing on land, he's got the 1-1-1 as far as boats out, or the last demo is in queue, so we'll be able to start trying to push out across the map.
Oh, men-at-arms not being reacted to immediately. Springled ship is getting found out on water. Demu going for a Demu ship.
Demo is
No sprinkled ship yet, though.
queuing. Yeah, but the problem with this demo ship is if Beastie moves across, which he already is with his galley, this demo ship's so easy to snipe out, and it doesn't even have enough damage to fully take down the sprinkled ship.
It's going to be difficult now for him. Has a sprinkled ship in queue now as well. Just needs to micro back the fishing ships here, but food is starting to run rather low for him. Demo ship is going to get found out. Archer ship. Going to be focusing that one down.
And these fishing boats starting to get sniped out. They tuck all around the one sprinkled ship to do some healing. Palace guards for Demu starting to move on forward as well. Demo ships just kind of pass by each other and don't want to worry too much. Oh!
Survives for the time being. He's going to try and go for a loop around back towards the dock to heal up. They were able to survive this pretty dicey early timing here for the time being. Never mind, loses the demo ship.
Does end up losing the demo ship, and the demo ship for Beastie is here. Demu has to be so careful about turning around with his galley to try to snipe it out. Beastie just barely dodges out, isn't able to get the connection onto the big mounted boats. Next demo ship pops out for Demu, and it gets taken down. Same thing with the galley, though. It's sprinkled ship versus 2 sprinkled ships here. There's fishing boats to help heal that up, but that means they're not working. That means it's draining your wood economy. A fishing boat does get taken out. So Beastie able to do a little bit of damage on land, but Palace guards head to the dock. Try to get a villager pickup. Will pick up the villager.
Men-at-arms, though, making their way over to Demu's wood line. It's about to get turned around now once those men-at-arms... It's already a lot of men-at-arms, and the demo ship is coming in. Archer ship tries its best. Man the sails coming in. Gets the correction, but now the men-at-arms into the wood line.
Reaction! A no
1
reaction!
villager, 2 villager, 3 villagers, 4 villagers.
And there's going to be more.
That's a ton of idle time at the worst point in the game for Demu. Somehow able to get the connection there. Unfortunately for Beastie.
IO?
Did not move that sprinkled ship away. Oh no, not the Imperial Official. They're so costly for Sushi's legacy.
Sushi, that's so important.
And Men-at-Arms just able to run on back. Another good connection though.
Able to take down another sprinkled ship, but we are seeing Palace Guards versus Men-at-Arms, but the Men-at-Arms already got a big connection there, so Beastie just following back for the time being. And we'll see what his plan is now that he has taken this initial lead.
At the moment, looks like he's just going to be doubling down on the Men-at-Arms. There's a lot, still Men-at-Arms in queue for him. They were also still pumping out more and more Palace Guards. Alongside the Scout, looks like he's going to be trying to go for an attack onto the gold there from BC. Just as he's trying to get an outpost up, could potentially get a big timing push in there. Onto the gold, workers. The Scout alerts them. 1 worker is going to go down. Make that 2, most likely.
Villager does end up falling. So does at least get a little bit of some return damage here. Starts to tank up quite a bit of fire. Perfectly enough room inside of the TC to fire down on these Palace Guards. Double outpost in placement, triple outpost, being rushed up into the wood line. So Beastie will take some losses here on the return fire, but he's doing the same on the other wood line. This is just basically a base trade.
And on water.
But there's also a water trade that Beastie looks like he is winning.
No demo ships at the moment for Demu. Looks like the connections, the archer ships just got taken down a little bit too quickly. And Demu, looks like he started focusing the Men-at-Arms inside of the woodline there.
Yeah, villagers found enough spots after the triple outpost finished on up for Beastie to be able to stabilize here. Meanwhile, on the other side, there is quite a bit of idle time, so it's just essentially a massive, massive base trade here. Some economy trades, but Beastie took the win on the water, and now it looks like he's going to have a little bit of a better trade on the land as well, just because of that triple outpost rush up. He didn't lose as many villagers as what it seemed at first.
Yeah, Demu completely idled out on the food. Fishing ships finally able to go to work again. At the end of the day, he's still down 6 economic units. 12 palace guards remaining on the field, 15 men-at-arms though. Looks like Demu is trying to chase after those men-at-arms and is going to be able to do so with the superior movement speed of the palace guards, but these fights, not sure if how well these fights are going to be going here for Demu. It still feels like there's superior numbers on the side of Beastie.
Yeah, and BC even pulled back one of those low health men-at-arms, allowed the tankier ones to soak the brunt of the damage, and can always try to heal them up with a prelate down the road, but hard to sacrifice prelates from inspiring your economy, and I don't even know if BC has any out right now.
Yeah, BC doesn't have any prelates, so his economy is completely uninspired at the moment. Not sure if he's even realized at this point during the game. This is not the typical HRE economy that we're used to. Demu's still at 4 out of 4 Imperial officials behind this. Men-at-arms in time into the wood line. I think Beastie, with the current amount of men-at-arms that he has, is he just going to be going for, like... I know I've been... Yeah, I've been saying Burgrave a lot at the moment with the HRE. But it's not just the bonus production speed that you're getting, it's also the additional charge damage that you're getting. And it just makes your men-at-arms absolutely supercharged when it comes to even just taking down or chasing down villagers as well.
Yeah,
there it is.
Sure enough, Burgrave is coming through. BC just going to go for that timing in the game. Obviously, if it's men-at-arms versus palace guards and your men-at-arms are an age ahead, upgrades ahead, this is just going to be quite easy for him. Wants to just make sure he doesn't take any damage before the Burgrave finishes, so cuts off the palace guards that are trying to circle.
Just jumping inside of the outpost there. Burgrave Palace, not sure if that's been spotted out yet, whether it's in the line of sight of these palace guards. Don't think it is.
I don't believe so. Next couple men-at-arms trying to help protect up these villagers. One more villager doesn't get taken down, but one on the wood line does. Demu matching the Castle Age timing, but obviously not quite the exact match here. Burgrave finishes. Men-at-arms upgrade immediately coming through, and I think BC just said, all right, ignore the rest of what's in my base. Let's go do some damage.
Yeah, Demu, though, is going for the right reaction here. A lot of archer ranges for crossbows are going to get put up now. Demu trying to also push a little bit on the waterfront with equal ship count. And arms from Demu also going for a little wrap around there. He's seeing some immediate crossbow numbers, yeah, in queue coming in there immediately. But, oh my god, the men-at-arms are already there. Timing is looking quite rough there for Demu now, as he's got men-at-arms now about to be diving his TC.
Yep, splitting off. Some go to the gold, some go to the TC, some go to the wood line, and Beastie has enough out that he can sacrifice the numbers to be able to do this. Some can even sit on those ranges, try to kill the crossbows as they come out.
Imperial officials getting taken down. All of the Imperial officials here under threat now. Crossbows trying their best, but it's just not a big enough mass of them now.
Yeah, they can try to kite this out, but there's just so much damage. Wololo coming through. Crossbows actually sniped out the 1 men-at-arms that might have gotten Wololo there. Villagers, though, they're just running. They're trying to find a safe spot to get to, trying to give enough time for more crossbows to come out and try to clean this mass. But Beastie, he's not given time.
Yeah, not giving any time, indeed. Crossbow mass is starting to get up to some decent numbers here. Able to do some good damage now onto the men-at-arms. Demu still has some resource in the bank. Able to now also go for a little bit of a return raid onto the water. Just needs to be careful as he doesn't actually have any superior military. Gets a couple of snipes there on the fishing ships.
Yeah, Galley not quite getting focused by the sprinkled ships on Beastie's side.
Demo ship in queue. Demu is diving a little bit too deep there. And there it is. He's gonna get a pretty big connection in there, at least on one of the ships. Demu just sacrificing now in order to snipe down the archer ships.
Yep, archer ship does get cleaned up. Demo ship, though, will be able to blow that sprinkled ship up if Beastie wants. Yep, and he does decide to go ahead and blow it up. Take the victory as you have it. Another men-at-arms raid. I see another villager on the ground. This has been an absolutely, I wouldn't say sloppy, because it's both of the players have made decisions to make these trades. It's just been a bloodbath of a game, though.
And even though Demu went for the Shaolin Monastery, Beastie is the one with 3 relics already picked up. And the last relic on the island or next to Beastie's base.
Yeah, and we have one military ship out for Demu, but we did see some emplacements on those docks, so we'll at least deter Beastie for a little bit of time. Triple demo in queue for Beastie, though, so might decide it is finally time to take a decisive fight on the water here. Oh, Imperial official gets sniped out as it was pathing to probably get some taxes.
Demu, he's had to reinvest a lot into these Imperial officials so far. There's a lot of wood at the moment in the bank, but nothing really to spend it on for the time being, other than potentially mass demo ships.
But Beastie is making this big swap here. He is transitioning into Horseman, getting the next set of ranged armor in as well. So if his Horseman mass, gets up to 10 or so before Demu spots it out, the crossbows are almost worthless, and Demu already a step ahead, though. Spears in queue upgrade has already come through as well.
Now, big sprinkled ships are going to get taken down by some of the demo ships there. Still in placements, working overtime. Looks like Beastie's still going to be going for the engagement there. Naval upgrades have been researched behind this as well.
Yeah, and the galley, the archer ship is just taking down as many of the fishing boats as possible before the sprinkled ships get taken out by the demo now that pops on out. Doesn't react though. Gets sniped out before the sprinkled ships fall. Demu losing more and more of these fishing boats, losing his meditation gardens as well, and the horseman play, it is up at 11 now. The spears are only at 2.
With that, the entire water economy now is about to get shut down by Beastie from the looks of it. Although Demu is able to hold on for a time being, it's just a lot of idle time that's been caused here. Meditation Garden, as you said, is going to get taken down. 11 horsemen, 18 men-at-arms now. And Demu, all he's got to his name at the moment are crossbows and just a couple of spearmen.
Yeah, I mean, the horsemen alone would be happy to take down the few spears that are there to just take the engagement, take the fight. And Beastie about to attack from 2 different angles. So should hit the wood line with that horseman group. Also looks like he is going for the docks with the men-at-arms. Although a lot of ships there. There's some deer being taken at the bottom, but not yet scouted out from Beastie. So many of those villagers are low health. These horsemen going to be very effective.
Oh, that's going to be another Imperial.
Oh,
yeah.
It stayed alive there on the way out.
Now he's housed. The Demo has no wood to rebuild another. Oh, he's got no wood to rebuild a village right now.
No wood to rebuild a village at all, but at least resecured the wood line.
We're also now seeing a couple of Landsknechte coming in, but it feels like at this point, yeah, Beastie knows just what kind of position he's currently in. He's time to just go for landmarks.
I was about to say, this is a mini landmark victory. He already took down the Meditation Gardens. He's about to take the Shaolin Monastery on out. First, a blacksmith. And then all that's left is the TC. So Demu, he's going to be forced to take this fight if that Shaolin Monastery burns.
behind this. Demu, he's still reinvesting into more spearmen, more crossbows. In theory, the correct units to be making here. BC just has so much more mass. Looking at the army value, it's 7,000 to 5,000. With just more counter units over on BC's side.
Yep, horsemen again are going for that wide circle around to try to hit the wood line, to try to hit the economy. Does look like a lot of the spears stuck around, but now the spears are all sticking around. BC could just run by, try to close the gap onto the crossbows.
Oh, is he taking the fight? Oh, he's just running
going
past
into
the spears.
Yeah. Straight for the crossbows. Has the backside
Jumping
surround.
into the TC.
They gotta jump into the TC. Jump into the TC. Onto the backside again, but now men-at-arms get to close the gap, get to take the fight against the spears. Demu has to take this. This is not a fight that is going to go over well for him. Crossbows jump out again. Horsemen are already on top of the crossbows. Spear number is no longer a thing, and Demu throws in the towel. Game number 2 goes over to Beastie.
Just like that, Beastie is going to be able to find himself on match point now in this best of 5, leading 2-0 at the moment against Demu here. And he's got to be feeling quite happy and comfortable now in the current position that he's in. Gaining 4 relics here in this game, even after Demu chose to go up with the Charlotte Monastery.
Yeah, I mean, the early men-at-arms play, Demu had the right idea as well himself. He's like, all right, you got men-at-arms, I got palace guards, I can try to run around, we can try to trade some economies and whatnot, but slowly over the course of time in this game, BC was just able to eke out a lead here and there, and it just continued to build on from that.
It's just, in this matchup, typically, like, early on into the game, that's when HRE has the just way superior economy with the early inspiration. But as the game goes on, Shushi's Legacy tends to pull ahead a little bit with the Imperial officials, and once the inspiration is no longer as efficient in the later stage of the game, I feel like if Demu just played a little bit more patiently, maybe get like the outpost emplacement inside of his woodline, similar to what BC did there with the massive outposts, could have been a different story and just investing more into water, but overall, still very well played by Beastie, and Demu also just going for the Palace Guard play here is a fine reaction overall.
We do see game number 3. Map and civs have been decided. It will be Baldland. Demu snipes out China from Beastie, leaving him Sengoku. Beastie snipes out Macedonians, leaving Demu with Mali. So Sengoku versus Mali on the game-deciding match here. Demu wants to try to come back from this 2-0 deficit that he has found himself in.
Yeah, and Malian's definitely going to be a civilization that would potentially allow him to do so, especially against a civilization like the Sengoku. Just having access to the Donzos here, one of the best spearmen in the game, alongside javelin throws. If we get to a position in the game where there are going to be Ashigaru handgunners, a civilization like the Malians are going to be excellent at just dealing with the things that Sengoku can really put out onto the field. Sofas are also pretty decent as a raiding unit, as they also have some additional movement speed compared to like Mounted Samurai and Horsemen from Sengoku, which just have absolutely absurd movement speed with the Takeda Daimyo.
Yeah, we'll see this game plan here. Looking at this ending, closing out the game fight, BC just outmaneuvered with those horsemen so well. Already had the numbers lead, had the men-at-arms value lead, and just very decisive ending to the bloodbath of a game there. We'll see if game number 3 can continue to live up to the expectations after the exciting first 2 games.
Yeah, indeed. Looking at this map on Baldland, it is going to be like the namesake map here for Demu, and definitely a map where he is going to be like hard pressed. Like, he needs to get this victory, and if he loses this game, it's going to be a clean 3-0 victory for Beastie, and that is going to eliminate his chances at qualifying to play in the Road to Red Bull Wololo Londinium. Beastie, he's going to get one step closer to qualify, and I know that both of these players have been really, like, especially Beastie has been eyeing that qualification spot. He's been trying very hard these past weeks, as all players have, and he's definitely one of the favorites when it comes to qualifying here. And now we're jumping on in game number 3 on Baldland. We got Demu in the color purple, playing as the Malian civilization. His opponent, Beastie, in the color yellow, playing as the Sengoku Daimyo.
A lot of
market decision.
pressure on the line here, a lot of nerves living up to the expectation, but Beastie, I would say, has obviously a little bit of a little bit of extra benefit on his side, especially after that game number 1. That has to be such a tilting game to go through with, especially from Demu's side. Felt like he was so far ahead, ended up having a wonder dropped on him from the other side, and it can't feel good to be in that position. First Yatai already out. Next hot dog cart probably moving. Oh no, not quite in queue yet.
Pit mine, and at least the initial pit mine for Demu in the front of his base, but without any early aggression from the Sengoku Daimyo, not something that he really has to be too afraid of.
Yeah, so that's one where, building that many houses isn't too, worrisome for Demu. Like you said, there should be no aggression. We do see that next Yatai starting to roll to the next location that Beastie is opting for. And we'll see how aggressive Demu is going to be with this cow boom economy on the Mali side. There's some players you'll see them, just make 3 cows and then just play more of an extended feudal using that extra eco to stabilize against someone like Sengoku. Some players will just go full into cow boom to try to match the passive economy for Sengoku, but that can be very, very dangerous with the way these Yatai work. But age up should be getting dropped here soon from Demu. Sengoku always a little bit slower with their age up with these openings that they opt for.
Yeah, it always takes a little bit longer, but Sengoku Daimyo getting those Yatais up behind this are going to be scaling quite nicely when it comes to the food department as the game goes on. Mansaquari now coming up for Demu. And recently, just in general, with Malians, not just recently, it's been actually quite a while now at this point in time, we've just seen a lot more focus when it comes into massing up the sofas in the early game as well. I'm not sure how well sofas are going to trade into Yari Cavalry, potentially, from the Sengoku Daimyo, but sofas would give Demu a pretty good tool when it comes to just sniffing out those Yatais and getting some pretty good early damage up against them.
Yeah, there was definitely a huge transition away from the typical Donzo Javelin mass, play super defensive, feel like you can never really move out and get out on top of the map, to this Sofa transition that allows you to take some potential map control, try to do some raiding, try to pick off some reinforcing units here and there, and more importantly, transitions into Castle Age so well with imported armor. Ryokan is being invested into, and Manticore getting close to finishing, so this will give Demu that timing, like I said, to maybe be a little bit more greedy with some early cows potentially, instead of focusing on production building right off the bat. We will end up seeing, though, what he decides for.
Yeah, Ryokan's going to be nice here, especially when it comes to just having survivability on your Yari Cavalry. And we do indeed see the stable coming in now for Demu, so sofas are most likely going to be on the menu. And just having the ability to be able to heal up your cavalry as the game goes on, while Malians are not going to be able to have that. It's going to be quite nice here for Beastie for sure with the Yari Cavalry. He's going to be able to take some good trades if he's able to keep them alive. Heal him up later down the line.
And sure enough, there is the mill finally being dropped. Demu just needs more and more wood right now. He wants to go ahead and drop a second pit mine with no pressure coming in, but also needs to drop some cattle ranches, get the mill starting producing those cows. So really running thin on where his wood is going. Warrior Scout, though, moving out to be quite annoying. Double stables drop.
Yeah, so Yari Cavalry definitely on the menu here for Beastie. gives us a glimpse of what he's gonna be aiming to do in this game. Demu at the moment looks like it's Warrior Scouts, interestingly, from him. Harry Cavalry should be doing quite well up against them, especially once the Takeda clan is gonna be coming in.
Yeah, and the hot dog carts, they're not taking too much damage from those scouts. They're kind of just laughing it on off. This one that was been focused down for the longest on the front side is so close to the TC, it can just move back, have a couple hammers from a villager if a villager decides to, and the Yari cavalry are here now to deter the warrior scout away. Barracks immediately to follow from Demu here. He does have a cattle ranch fully filled, and the second one now starting to get filled too.
Warrior Scouts starting to do some damage to the Yatai. And behind this, Demu actually going for Dunces instead, so not going to be a sofa play here. Flipping the script up a little bit. You see already 4 Yari Cavalry out there on the map. Yeah, they're doing a pretty good amount of damage to the Warrior Scouts. First one is going to have to get pulled back. Yatai also going to get pulled back, and yeah, Warrior Scouts getting split up here now. Tries to finish off the Yatai, but feels like it has enough health left to survive for the time being.
Yeah, not only that, there was another Yari cavalry on the way. So Yatai still just hanging out all the way out there. Hit mine getting delayed by the scout from BC. So frustrating there. Houses started to get built around it. Demu now, though, probably going ahead and dropping that second pit mine, giving him some extra gold income coming and some extra cow production. He is up to 7 cows now already. Beastie's Yari number, though, is no joke over there.
It's a lot already. Up to 9, and now the first daimyo is going to be coming up as well. It's going to be giving that attack speed boost to Yari Cavalry as well. Villager trying to run away. Donzo going to be there to defend, but Villager is still going to get taken down.
Yeah, just not quite enough to defend that villager that moved out to build the pit mine, to build those houses. The Yatai food trader does get scouted out by the warrior scouts. Should get taken down with some ease, as there is not a massive Yari cavalry over towards the southern side. They are more in the mid-map.
Oh, good snipe on the trader. It's also going to alert the warrior scouts to their deep being a Yatai in the corner. Oh, gets one of the Yari cap there as well.
Yatai also finally getting sniped out, so Beastie down to 3 Yatai now instead of 4, but has been able to have those alive for quite some time. Very different than the game we saw earlier, where Koljardi did just an unbelievable job of sniping those down early and just making sure that number didn't stay as healthy as it could have been.
Oh, Yari Cavalry going for full surround, probably on those couple of Donzos there. Not enough Donzos there in order to take this fight. Demu getting picked apart there. Military being just a little bit too far out of position, and the second group of Donzos also getting picked up. Demu, he's still trickling in units.
As the next set of Donzo about to get circled too. This is such a bad look here for Demu, as he needs those Donzo to stay together, to stay up. The next 3, not 4 times in a row? Do you think you learn?
When will you learn? Gets a couple of Yari Cavalry, but looking at the destroyed value, that's still somehow even. Is that accurate? Must be.
I never trust the graphs anymore, and the destroyed value at the bottom. It's just always all over the place. The big thing here is Beastie has 12 Yari Cavalry, has 11 Yumi out, and Demu has 9 Donzos and some Warrior Scouts. I don't think that matches up too well against the Sengoku mass here.
Yeah, the Yumi Archer's gonna absolutely destroy those Donzos. Demu at the moment, he's on 9 cattle, so has 3 ranches full. But he needs some javelin throws pretty soon. Is gonna be privy now to the Yumi Archers being massed up by Beastie. But at the cost of potentially losing 5 more Donzos for it.
I don't think that's a trade you want to take. He does pick up another Yatai.
Oh, gets to Yari. Okay. Okay. At least trades out there a little bit. And now there's mass archery ranges coming up.
Yeah, realizes he needs to mass up some range units and mass up those range units quickly, or else he will be in a detrimental situation. Those few Donzos have circled around to the gold vein. I believe, yeah, rallying Yumi can deal with those without too much idle time. And there we see another Yatai pop out to move to another food location. BC doing a great job of just making sure he is staying 4 of 4 on the Yatai. Gold now starting to get dove for Demu. Loses 1 villager, loses 2 villagers. More importantly, though, the infrastructure now starting to get burnt down. And Demu, he can't really push forward to try to push this mass away right now, so should probably lose the pit mine, will probably lose the houses, and this is at a time where BC's dropping Sake Brewery on the backside while still doing all of this damage.
Archers are going to find some of the javelin throwers and some of the Donzos there as well. Pit mine is going to go down, but yeah, Sake Brewery. Gonna be some brutal timing here for Demu. He's behind the military mass. About to be behind in the tech up timing as well. Does have a good food transition with the cattle. Just needs to find the way to age up here now in order to really have that food income realize.
I mean, this is the game where I feel like BC's just been in full control here. Compared to the first two, it was like crazy back and forth. This one, you know, obviously Mali, they're always kind of a little bit playing in the defensive side, but without that sofa play like we talked about, they're even more defensive than what they've been here recently, and we've noticed that obviously completely here. Beastie able to hit a castle, timing very, very clean, that has a big mass because of those trades in the middle. Barry's starting to run low. Demu's actually housed as well, able to rebuild those houses, most likely around the pit mine. But once this veterancy comes through, I am going to be worried for Demu.
Javelin throws moving on to the Yumi Archers. Veterancy upgrade's not in quite yet. So Beastie is going to be falling back at least for the time being. Well, doesn't need much more in order to be able to go for his own age up, but he's not quite there yet. 14 cattle behind all of this. So if he's able to get the age up in, he's not going to be in the worst of positions. He needs to find the timing for it.
Timing just going to end up being so hard, so crucial to kind of find this fine line of being able to age up while not taking too much damage, but damage is already happening. Veterancy on the Yumi, veterancy on the Yari cavalry as well. Another pit mine will go down. Houses will start being burnt after that. Javelin throwers trying to step up, maybe do some damage to the Yumi, thin out that mass just a little bit, but you gotta watch out. The Yari cavalry can dive at any point in time. Beastie can just dive the base at any point in time, thin out the Donzo mass.
Now it looks like Beastie, he's ready to go for the dive. Because of that, Demu not going to be able to go for the age up inside of his base now. Units going for a play. Farimba Garrison actually getting put up now. Demu, you realize he's got no chance to get the Grand Fulani Corral in, but it's getting found out, it's getting scouted out. Farimba Garrison has been found out, has been spotted. It's immediately
and the
turning
Yari
towards
immediately make the move over to that. Donzo going to have to close the gap at the Yumi. They're focusing the Donzo this whole time. There aren't too many Donzo left. Now the Yari decide to go do a full circle around the Javelins, and this is such a big fight. Such a good timing for Beastie to take this fight. Cleans up all of Demu's mass, and Demu is not yet castle, so now we'll start bleeding villagers. Now does not have anywhere safe and calls game. Beastie takes the 3-0 victory. A decisive game number 3 after some crazy first 2 games.
Yeah, indeed, a clean 3-0 victory means that Beastie, he's going to be able to advance to the semifinals tomorrow and set himself up for potentially qualifying to the Red Bull Wololo Londinium main event. Yeah, what a great performance here from him.
Yeah, a 3-0 victory. The first 3-0 that we casted today, as both series before this went the full distance. It wasn't the quickest series with the first game in there, but still a nice 3-0 victory for Beastie. Feeling good, giving himself, into the next round and into the next day.
I mean, he is, after all, one of the favorites here, especially in this weekend when it comes to potentially qualifying alongside some other big contenders as well, of course. And yeah, he's going to be the first one, at least so far, that we know here to be able to move onward to the semifinals. But I believe now is a good moment for us to take a quick look at the bracket and get an overview of how things are looking in all the other sets at the moment as well.
Yeah, getting some updates in these other series, as it's not just about the series we're casting. There's other games, other series out there. Anatan, able to redeem himself with the last series between Baltoon and Anatan was super close, but Anatan takes a 3-0 decisive victory there. And so it will be Beastie and Anatan in the bottom side of the semifinals. Top side of the semifinals, we are still waiting on between Puppy and Kiljardi, as well as Lucifron versus Numadon.
I believe Lucifron versus Numadon is going to be the next set that we'll be covering here on EGC TV. And it looks like, due to time constraints, looks like the set has already started. So we're going to be jumping in to their game number 2 very shortly. But before that, we still have an interview to get into.
Beastie, congrats on the 3-0 victory. Might not have been the easiest set, even though it was a 3-0. Started out on an exciting note for sure, though.
Thank you. I'm glad I was able to win. It's getting late, so yeah, we had some unique games, I would say, today. So I'm happy for that.
Yeah, starting out with game number 1, you got Dark Age Rush, which, put you on the back foot at first, but the big kind of downside was the first 1 or 2 engagements. It felt like you got taken down to single-digit military units, and Demu still had a big force. What was your kind of game plan to restabilize and get back into the game after that?
I mean, I thought the game was going well until he did the first big engage, because I got completely caught off guard and I didn't even have my control groups or anything, so that was pretty messy. So I was like, oh, that's not good. But then I just tried to raid as much as I can to kind of come back into it, and over time I actually realized kind of late which landmark he went with, the wind guard, because I completely forgot that it's just printing free units basically. Because I was surprised, how does he have that many units? And when I saw the landmark, I was like, oh, okay. So I knew that I was probably really ahead on economy. He wasn't really mining gold, so, just got all my stone upgrades and then just kind of took it all the way.
Yeah, when did you decide to make the swap to drop in the Wonder? As obviously had a massive bank of resources. Was that just one that you looked down and you're like, I might as well do it? Was it a little bit of a mini troll? What was the decision there with the Wonder?
I mean, I had Sacred Side going, and I just switched to Men at Arms, and I was like, do I do a Wonder maybe through the game? Because it's all my resources, but I was like, let's do it. Because I had Men at Arms switch ready, and I had the Muscovy Yasak age up, so my Man-at-Arm had 11 armor, I think. So I was like, I should be able to hold when he counter pushes, even though I just wasted all the resources. So I just kind of went for it, and it worked out.
Yeah, I feel like game number 1 almost decided the series. That's a hard one to come back to mentally if you're Demu, but game number 2, it was quite the bloodbath with Palace Guards versus Men-at-Arms. It felt like there was a lot more focus on the land than water in Holy Island. Do you feel like the meta is slowly becoming a little bit more balanced when it comes to that map, or do you still think water is still kind of the main focus?
I mean, it kind of depends on the matchup and what person its first aggressive focus is on. If someone goes all in on water, you can't just go land, because then it's kind of like a balancing act. But I was very surprised he went Palace Guards, because when I was sending Men at Arms and Palace Guards showed up, I was like, oh, okay, we're doing that game. Because I feel like if he goes Palace Guards and I go Men at Arms, I think it's better for me. So I didn't mind that too much. And another thing is like if I ever age up into Burger, I can just get maces. So if we're ever like in a situation where he has mass palace guards and I have mass meta arm, it's better for me. So I was like, as long as I don't, bleed out workers, I think this is going to be pretty good for me. But I think Holy Island is a lot about just balancing water and land at the same time.
Makes sense. And then going into game number 3, it was a lot more of a stable game compared to the first two. Kind of one-sided there. Do you feel like Sengoku has the matchup advantage versus Molly, or that was more of an execution that you had?
I'm not really sure. Like, I think both civs are really, really good in I don't want to talk too much about it, but I think both civs have their kind of advantages. It's just, I think at the end of the day, they're both top tier civs, so I think it comes down to what people prefer to play. Like if they want to play Malian or one of the new civs. So I think both sides can win.
Awesome. Well, big congrats. I'll let you get some rest, get some sleep after the big day. You'll be facing off against Anatan tomorrow as he took Baltoon down with a 3-0. So excited to watch that one from the side there tomorrow, and we'll be cheering you all along.
Yeah, I'm excited to play. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and enjoy the last set.
Will do. All right, so I believe that we have got a set to get to. Quickly checking back if there's going to be any breaks before we go into that. I don't think we are.
I don't think we need one. Just might as well jump on into the last set, the last series of the day here between Numadon and Lucifron.
And there it is. Our game number 1 in this set, best of 5 between Lucifron and Numadon. It's going to be on Dry Arabia with the Golden Horde for Lucifron up against the Malians for Numadon.
Yeah, so we're seeing Molly back-to-back games now after not seeing him in, pick too often in the series, but Golden Horde will be the matchup on Lucifron's side. Not quite, still another new Civ playing up against Molly, so we'll see what Lucifron has planned, has in store against this on game number 1 here with Dry Arabia. And, I can't ever complain about starting the series off with Dry Arabia. It's just one that you get the map that people have practiced the most over time, over the history of AoE 4, so it's really where they should feel comfortable on both sides here.
I think overall it is a pretty fine matchup between the two. Golden Horde is like not a civilization that of course wants to go for the early aggression. Same thing for the Malians. So we'll see exactly how this one's going to be working out as we're jumping on right on in. We've got Lucifron in the color yellow playing as the Golden Horde here. On Dry Arabia, Spawn Numadon in the color red, playing as the Malians. Nice spawn for him, Gold Vein, all the way to the back of his base.
Yeah, nice back, Gold Vein. That is going to be a hard one to focus if you are Lucifron over there, but Golden Horde, they have other things going for themselves as well, so we'll see what he has in store. We'll see what he plans on in, what he decides to age up with, as most people choosing the, good old Khan and Tor goods, but there are some, the building carts is the other option that we've seen picked quite often as well.
Yeah, building carts has been making the rounds recently. Personally, I'm still more of a fan of the Torgut and Khan version at the moment, just because I feel like the carts just, they don't really save you all that much time. It's nice to also get a card in the later age-ups, but to be fair, it's like not that much value overall saved. But we'll see what Lucifron exactly is going to be opting in for. Numadon and Malians, I feel like that's also a pretty good fit when it comes to civilization and playstyle. Lucifron Golden Horde has to be said as well, though. Like, Lucifron is a connoisseur when it comes to the Knight and Cavalry play. Getting the Batu Khan and the Torgut there definitely going to be a nice little just combination there for him as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lucifron is known to be one of those high micro players, loves the cav units, loves the mobility, so just like you said, Golden Horde definitely suits his style with the Khan and Tor goods age up here. And we'll see if that is what he decides. I would be shocked if he opts differently, but you never know. I will say Lucifron and Vortex both are known also for some timing attacks, and with building carts, you could try to, you know, practice some specialized timings with some certain upgrades if you opt for Blacksmith or kind of whatever route you go for.
Numedan, no, going for the Age Up, and it is going to be the Khan and Torgut upgrade here for Lucifron. Manticore going to be coming in for Numedan. No surprises there.
Yeah, and so we will see when and if this aggression will end up paying off from Lucifron. As with Mali, you know, their economy is condensed at first, but they do want to always go out for that second pit mine. Might not be the easiest to secure a second pit mine against a Khan and Torgut's age up.
Yeah, second pit mine. I mean, typically, you gotta think of it like this. Like, the age up is gonna be coming in at a relatively delayed point in time where other civilization age up's going to be coming in, so 30-second late. Then it's also going to take some time for the units to come in. If Numedan times it right and already has like the villager on the gold vein by the time the age up comes in, he should be able to get most of the pit mine and the houses up before a Khan or a Torgut comes out.
Yep, we will see if that is the route he takes. Looks like first dropping a mill onto the berries, so doesn't have the most wood banked up right now. We'll need a full drop-off of all of the villagers here, as well as, you know, another half drop-off to be able to drop that pit mine and start dropping the houses on around it. And some players want to kind of focus on getting the first few cattle in as well, so there's really this kind of prioritization when it comes to Mali's early build orders.
There it is, Mantic Quarry gets finished on up. Khan Torgut upgrade also coming on in. Lucifron, that's a pretty good timing, has to be said, for the Golden Horde. Typically I'm more used to them getting the age up in a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Usually I feel like they're closer to that 5-minute mark as they are to the 4:30, but Lucifron has that great timing. We'll see what next steps will be for him, as second Uvu is already finished. And there's the free unit.
Yep. Pit mine has been finished on up. Mud house is coming up behind this. Batukan already moving out across the map, and looks like Lucifron, he's got his scout on the left gold vein. Looks like that's the one that he expected Numedan to go for, but Numedan went for the right gold vein. Yeah, like, Lucifron is just full on expecting this to be on the left side. Numedan's kind of,
to be fair,
got him tricked there.
That was the first spot. Yeah, first spot I thought he was going to go to was the west one as well, but does not. Opts for the one closest to the edge of the map over there on that southeastern side. Numedan is dropping a barrack, so another play into Donzo, not a sofa investment to start out here for Numedan.
Khan making his way across now. He's going to be able to find the... Looks like the villager already moved back from the pit mine.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's like, all right, he's got to be building that second pit mine somewhere, right? And so he's trying to find where that location would be. It's the vision of the cows, spots out the pit mine now. We'll see that there is no villager here that he can pick off, but might start throwing some torches or might just continue to scout on around and get them some vision and information.
Batukan is now going to be going for pit mine burn just to have something to do here. In the meantime, Torgut's also looking around the wood line, are going to get found out by some Donzos though. Lucifron now adding in some archers behind all of this, so going to be going for that classic knight and archer type army composition.
Yeah, it's one that has just made it through the test of time so many times, so hard to deal with as you have that mobility, you choose the fights you can take, and then as your archer number builds up, you're just slowly sniping down those Donzos, slowly thinning out that mass, and Numedan kind of forced into the old way of playing Mali, which... There's a reason why people have started to adapt. It's because they've started to kind of figure out the with Mali going Donzo javelin throwers, they can kind of take advantage of that. Mali's never really moving out of their base or getting any economic damage on the other side.
Smith also coming in. So yeah, classic army composition here from both sides. Lucifron already out on the deer. So early on taking resources off the map, and looks like the pit mine is actually going to go down here for Numedan. So he is sending the Dunces out there. Doubt that it's going to be in time unless there's a villager. Villager is coming in, but Lucifron, he's going for the maximum burn damage.
Just
yeah, he wants it to burn down. That's so close. He gets it!
No
That's
way!
crazy. Oh, but the archers arrived just in time.
Yes, they do. They're starting to snipe down those Donzo. The villager is going to be at risk if those Donzo fall as well. The burn comes back in. One Donzo does fall. Villager does not die, but the pit mine does, and that's the more important thing right now that Lucifron was focused on.
Numedan has the wood in order to replace that, but obviously didn't want to. Will be fine overall. Lucifron's just kind of swarming his base at the moment. Killed a villager, 2 villagers on the pit mine there.
Was able to circle around and focus a little bit of those villagers on gold. A big pickup there. Mali, known for being able to still, you know, produce and not have to worry as much, you know, when they lose villagers. 7 cows already out and about for Numedan, I believe, in the ranches. I think at least 6 are. And, oh no, all 7 are. He does have that extra one as well. So we'll have that passive bit of food production going for himself. But Lucifron, he is building quite a scary composition here. And numbers, as if he can clear that Donzo mass, it gets so much scarier.
It really, really does. But he doesn't really have any mobility out there on the map currently. And, oh my god, once again, 2 villagers! Numedan now down 6 villagers from the looks of it. Maybe some idle time on top of everything else as well. Or 5.5 villagers. 1 also very low.
Another build going down. Another build going down for sure. Oh, it was a Donzo he focused in on. But there's not really a safe wood line for Numedan to gather. And while Mali, they don't care too much about wood, they still need wood to get their passive economy going, get production buildings out and about and whatnot. So wood is definitely a higher priority than what some people think. And if wood keeps getting focused and keeps getting villager picks here and there, I mean, Numedan not in a great position here right now.
Yeah, Numedan currently is chasing after some of the archers. At the same time, though, the cavalry count from Lucifron still getting bigger and bigger and is continuing to chase forward. Donzo, so need to be very careful about where they're going here.
Some of that reinforcements made sure to deter away the attempted raid from Lucifron. The javelins, though, they got left without the Donzo. But fortunately, Donzo were close enough to not allow too much damage to come down. Even some return fire takes down one of those tour goods.
Decent trade for Numedan here. Lucifron, he's got a pretty good amount of gold in the bank. Not sure what exactly he's planning to do with that. Needs to be careful, Numedan. Javelin throws.
It's like engagement is starting to happen. Javelin throw's trying to start sniping down those archers, but there's just so many archers. Archers are going to start sniping down the Donzo on the other side. This is a micro battle that is so crucial, but the Khan and Torgood's just tanking up so much fire. Donzo number getting thinned out so quick, but is it quick enough?
Disgusting micro by Lucifron, going back and forth with the charges there, just cycling the entire time. Yeah, the archers did get reduced drastically in their count. Numedan still continues to mass up the javelin throws and the Donzos. Keeps the army count relatively high.
Yeah, the key is he hasn't built that cow number up. It feels like in the past couple minutes he was at 7. He just now got up to 9 there. We're seeing a little attempted flank go on. There's only 5 Donzo on the front side. This might just be the fight that Lucifron wanted to take, needed to take, as the reinforcements got held back. Donzo number is basically gone. Javelin number is about to follow suit with the same here. A few of the reinforcements now arrive, but it just seems like it might be too late.
Just a hull of the former army now. Charges coming in, potentially again. Just not enough Donzo numbers out there anymore. We're down to 3 javelin throws now at the front line. Reinforcements coming in as well. Just the Torgoods being so tanky here. And with the Khan buff, actually starting to do some decent-ish damage.
Yeah, and the rest of the javelins get cleaned up. The Donzo just get ignored. And Lucifron finds himself now at a huge military advantage. He's about to age up, too.
Yeah, almost has the resource for it. Now, Numedan, he's on 11 cattle, so the economy for him isn't looking too bad either. Lucifron's still on the natural resource out of the map. Also getting pretty good income. There it is. Muscovy Yasak now in queue. Javelin throwers trying their best, but the archer count's looking pretty good here.
Not quite able to one-shot the Donzo anymore, just left alive at 1 health, though. So Lucifron wants to wait for those next couple archers, which just now arrive. But it always feels weird when you're attacking and you're the one going up to castle, even though we see that he could keep attacking if we want. It's just one that, you know, by the books, you're typically just supposed to wait for your upgrades, wait for castle age to finish.
Still such a big army out here at the moment for Lucifron. Villagers on the wood line do have to get pulled to safety. More production buildings getting put up. And Numedan, he does not expect the Ager from the looks of it. He's just continuously reinvesting into military. Still added in a couple of additional cattle. But he really needs to be careful now that the Ager is going to be coming in. The additional +2 armor means that these Torgut are just going to be able to run underneath the TC. And if there's no more Donzos remaining, there's no way to take them down.
We actually see triple stockyard too, which much more of an investment there at home than what I was expecting from Lucifron. He's also been out on the deer, also been able to take some of these pocket resources. So Lucifron, with this aggression, has been able to utilize it to have free map control too.
Behind us now. To almost 20 cattle. Numedan has just moved out a couple more villagers to gold, so he's gonna get ready for his own age up. He's just gonna need a minute now. Question is, will Lucifron give him that minute?
I mean, clearly not. We can see the Torguds. Oh, it looked like they were about to roam around for another raid. New age begins. Archer upgrade in. Torgud upgrade in. Oh, look at the health on those. Those are quite low health, but they're gonna not take too much damage there from the javelins anymore.
Single
There'll be at least one unit to idle out this gold, which one is more than enough to do that idling. Especially with Muscovy Yasak in, we talked about
he's not
the
taking
ranged
any
armor.
damage.
Oh my
Health bar
gosh!
is moving.
Yep, the whole army gets pulled back to deal with this. Oh my gosh, the javelin volley did no damage.
And now it looks like Lucifron is getting ready for a dive. Veterans about to be coming in on the archers. At that point, he can even take the fight up against the javelin throwers. Grand Filani Corral now getting put up.
Right as Lucifron, you just mentioned it, he's about to take this dive. Well, if he sees the age up, he sees the age up, he does. Now he's going to full commit. Grand Filani should get delayed here. No villagers on it anymore. No villagers can jump onto it either with that archer mass there. Anyone that steps out of that TC will fall. Gold villagers idled out as well. Javelins starting to get focused by the archers. Lucifron doesn't even care with that age up, with the extra armor that he has. The trades are still somewhat okay. Torgud's onto the back line as well. Villagers just watching. Grand Filani still has 0 villagers building it. This is that timing all in from Lucifron, and a timing that will take this game as his army numbers are not really falling anymore.
Yeah, not falling indeed. Javelin throwers now getting torn apart as well. Still a couple of Donzos in the queue. But now, without Donzos out on the field, there's just no way to get rid of these Keshiks.
Yeah. And I mean, this is to the point where they are fine with tanking up TC fire. Numedan realizes there's no way back into this game number 1. Let's just move on to the second one, he says. Let's just ignore the craziness, ignore the all in there from Lucifron. Is, you know, not too surprising to expect a timing push from him.
And a great timing push indeed. Just did a whole lot of just raiding early on, or rather putting on pressure on Numidan there. Finding his own way into the age up and just trading really cost effective with his military all throughout the feudal age.
Yeah, and we definitely saw a lot of those Vil picks early on. There were 2 on the gold, 2 on the wood line. He just kind of slowly poked and prodded that Mali economy until it had taken too much damage to come back from.
Now, we're going to be able to take a look and see the next match that's going to be coming up. King of the Hill with the Ayubids up against the Japanese for Numidan. The Ayubids, has to be said, like, on King of the Hill, we've seen it a couple of times now, where the Manganiques just reign supreme when it comes to being a unit that just completely dominates an area on the map.
Yeah, so King of the Hill, almost the same picks we saw earlier on, Rus versus Ayubids, except it was sniped out the opposite way. But Ayubids versus Japan, Byzantines not allowed to be played by Numidan, which makes perfect sense, but Numidan actually only person we have seen today with the high prio on Japan picked first, and we're getting right into this second game. Lucifron on the Ayubids versus Numidan on Japan.
Here we go, and look at that. It's going to be a Dark Age rush from the Japanese here. Numidan getting that Dark Age barracks up early on. House of Wisdom just coming up now for Lucifron. Gold definitely could be harassed here early on. Lucifron already got 2 Vils out there. Not sure if it's going to be enough, though. And he's pulling a 3rd one out there. Hasn't seen the Dark Age barracks yet, but maybe he just assumes that could be coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Japan opts for this build quite a bit. It's almost like, hey, we're going to do some things in Dark Age, and then we're going to go straight to Castle a lot of times, especially if the Dark Age does some stuff early and causes some damage. The barracks does get scouted out, so Lucifron has that vital information that he needs.
Doesn't pull any more into gold, so looks like he did anticipate this.
Yeah, it's just one more drop off of these villagers, or actually technically 2 villagers. So we'll be able to have this age up timing, have enough gold for it without any problems here.
I should be able to just move on back now. Maybe I just wants to gather up a little bit more for any like hardened upgrades on spears, but no, has enough. It's gonna be moving back over to the sheep now.
Yep, just said that is more than enough for now. 2 spears, all that Numidan opted for. Doesn't want to overinvest. 2 spears more than enough to cause the reaction, as we've seen already.
We're soon going to
Age
be
up
seeing
about
which
to be
wing.
clicked.
Should be the logistics wing, and indeed, going to be logistics. So is going to be getting some dervishes to be able to utilize that healing in the feudal age.
Yeah, and the damage done onto those early villagers won't matter by any means. He'll be able to retake that gold without any problems. Usually you'll see, sometimes you'll see a Desert Raider or 2 focus in on early, sometimes a few more. It allows that map control to be taken. We just saw how good Lucifron was with some raiding units, with some mobility. Well, he can follow that up with some more raiding units and some more mobility.
Exactly. Numidan is going to be getting that slow but steady torch damage in. It's the one thing, right? Like with Ayubids getting that House of Wisdom bonus there as well. The Golden Age aura is going to increase the fire armor on every single building in the influence of the House of Wisdom. So it's going to take quite a while for that house to eventually, or rather that mining camp to eventually get set on fire.
Indeed, 55 seconds till those Cambulances pop on out. 1 villager on the Cura storehouse kind of reinforces that idea that usually says, okay, let's try to just skip up over to Castle Age. You don't need that Feudal Age landmark finished quickly. Another villager rotating in to heal up the mining camp, make sure the mining camp does not fall. Or is the villager going to... Okay, I was about to say, it looked like the villager was about to take a trek over there.
Scout also harassing the Forge a little bit. Numidan with 5 villagers on gold. Kind of feels like this is indeed, as you mentioned, going to be that fast Castle Age transition from him.
When Lucifron is able to take advantage of Numidan, maybe focusing on his economy a little bit, focusing on that scout that was on the gold vein, and was able to move out and heal up the rest of that mining camp. Now that the Dervish are out, the Dervish will just out heal those spears. And sure enough, Stables is rushed down here from Lucifron. Not one villager, not 2 villagers building. We got 4 villagers rushing down that Stables.
Villagers all gonna get healed up again, and now we should be seeing a Desert Raider potentially coming in for Numidan. For Lucifron, and indeed is gonna be a Desert Raider in queue now. Numidan, does he have an outpost? He is getting an outpost up on the gold vein. Dude, Scout has already done so much damage to that outpost though, he's gonna have to get repaired pretty much immediately.
Doesn't quite opt for the repair as of yet. It's actually just crazy seeing how much torch damage those scouts will do if you commit to those early on. Spears did run all the way home, even though it's just the dervishes there. Again, the dervishes can just out heal those without any problem. Still quite a bit of ways from Feudal Age finishing for Numidan, but like we said, it's just like skip Feudal, try to go straight to Castle Age. But what will Lucifron have to answer this with? Is it just going to be trying to hit a Castle Age timing himself and just cause annoyances with that one Desert Raider and heal yourself ups with the Dervish?
Stars now about to complete. Numidan almost having the resource that he needs for the age up. Is going to have to start pulling the villagers back now, though, from the berries as the Desert Raider approaches.
Yeah, and I mean, while this... I feel like having that much berries out, like, you have a ton of villagers on sheep, so even if you get enough food to age up, you might not have enough food secured for yourself to be able to start utilizing your age up and have that mounted samurai number just mass up super efficiently. That one Desert Raider out healing the outpost because of the dervishes, and this is really the frustrating part when it comes to playing up against the Ubids.
It really is, really is. So Aeroslet's definitely a necessity here for Numidan. Does realize that is going to be investing into the emplacement. Floating Gate now coming up for him. With the emplacement, should be able to keep the Dervish somewhat at bay.
Oh, Dervish starting to get focused down a little bit. If Lucifron just waits a couple more seconds, those will be back to full. Industry not too far delayed with the age up timing himself, so does have to wait the full timing for that. Tons of wood, tons of stone. A lot of times we just see these players drop a market, sell off the stone, and just utilize as much of that timing as possible with the early wood that you get with that early Castle Age. We all know what Japan likes to do. Stables already getting built. Numidan will be ready to start massing up those mounted samurai, but it's hard for him right now to stay on that gold and efficiently gather that gold with this one Desert Raider causing so much annoyance.
Mr. Wing, halfway research so far. Age up has finished up for Numidan. First Mounted Samurai is now going to be in queue. And Mounted Samurai should, in theory, be doing quite well here. Up against the Camel Lancers that are going to be eventually coming in for Lucifron. Able to block that big charge from them. With the additional melee damage upgrades, are going to, for the most part, be able to negate the Camel on East debuff as well.
Yeah, it looks like Lucifron just opting for another Desert Raider. Goes ahead and snipes down one of those spears with the Desert Raider. And just going to try to run on away without taking too much villager. Now, that's not the only one. There's definitely another one behind him trailing too, right? Oh no, that one's a Desert Raider. Not sure what the plan was with that villager. We do see the Dervish healing proving to be more than effective against the smaller unit numbers. Second Desert Raider arrives and snipes down that last spearman that we saw from the early annoyances. Mounted Samurai number, though, starting to build up pretty quickly.
First relic being brought back by a Shinto priest at the same time. Lucifron, with the Dervish already out on the map, is going to be able to do the same now. And we're seeing a lot of production buildings coming in, market also coming in. Lucifron going to be able to start selling the stone that he got for free with the industry wing to further invest into more units.
Double camel lancers on the way. Villagers moving out for Numenor, trying to build a wall, trying to protect up his next food resource, the potential next gold vein as well that he would need to move out on. But more importantly, this is for the berries. He needs food, needs to secure that food so desperately right now. Lucifron doing the same. Relic able to be snagged by one of those dervish. So Lucifron now bringing back another 2 relics. So 3 relics for Lucifron already secured. That's one of the advantages of having those dervish out since feudal, and not only out but out on the map.
Already up to 6 mounted samurai at the moment for Numenor alongside an Uma Beneman. Lucifron looks like he's not even going for that many camel lancers, but already starting to mass up a couple of crossbows alongside it. This could be an interesting push here now. Lucifron currently, I don't feel like has the mass that he really needs in order to stem the tide here, but he is investing into quite a lot of the crossbows, so he just needs to hold out for a little bit longer.
I mean, I feel like with the camels on the front side with the healing, it's just enough to allow the extra damage from the crossbows to come through, but 8 mounted samurais can always try to dive past that, can always try to, you know, ignore some of that front line, but we saw what one and a spear tried to do against one single Desert Raider, and it was negative damage that it did to that Desert Raider with the dervish healing.
There's Samar also coming in. Numenon's measuring his approach at the moment. Not quite sure whether he can take this fight quite yet. The longer that he waits, the more units Lucifron's also going to be getting out onto the field. But look at that. We're going to be seeing a switch up now into Yumi Archers. Is getting the veterans here. Needs to be careful, though. Is going to be taking the charge, but deflective armor. It's going to mean that he's not going to be taking too much damage here. It's going to be a 3-2 relic split. Numenor doesn't quite have a monastery up yet. And on the retreat here, after being chased, able to snipe one of the Desert Raiders from Lucifron away.
Yeah, solid pickup on the turnaround there from Numenor. Question is when will Lucifron get the knowledge and information that the Yumi swap is coming through? Because that Yumi number can build up so fast with the cost that they have. Numenon's circling. He's trying to find somewhere to do some damage with these mounted samurai. It's obviously he's running through all of this vision. So Lucifron knows exactly where the mass is. Actually snipes out the scout as well, which is such an important thing with these cav masses. There's so many times when they're running around and they just barely pass by a set of villagers, or villagers will dodge around and just barely able to escape without taking damage. And Lucifron causes that extra vision to go on away. Crossbow number up at 16 already for Lucifron.
Yeah, definitely a good amount, but the Yumi Archer count is also rising relatively quickly.
Yeah, this just puts the easier micro on Lucifron's side, as with the Yumi, you need to constantly be focusing in on the crossbows on the back. Meanwhile, Lucifron, he can essentially just A-move, and if the mounted samurai attack, that's where his crossbows are going to be hitting, and that's where they get their bonus damage.
Now, oh, we're starting to see the first Manjani coming up. You know what that means, Dapson? Big mass of Manjaniques. That could be a game-deciding move here for Lucifron. He's able to get a solid mass of them out onto the field.
Yeah, with Manjaniques, and almost like Siege in general, when the first Manjanique comes out, it's not too big of a deal. When there starts to be 2 or 3 Manjaniques, it becomes so much scarier. Gets enough wood in the bank for another one, immediately starts to build it, starts to drop it, while still having more units come on out. Wants to get that front line, a few more Camel Lancers potentially.
Needs to be careful though. If Numidan finds them as he's building them, that would be a great point for Numidan to engage. Looks like he is pushing forward. Sees the military there from Lucifron.
Doesn't have the scout yet. Doesn't have the scout yet rebuilt. It's in queue right now, so doesn't see the Manjaniques yet. Now he does. 2 Manjaniques already finished. Numidan has to tuck tail, turn and run because he does not have an answer for those currently.
Second Daimyo upgrade also going to be coming in for Numidan. So we'll be able to also get a Yumi Bannerman out. At the moment, yeah, as you said, it's gonna be a difficult one for him to find an answer against the Manjaniques now on the field. Might actually need to go for Horseman. Just feels really bad to go into Horseman up against the Ayubids with the Desert Raiders and the Camel Lance out there as well. Getting the Camel Aura, Camel Unease up against them. But might be a necessity here for him to actually add in Mass Horseman next.
Yeah, I mean, while he does have a nice bit of Yumi working for him, those Yumi can just get shattered with a couple Manjanique volleys. Crossbow's moving back to deal with this single-mounted samurai that's trying to circle the base of Lucifron. Lucifron just taking this patiently, actually building another Manjanique on the backside. So 3 Manjaniques going to be in play. And I mean, this is one where if he starts to move forward with this mass, Numidan eventually will be forced to take the fight against Lucifron, because the Manjaniques, if they get to the base, well, they're great at taking down infrastructure as well, so Lucifron can start to force this engagement to happen. The scout is here for Numidan, so he does have the vision and information that he needs. And here we go. Scout gets taken out right as I say that, though. Lucifron just patient.
Yeah, he's waiting. He knows that this is his win condition. If he gets to like 4 or 5 Manjaniques, he's going to be able to do critical damage to the entire backline there from Numidan. And Numidan also realizing splits up his army quite a bit. Flaming shots coming in.
Not a ton of connections there onto the Yumi mass. Yumi starting to step forward. They are in 2 different groupings, but it makes this micro so much harder, and that set of Manjanique volleys does a huge amount of AoE damage on the Yumi mass that's close to them, then swaps over to the next one. Just great AoE damage on them. Front line starting to run a little bit thinner, but still enough, and the next Manjanique volley just absolutely demolishes Numidan's army. There's nothing left here.
The crossbows completely obliterated all of the mounted samurai. And when all of that is gone, the Yumi archers, the last thing that remains, easily taken down by the remaining couple of Camel Lancers alongside the Manjaniques.
And you said 4 to 5 Manjaniques is that number you get very scared of. Well, now he wins a fight, still has 3 alive. He can build a few more if he wants here with the next little bits of resources coming on in. Villagers that move to the gold in the middle sacred site for Numidan have to evacuate, move on to another gold vein on the north side, and Lucifron feeling pretty good now.
A lot of villagers moving out to the gold of the top side. Outpost now coming up for Lucifron. Wants to hunker down on that middle sacred side. We're not actually going to be going for an Amushas now.
I'm not sure how effective this is going to be into the mass that Lucifron has now, but Numidan has to try something, has to change up his game plan somewhat. There are some horsemen now starting to be built. Not as much of a camel front line for Lucifron as there was prior. So maybe the idea is he tries to snipe out those camel lancers with the Onimushas and then allow the horsemen to actually do something.
Might be the plan here, but yeah, horsemen definitely necessary here, but at the same time, now that the mounted samurai have been taken down, Lucifron, he's now remassing into the camel lancers, so horsemen will not be working too great. That's why the Onimushas are going to be coming in.
But it's still going to be a difficult fight up against the mass Manganique play. Now even villagers getting pulled to start repairing some of the Manganiques out on the field.
Yeah, making sure they are staying up and at full health. Numadon has basically moved all of his eco to the north side of the map, so if Luciferon does decide to do any raiding and goes over to that side, I don't see a bunch of buildings there. Actually, I think he might have just dropped double outposts on the gold vein he's on.
That's going to be Manganique number 4.
Manganique number 4, and has enough for Manganique number 5 here as well if he desires to build it. Just queued something else on up.
Army economy now for Numadon. He's looking at double the food income here compared to what Luciferon has. Just needs to find the tools to be able to deal with the army at the moment, though. Now look at the wall there. That is a Luciferon wall if I've ever seen one. On both sides here, walling in all the resources on the sides.
Yeah, he's basically just saying, alright, come try to do damage to my eco. You're not going to be able to do so. Another mill getting refreshed onto that berry bush. One villager can always just repair that. The horseman swap, nice and healthy. Up to 20 horsemen now all of a sudden for Numadon, but Camel Lancer number, Desert Raider number looking a lot healthier than what we had a few minutes prior. Not a big rebuild on the crossbow mass for Luciferon, so the horsemen kind of almost getting baited.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. Up to 21 horsemen now, and fight actually getting taken inside the middle of the map now. Onamusha's doing a great job, horsemen now running past. They find the... Oh, that is... Okay, you cannot take that fight. Not in between the stone outcropping and the cliff there. That is a choke point of doom right there.
Yeah, the 5 Manganiques were just sitting there ready to set up, ready to shoot the massive boulders down onto their enemies. Luciferon circling around, I think, scouted out the gold now, finally.
This outpost formation, he's summoning something around that sacred site.
Indeed he is. 5 outposts all around the sacred site. He's fallen back nearer to those outposts. Horsemen trying to do a wraparound, trying to get a flank. Manganiques spreading out their volleys onto the back line of Yumi's, onto the Onamushas as well. Horsemen again trying to do a full circle, but Luciferon, the micro, he knows a little bit better. One Manganique does end up falling. There's only a few horsemen here left, but the Manganiques are still firing onto the back line of range mass. There's still crossbows clearing up the backside. 3 Manganiques still left alive, and Luciferon's whole army still looking fine.
Yeah, it just doesn't never feel great when... Like, you play horsemen up against the camels there. You lose out on so much of their damage. They basically do negligible damage up against the camel lancers, so you need to always be able to hit the counter units, but body blocking and whatnot just makes that so incredibly difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the point now with Luciferon. He's like, I have 5 spring placements on the sacred site. I have Manganique set up. I have a range mass set up. Like, he can just almost full send the sacred site in the center and just not worry about it. It's going to be so hard for Numadon to actually retake this center.
Yeah, so Numadon, it is now his turn to start doing some raids around the economy from Luciferon. He cannot go for the fight in the middle, so instead is going to have to take fights all around it. And with the Onamusha and Horsemen, the slow army composition from Luciferon could actually be facing some trouble there when it comes to catching up to that.
Yeah, fortunately for Luciferon, though, does have another set of walls that he's able to run through, so gives him some more timing. Doesn't look like he's trying to build another set of walls either. Like I said, he might just move a lot of his economy to the central point in the mid-map and start to gather some stone, maybe drop some keeps in the middle, and we will end up seeing Numadon trying to find some sort of return damage here.
Horseman looking for some killing potential there. The wall there Lucifer actually putting down farms
He's even
there.
dropping farms. Yeah, getting some safe food income behind those walls as well. The 5-minute timer is still ticking on down.
Lucifer, he's got so much more income here, at least food-wise. Overall, though, not Lucifer, Numedan has so much more income there overall. Lucifer, looking at the collected resource, I'm not sure how accurate that is, but granted, he's been gathering a lot more wood and gold, probably. He is actually ahead in the collected resource department.
And has had quite a bit on stone. He's now moved, it says 25 villagers onto stone. So that means he can just start spamming keeps or spamming more upgrades in the center. I'm not sure what his game plan is fully going to be with all of that stone that he has coming in. But it's over 1k a minute as far as the stone goes.
Numedan, he's trying to go for a landmark snipe here from the looks of it. He's got 4 minutes left, though. So he's going to really have to find the timing here for this. And it's already 20 spearmen now for Lucifron. Lucifron going for the full surround. Oh my god.
Numedan! Oh.
Numedan, he still didn't know. He noticed now. Way too late. Lose all of the cavalry there.
6 mounted samurai fall for nothing. More villagers going on to stone. Like I said, Lucifron, he's just full committing into the sacred site grind here, but does have to be weary as he's a Ubits. He does not have extra landmarks out there. So you mentioned the landmark snipe, and that is what Numedan's trying to plan for. It's rams being queued up out of that proxy siege workshop that he built. More walls being dropped in the center sacred site. It is a 3-minute timer. Does Numedan have enough time to make this push?
At this point, like, he might just need to pull all the villagers at the 1.5 minute mark. Actually, maybe make a 2-minute mark. They need to move there as well.
They're going to have to wrap all the way around. And, I mean, good luck with villagers running through Manjanique fire. It's not going to be a good look.
Keep here now as well. Yeah, Lucifron's ready for this. Lucifron was born ready for this. Or could this be the moment in time where Numedan just wraps around and completely ignores the base and goes for the sacred site decap instead?
I mean, if he does that, there's sets of walls. There's 5 sprinkled emplacements. Villagers can move to start rebuilding the walls as well, or healing up the walls. So I don't think Numedan could even make the central point work. I feel like it had to be this all in, and I feel like it had to be the all in before this keep goes up. Is it moving forward yet?
Not yet, not yet. Villagers also haven't been pulled.
5 Manjaniques though behind this keep. Villagers now near as well. A keep in the center too. 2 minutes left. Numedan now says that's the timing. The bells ring. He unfortunately is met with keep fire right off the bat.
The Manjanique stepping up behind this.
Lets the Rams start to lead the way,
Yeah,
but
Numedan
they
is...
immediately turn around as well. What's he going to do?
He's going
Maybe
for the
trying to
sacred
circle-
side.
Yeah, circle back around for the sacred site, but there's actually a path through that Lucifron could get to quicker. Doesn't want to have any vulnerability there, though, so is taking the full wrap around here. Stonefang might run out, be able to just walk on through the walls, even though he has a gate right next to it.
Oh, Numedan's gonna try and make a run for it. Just a minute
There it
remaining.
is. Deletes the walls. Villagers are still there. Almost has enough for another keep. The villagers, I think they're just pulling out the shivs. This is just a full send. Let them be the tank. Let them be the front line. If he wins this fight, he wins the game. Manjanique's trying to get wrapped around by the
One
Mounted
goes down.
Samurai. Really, really good wrap around there, but Manjanique's at least able to get a couple fires off. There are still a few left, and next set is a huge victory
Entire
there.
front line's gone. All the horsemen have disappeared. There were like 30 horsemen. They're all gone, and GG comes in. Lucifron able to win game number 2 and set himself up for match point.
Yeah, I mean, the 30 horsemen into 50 spears is not a fight you want to take. Look at the military value lead just skyrocket. Economy count didn't matter for Lucifron at that point in the game. It was all or nothing. A minute left and able to take the dub on King of the Hill.
That's a straight wall up there at the end.
Aye. Total resource gathered here. 5,000 more resources for Lucifron. Yeah, he was very far behind in the food department, but it's just the siege, right? Like, getting that many manganiques out onto the field, the wood makes up for it. And now we're getting a look at the next map. It's going to be on Holy Island. It'll be Lucifron on the English. Up against Numidan with the Tuklak dynasty.
Yeah, and it's surprising to see Numidan, who, you know, is the one to pick the maps, picking Holy Island, a map that the Spanish bros are known to be some of the strongest players on this map in general. Maybe just thought he had some good civ options for it. But English versus Tuklak is what we will see here for the third game, the potential final game of the day.
Could be the case. Tuklak, though, also a very, very strong civilization on these water maps, so we'll have to see exactly how this one's going to be playing out. Admiralty, of course, for the English at this point needs no introduction. Very good upgrade to be getting. But Tuklak, with their water economy, also very, very strong out there. And here we go. Game number 3. Lucifron on match point, spawning in as the English in the color yellow. His opponent, Numidan, in the color red. Playing as the Tuklak Dynasty, Doc coming in from him now as well. And Tuklak Dynasty, they get that unique bonus where drop-offs are 5% more effective. Rather, when you drop something off, you get 5% more resource from it. That also extends to the fishing.
Yeah, and that just really allows Tuklak to be great on some of these hybrid maps. Lucifron, though, we know English, we know Admiralty is their key upgrade when it comes to these hybrid maps. It's not the only thing going for English in hybrids, but that is the main big attraction for them. Just now, well, as these typical hybrid maps go, it's just going to be about getting those early fishing boats out, getting them working, as we saw one hanging out, and then getting into feudal age at a solid timing to try to take advantage of your opponent.
Fishing ships coming in on both sides. Early game, there's not too much going on here. No Dark Age shenanigans, no early spearmen, no men-at-arms. Just the early investment into the fishing there. And I'm sure, like, Tuklak especially could be going for a little bit of a deeper investment when it comes to the water play there. Just because it pays a lot more dividends there for them. Oh, Numidan doesn't want to... Yeah, gotta be careful there. Looks like Lucifron actually did garrison the villagers there to try and snipe the scout.
Yeah, I mean, you always have that potential there, but also causes idle time doing it. So it's definitely a risk to do that. We're also seeing some of these. Oh my gosh! Look at the potential meditation garden spot.
Yeah, this is always what's going on, right? Like, you're just in a random game and you're just like, oh my god, I should have played Shushi in this game.
I mean, look at the other side too.
Oh
Triple
my
goldstone and.
That's crazy, man. That's absolutely crazy.
That is crazy indeed, but oh my god, there is no Zushi in this game. It is just English versus Tuklak.
Classic.
Sad part
game.
is this isn't even the most crazy map for some meditation gardens. There's always what is it, Kawasan with all the berries in the middle that you can get some crazy ones with. Couple other, I'm trying to think of what the other, there's one or two other maps that I know have some crazy potential meditation garden spawns.
Yeah, we've had, like, what was the map with like a ton of gold in the middle? Golden Pit?
Yeah, that was it. Golden Pit was one, and then there was an iteration of what's the one with like the small ponds in the middle? There's like 4 or 5 different small ponds, but you can get a ton of berries on like certain sides of it.
Kawasan?
And gold. It's not Kawasan. No, it's like the smaller like shoreline fish. There's like 3 shoreline fish per pond. I want to say Coastal Cliffs, but I don't think it's Coastal Cliffs.
Yeah.
Not Coastal
Marshland?
Cliffs. It's the whatever. I don't think. It's definitely not
Marshlands,
wetlands.
wetlands, Frisian marshes.
There's a lot of maps here now. All right.
There are a lot of maps. Yeah.
Abbey of Kings
Either
coming
way.
in now for Lucifron. He's rushing that one up. 6 villagers working on that.
Yeah, getting a very, very quick timing here. Dome of the Faith is on the way. Just 4 villagers on the dome, and it started quite a bit later here. So what is Lucifron going to do with this timing? Another villager starting to build the Dome of the Faith. I think Gecko's right. I think Rocky River was the one I was thinking of.
Oh yeah, Rocky River. Yeah, you're right. Rocky River has a lot of like really good berry patches there as well, or the Shushi's legacy.
Yeah. I knew the map would eventually come to mind, but Lucifron double broad axe immediately focused here. Such a big importance when it comes to these water maps, and he's just going with the early galley to delay some of this initial fishing, force a springled ship reaction from Numadon right off the bat. But we know there's going to be other military ships soon to queued as well.
Sarge ship coming out. Dome of Faith still hasn't completed yet for Numadon. Springle ship already in queue as well. Be a tough
No
timing for
second
him to
dock
hold.
dropped either. Lucifron is just full focus into some early aggression. There are 2 docks for Numadon, so we'll have quite a bit of housing available for those fishing boats, and gives him the time to hopefully equalize with the springle ship.
Yeah, 5 villagers on gold makes me believe that Lucifron is trying to go for the eventual Admiralty play behind this. Early walls coming in for Numadon, trying to secure his wood line there. He could have potentially also just walled in the wood line, not just walled towards the TC. Springle ship is going to be coming in just in time to defend.
Perfect timing out, and that's one where it felt like Lucifron had such a key timing here, but just the amount of time it takes for those ships to traverse the pond just gives the other side such a big ability.
Heal Elephant now coming in for Numadon actually will be able to out-heal the King, potentially, if he gets the second one. Yeah, King needs to be careful. Looks like he tried to go for the dive there for a second onto the wood line.
He wanted to, but just can't quite find it in himself to circle around and take that much damage. Up, as we say that,
Body
he's going for
block.
it again. Scout going for a little body
No
block.
Vilts inside the
and
TC. He's gonna have to pull the Vilts there. Oh,
Healer Elephant arrives, though, and the villagers can just
Where's
pull
he
out the
going?
shivs. King doesn't know where to go. King doesn't have anywhere to go, but hey, it's causing idle time at least for a little bit of time. He's trying to find his way out. Villager's going to jump back inside the TC again. King falls. Admiralty is on its way, though. And
So Lucifron bought his time there that he needed.
Exactly. Bought enough time to then potentially have this push on water be that much more devastating. He's already ahead of Springled Ship. He has equalized with a second dock of his own. Looks like fishing boats for Numadon have like been pushed to the corner. A lot of them have. Some are still in that initial deep sea fish. And Admiralty, you can just see Numadon getting no damage back out in return. We finally see a couple shots come out, but for the most part, Lucifron able to just continually get extra shots with the extra range he has.
Yeah, trading out tremendously well there. Numadon getting some additional Springled ships in. It's gonna take him a while to get into a position to really like do well against this. This is where what we saw from Scatterbrain worked out quite well, where he was able to push his opponent, the English player, all the way up towards the edge of the map. That's really what you need if you want to take trades up against the Admiralty. Oh, by the Raider Elephant, doing some damage there.
Raider Elephant in. A villager falls from the Raider Elephant, but he is now... Okay, I was about to say tanking up some of the TC fire, but with the Healer Elephant there, not too big of a worry. Another Springled ship arrives for Lucifron, though. King is back in a queue, and some longbows in queue for Lucifron as well.
Oh,
Springled ship so close to getting taken out. It's
to get healed up.
basically like Numadon has one less Springled ship here in the fight.
I mean, that's also the fact, yeah. It's missing a little bit out on numbers. We're now seeing some spearmen coming in as well. Raid onto the wood line. Elephant needs
Raid
to be
elephant
careful.
on the wood line is so crucial. There's not really a good answer for this. Villagers aren't even jumping inside the TC yet to get the max amount of arrow fire on in. A spearman is here though. There's some longbow here as well. The healer elephant not
Stays
able
alive.
to get taken out. Lucifron just barely able to barely gets out of Lucifron's TC range.
Raise against the elephant. At the same time, still engagements happening on water. Oh, that's Springle Ship getting very low health.
It's taken out. There are some fishing boats that we're following to try to heal up for Numadon, just not quite able to do so. Spear finally pushes the healer elephant away. That healer elephant's at 5 health.
There's a second healer elephant in queue. Actually, never mind, that was a raid elephant. Numadon is not going to be able to heal that one elephant up without another one.
And we'll need a second healer elephant. Instead, it's currently archers being invested into. Meanwhile, Lucifron does have a few longbows, can continue to produce those longbows, but any sort of this land investment is just more delay onto this water. Numadon has triple demo ship ready and waiting. Lucifron, he doesn't have a galley out. All he'd have to be able to utilize is that range, though. Demo ship of his own.
Oh, some
Demo ship of his own.
Well.
Oh, just opts to take down one of the Springled ships. And here we go. The triple demos on the other side. This is where it really gets scary. But Lucifron can utilize that range. Just one-shots the demos here. Probably will do a little split. Yep, splits it. Loses 2 Springled ships for it. Takes out the 3 demos on the other side. Overall, decent trade for Numadon, as it could have gone a lot worse.
Second healer elephant has come out now behind this. Looks like there's just been some Lombos trying to idle out the economy on Numadon's side a little bit. Goes from pushing forward again with his ships. Numadon doesn't quite have enough out there to respond. It looks like he's just going to try and focus on land now instead.
Yeah, and I mean, this landmass for Numadon, we've seen Tuklak with healer elephants just be able to sit under a TC and not have to worry about things for the foreseeable future. But will this be the case here for Numadon versus Lucifron? Lucifron is ready to fully take advantage of water, but has things to deal with on land after that. King trying to cause some distraction, is pulling back a few of those Raider elephants. Main engagement happening. Demo ship able to connect onto 2 of the Springled ships. Fishing boats starting to get focused down as well. Next Springled ship immediately taken out. Overall, still a good pickup for Lucifron, even though he lost quite a few Springled ships himself. Next demo is out. He cannot go back and take that gold, though. Demo could have exploded, done some damage,
Oh,
not taking
villagers on
out
the gold.
villagers.
Big
Weren't
damage
paying
coming
attention
in.
fully. 1 Vill down, 2 Vills down, 3, 4 Vills down, and the 5th one falls as well. So big damage in return here by Numadon, but he is losing out water.
Yeah, water at this point. Numadon, I don't think he's going to be putting too much more effort into holding it, though he is getting in some demo ships. Spots an opportunity there to take down some of the Springle ships. But oh my god, instant attention there from Lucifron. Only gonna lose a single Springle ship.
It was crazy because it felt like I think 2 of those Springled ships were just sitting there watching and not actually attacking the dock. So crazy reaction time, and to see the demo pop out but not see his Springled ships not firing. That being said, now he's gotten a nice little spread. We'll make sure to take down the docks. We'll make sure his economy should go untouched. And now it is full focus on land here for Lucifron, as he needs to just defend this push that is upcoming.
Oh, Tuklapot Fort coming in for Numadon, and he's already got the houses prepped in formation for it as well. So he's going to be able to almost get the full food bonus there from it as well with the governor. Lucifron, decent archer count, decent spearman count for him. Numadon has enough archers in theory to one-shot the spears.
Instead, though, Numadon pulls back. Looks like he might be thinking about a castle timing, but it just feels so bad trying to go to castle after you lose the water. I guess that is his plan, though, to close out this game. Lucifron, though, he's moving forward with his infantry mass, is trying to take this fight. There's so many archers here. The spear's a little bit out of position. Longbows need to try to kite back, but they're slow. They're getting chased down by the Raider elephants.
Spearman coming back forward, but there's so many archers out there. Elephants, one goes down, but most of the spearmen vanish with them. And Numadon, he does have the Pierce Arm upgrade already in. He's getting close to a potential Castle Age play as well. What he could do now is fall back one last time, wait for the Age Up to come in. And then with the Age Up, instantly get the Veterancy upgrades.
Yeah, he's at the point, too, where Lucifron doesn't have an easy gold to gather from. Lucifron would need a transport ship to move out to the island, maybe grab the 8k. That's his safe gold he can gather from. He did the little wall in his woodline trick again, so wood villagers will be safe, but Lucifron is about to have to deal with a Castle Age Tuklak here in a second. Compound of the Defender on its way, still a big land mass for him. Doesn't have the extra fishing ships, but has been able to pick up quite a bit of villager kills.
Indeed, Longbows moving forward a little bit again. King in queue as well. Just 25 seconds left on the Age Up. The Elephant retreating.
Compound of the Defender, 15 seconds left until it finishes. Lucifron has been able to get back to the gold with 11 villagers. Needs to make sure to try to gather enough gold for a white tower drop. Numadon Castle Age finishes. King just gonna run on by in the white tower. He got there so quick.
God, yeah.
Rushing it
The
down.
follow-up timing.
25 villagers and more
He knows he
walking
needs
to come
to.
help build it. He knows the way he loses this game is a push in the next minute. Well, one great way to hold a push in the next minute is to rush down a white tower, 4, 3, 2 seconds left, and able to finish it up, able to have some potential security on that gold vein as well with the white tower. King starting to raid the wood line, so Numadon has some distractions to deal with, and all this time, Lucifron is on water still.
King getting killed there inside the base from Numadon. 13 fishing ships out for Lucifron at the moment, so still has that water economy working for him. Also patrolling the shoreline, making sure that Numadon is not going to be getting out on water. Up was getting put up now at the front side, and Lucifron finally able to get that gold income up again.
Yeah, so important for himself. Numadon grabbing some more stone, grabbing the first relic as well, but Lucifron getting the key fishing upgrade for himself, so that fishing economy just becomes so much more efficient once you get those upgrades. It actually makes it that further out deep sea fish not feel as bad.
Chocolate fort getting put up now in the middle of the map. Interesting. It's gonna secure some more stone out there as well. Got one war elephant with the army as well for Numadon. Lucifron hasn't been reinvesting a lot into the water here, so his food income overall isn't actually looking that great. Siege Workshop also coming in for Numu. And it's going to be the Amir Warriors for him. Never mind. Wait. Did it make it through? Looks like it did make it through. Yeah, we got the Amir Warriors in.
Okay. And we will see what the next steps are for Numadon as Lucifron. He's built that longbow number up to be nice and healthy. He's starting to send some knights out. Might try to circle around, do some raiding. But now there are some true elephants getting mixed on in, rather than just the pseudo elephants that we saw earlier.
He's chasing after one of the knights. Some additional upgrades now on some of these keeps to improve the governor bonus from them. first trap now in queue.
All right. Well, now Numadon gonna start trying to make this slow push happen, try to deny Lucifron off of that gold that honestly is not that secured at this point in time.
40 archers versus 26 at the moment. Some spearmen there to support as well. Lucifron's gonna be struggling out here. He's trying to get some relics behind all of this as well.
Yeah, still no water trade, still no moving out to the 8K on the island, nothing of the sort, which we have seen happen in quite a few games, making sure to keep the mining camp alive so he can keep these gold villagers working hard.
Definitely needs that gold, as he's also just starting to mass up a lot of knights, so there are also war elephants coming up for Numadon. He's already on 3, 2 more in queue. Massive elephant play that Numadon's going for now.
And, I mean, Lucifron just does not have the same army numbers, which feels weird considering he has this big water eco and also has the military ships on water still counting for his military population, so...
He did lose a lot of villagers on land.
Yeah, Lucifron not in the greatest position, though, after all of this. Looks like Numadon's starting to step up. Longbow's trying to kite on back, but every time they do, the archers from the other side able to get a couple volleys off as well. Villagers move back for a split second. Mining camp gone.
Camp going down. Elephant's going for the charge again. Spear stepping up, and Lucifron, these trades haven't been too great for him. Lost a lot of the longbows there. Second trebuchet out
is
now.
trying to circle with some of those knights that he had split off, trying to find some eco damage on the other side. Longbow's maybe trying to snipe some trebuchets. Let's see. Not quite able to do enough damage there.
Little raid in the base from Numadon, but has the keep there. Picklebot Fort able to easily defend up against these knights.
Yeah, tons of those knights fall and not a ton of return damage that actually went through. Longbow's again focusing the trebs. Next volley actually takes out the treb.
Good pick off there for Lucifron. It's marching forward again. So tanky. A lot of damage there can be done by the longbows. Need to rely on the spears. White tower. Be starting to shoot onto the elephants now as well.
It does drop the relic in the monastery that's up front and forward, already at about half health. A couple of those raider elephants do get taken out. Longbow's just trading straight up, sniping out one of the healer elephants, trying to snipe out the men-at-arms now as well.
Warriors, of course, they do lose a lot of their stats when they're outside the range of the keep. Not gonna be able to easily get picked off there.
Lucifron just utilizing this range so well with these longbows. It's the reason why we see a lot of these top players, lean into longbows even when there's a lot of counter units on the other side. They're just using the range so effectively. White Tower, though, again, being dove upon. Archers diving under the White Tower. Elephants moving on forward. Spears about to defend the longbow mass from those forward elephants. Numadon needs to watch out. These are such expensive units. He has a lot of them. They do trade out pretty well. But under a White Tower, whenever you're fighting, it never feels good. Spears doing the best they can to hold this elephant mass out. Another elephant falls.
On the White Tower. A lot of villagers inside as well. It's a ton of idle time, though, for Lucifron's villagers.
Oh, and Lucifron with the return rate of these knights. Able to get a lot of damage in, a lot of idle time caused as well. So while he is having to defend, having to put everything into this defense, he's also doing return damage with attacking.
That's probably one of the most important things to do there. Just trying to make this a little bit more difficult for your opponent. Don't give him leeway when it comes to the aggression on the front side. Now that the units have been pulled a little bit further back, trebuchets are going to have to also get pulled back, else the longbows are going to be able to snipe those out. They are going to be able to pick off a couple of the archers there. Next forward keep is getting spotted out again. Doesn't have too many upgrades on it, though.
Yep. A lot of archers fell for not too many longbows, so Lucifron finally flipping the script when it comes to the military numbers. It looked so desperate for a second for him, and now he is just feeling very healthy. White Tower healed back up to full. Monastery even has 2 relics in it now. And Berry villagers get spotted out as well, so might not have gotten any pickups as far as the villagers go, but is a ton more idle time, a lot less food income coming in for Numadon because of this.
Trebuchet is being remade now. Triple Mangonel about to be coming in, as it's double Siege Workshop forward here from Numadon.
Longbows again just stepping up, picking units here and there without taking any return damage. Mangonel trying to fire, easy dodge there for Lucifron though.
It's massive damage at the moment now coming out of these trebuchets. That needs to get counter repaired. Lombo splitting up, trying to take the Mangonel down.
Nice spread formation there from the longbows. Mangonel goes down to about a quarter health. Second Mangonel arrives though. Shot happens into the middle of the longbow. Only does damage on about 4 of them. Nothing too crazy. Lucifron's military numbers starting to build up. He's starting to mix in some men-at-arms himself into this mix. Mangonel will get taken out with this next volley.
Mangonel behind it all, and now White Tower is getting quite
White Tower
on fire.
though is getting quite low.
Armored Bat coming up behind this. All the upgrades on the men-at-arms. Yeah, White Tower is gonna go down here very shortly.
Yep. Economic lead still very healthy for Lucifron, but a lot of his economy was used to rebuild that White Tower, to heal up that White Tower. Passive income about to go down the drain as far as the relics go if the monastery that's up front and forward gets taken out. But the big engagement that's going to decide this game should be happening soon with those Trebs now about to start sieging down the TC.
Yeah, has 2 landmarks remaining, and 4 trebuchets already firing on Numadon's second one.
Not the easiest mass to dive into with 4 Mangonels either. A lot of infantry diving on into this. Longbows not splitting enough quick enough. Able to... Oh my gosh!
The Mangonel
Good shot onto the longbows. Spears are on top of those elephants. Longbows trying to split their group, trying to hit a couple of the archers onto the backside, not allow the spears to get taken out as quick as they are. But Numadon is having this push. He is not accepting the answer from Lucifron. He wants to end this game, and in this game he does. Able to take a game off of Lucifron. It is now 2-1 Lucifron.
Yeah, so Numadon able to get a point on the scoreboard, setting himself up for a potential reverse sweep. Needs 2 more victories now in a row if he wants to upset up against Lucifron. Lucifron, though, just 1 more victory in order to close out the set in his favor.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing the total resources gathered. Lucifron, you know, he was on water that whole kind of second stage of the game where Numadon wasn't, but he took quite a bit of villager losses, and 10 to 15 of his villagers were sitting there trying to repair the White Tower the whole time. And, you know, that's just a big sink as far as your resources go.
Indeed it is. And the immediate switch up over to land here from Numadon with the Raid Elephants and the Heal Elephants just getting so much value in. Next up, though, we're going to be moving over to Botland, where it'll be Jeanne d'Arc for Lucifron against the Byzantines from Numadon. That is one that we've seen multiple times now today, and yeah, so far it's like JD yet has to find the way to, you know, get a victory in there.
Yeah, Kiljardi had a really good start against the Byzantines, picked off quite a few villagers, but Byzantines just still proved to be too effective against that matchup. But let's see if Lucifron has a different story. We talked before this series even started, and we were starting to look at these matchups. We said Lucifron, he loves playing with his cav, he loves utilizing that mobility, showing off his micro, and JD is the perfect civ to do exactly that.
Indeed, she is, and we'll have to see just exactly how the spawns are going to be this time around again. As we notice that they do have a big impact on how Byzantines can play that game.
Yeah, and I mean there's definitely a couple different options. We saw a greedier opening with 4 cisterns. We saw a little more conservative opening with 2 cisterns. But enough of that. We will see what Numidan decides to do, spawning in on the west side after taking a game back into the series. Down 1-2 is Numidan on Byzantines. Over on the east, Lucifron with the lead 2-1 is playing JD.
Here we go. Looking at the spawn, Byzantines this time around. Does still have the main berries or the initial berries in the back of base. Look at these forward berries here. If you're really greedy, you go for a forward Grand Winery, but honestly, that is
against JD. No,
that is way too greedy. I want to say, like especially against JD. But if you're really greedy, if you want to lose, that is what you would be doing. But it's going to be a lot more difficult here in this one for Numidan to get control over these forward berries, not just with the Grand Winery, but later on just with a normal mill and an outpost, very easily approachable by Lucifron.
Yeah, both previous Byzantines games we saw, they had back berries and then double back berries after it, as well as a back gold vein. There is not the same here for Lucifron on his side. Even the berries and gold to the north, it's not easily wallable, where we saw a lot of the other maps, even though it was Baldlands, to be a little bit easier walled than what we see the spawn for him.
Yeah, a little bit easier walls there on the side with the additional wood lines that have spawned in this generation.
Yep, and we will see what JD choice Lucifron goes up with. We saw 2 different games with 2 different options. We saw the warrior path and the hunter path, so we will see what Lucifron chooses.
I think
no way.
Might be...
No way. No way.
I mean,
he's gonna do it.
I think he's gonna do it, Dabson. Yeah, I think he's gonna go for it.
Well, this could be a quick game number 4 here.
Yeah, either way around. I mean, it's gonna turn basically 1,500 resources worth of olive oil into like 2,500 with the Grand Winery nearby. It's a lot of value. It is a lot of value. Wait, is one of the berries a larger one? I think they're both small ones, right? Like they're both normal 6 berry bushes. Yeah, they're both normal. Okay. So nothing too crazy. It's already good value, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's still quite a bit of value that you could see. It's just so hard to argue for that path with knights coming out so soon and not having enough to like reinforce and actually secure that location. So Grand Winery is dropped conservatively in the back, but Numidan already setting up that cistern, the 3rd cistern now, but for when he does move out to those berries, if he can secure those, he will be ready to have those buffed up already.
Grand Winery actually
now
coming in the back here. Definitely a safer choice.
It was the needed choice. Unfortunately, I know we all like to see some changes. We all like to see some excitement, but this was a very, very needed choice here for Numidan, or else the game would have been over before it started, it feels like.
School of Cavalry just about to finish on up here. We'll be getting that early night most likely immediately. Scout from Lucifron, from Numidan. He's gonna get... Is he... Oh my god, he's getting sniped out.
He's gone!
And JD got the experience for it as well. Not that it matters much, but...
The experience doesn't matter much, but what matters is usually you're tracking where this first night goes so well, on the point, exactly, knowing exactly where it's going to be. Well, now... Is Lucifron going to hit stone? Is he going to hit gold? Is he going to hit the back berries? The potential woodline swap? You don't know, and now Numidan needs to rush some spears out and needs to focus on a couple locations before expanding to the others.
Eric's getting rushed up now by Numidan. 3 villagers working on that. First Knight already halfway across the map. Archer follow-up coming up immediately. This time we are getting melee JD. Makes a lot more sense rather than the range JD.
Double Broad Axe on the way. We're starting to see, you know, some torches come out on this middle cistern that is up front and forward. But more importantly, Numidan now needs to worry about that first knight knocking on his doorstep. Path of the Warrior.
Coming
in.
in.
The first game we saw JD just move from bottom of the map to the top of the map, securing both boars for some free XP. Lucifron, being a little bit more aggressive with his JD pathing, wants to just head right for the base, and this is actually so crucial too, because if he goes ahead and takes an engagement Knight versus Limitinate, he can do the good old AoE swing and at least do some extra damage on those. Knight does get deterred away, I believe, from the initial...
Oh, no, we're done.
Nope.
He's...
Oh.
I don't think he's got enough. I don't think he's got enough olive oil. Or does he? Well, first batch of javelin throws could be enough. It used to be enough at 480. Not sure if it got... They nerfed the longbows. I'm not sure if they nerfed the javelin throws as well.
We already have a good amount of archers out for Lucifron. Lucifron does have or Numidan does have enough for that first batch, but you need 2 sets of them to start one-shotting those archers, and that archer number can climb up quickly as we see no end in sight now for the queue of Lucifron. JD watching, Knights will be circling, even Archer is here ready as well. Oh, good
gets a brace
there from Numidan, and we'll be able to fully take out that Knight. What a big pickup there from Numidan.
Yeah, definitely putting a big dampener on the early aggression from Lucifron. Lucifron's not stopping though. More Knights in queue, more archers coming in as well. These early olive groves from Numidan are quite the investment for him as well. Definitely not making this a comfortable play for him, but he's just had to wait for javelin throws to be coming in. Now to finally be able to get a semblance of agency onto his berries again. Little twirl getting all of these. Oh my god, that was a beautiful AoE attack there.
Yeah, JD took some damage, but definitely gave some return fire on the other side. This also allows Lucifron take down a house, be aggressive on the front side where the stone is. A couple of the archers starting to fire on to one of the villagers, which should get out fine. But the Knight does circle and able to pick up a villager on the wood line.
Some value in return there.
Numidan just starting to spread himself a little bit thin. JD comes right back. The archer comes right back as well.
Oh.
Big AoE! Oh my god!
A lot of the villagers low health now.
And JD still feeling nice and healthy. Another AoE. Oh my god! Numidan is just feeling the hurt here just from JD on those backside Limitinate units.
Behind that, more and more archers coming across the map now from Lucifron. He's getting ready for an engagement onto these weaker Limitani now. After JD did her best to rough him up a little bit.
Yeah, and the wood line's starting to get so thin that those archers can start sniping across if the javelin throwers aren't in position to defend it on up. This time, there's a couple Knights with JD, so a lot of those lower health units can get cleaned up. Another big AoE! It is absolutely crazy how much value JD's got in this game already.
JD's just farming here. A lot of the archers getting taken down as well, though. A little return value to be gained by Numidan.
Yeah, at least JD was soaking up some of the XP as the archers were able to pick up a few units as they ran on out. But again, leaving himself thin. Villagers on the wood line having to idle out for a decent little bit. We're still seeing more olive groves come in. This has been such a big investment from Numidan here in this early point of the game.
It is. Eventually they are going to be paying off, though. So for the time being, does spread Numidan kind of thin, but eventually that could
be the beginning of a pretty good farm transition for him. Just a pretty smooth farm transition, no immediate abrupt pull out then over to wood to get the farms out down later.
We do finally see range damage coming through, so those archers will be a little bit more effective here in just a few seconds. Knight number still rather healthy. Second batch of javelins is about to come out, so we will see Numadon getting to the point where he can start one-shotting the archers. Looks like he wants to move back out to the gold, knows he's going to need some investments himself, but this is a scary time to try to make that move.
He does have 8 javelin throws now, so he's going to be able to start one-shotting the archers. Most importantly. Steps
Looks
forward.
like starting to step up. JD, and we've seen JD have some crazy AoE swings so far this game. Gets taken out to about a quarter. Oh, he thought about it.
A lot of the archers getting taken
Lucifer
down
really
there.
just needs to thin out that javelin mass, allows those archers to do more good. Lucifron decides it's not that time yet. Numadon once, I mean, he resecured that gold. You saw a decent bit of food sitting in the bank too. Probably wants to try to get closer and closer to this castle age now that he feels like he has a decent wall of defense on up. But the slower units are on that front side for Numadon. Needs to watch out for the back woodline, the back berries, things like that. But what he's taken advantage of this timing that Lucifron had to try to secure those berries we were so hyped about in the early game.
Οι αντίπαλοι πλησιάζουν.
Yeah, outpost going to be coming up. Unit stepping forward as well. Up to 10 knights now, 16 archers. Going to be enough to almost one-shot if the shield wall was active. Without it, definitely going to be able to one-shot them. Villagers
Javelin
pulling
throws
back.
left on the front side. Villagers pulled back before the outpost got finished. It was so close to getting finished. There's still javelin throwers here. Villagers can't decide if they want to finish the outpost or run on away, and now gives himself enough timing to finish the outpost. JD, though, 3/4 of the way up until the next level.
Oh, villagers on the deer there. Have to evacuate. JD also tanking up some of the javelin shots there as well.
JD trying to just run on away. Lucifron, though, he sees where Numadon's army is. He's going for that wraparound again with his knights. Heads right for the base, right for the economy. 11 knights is no joke. Even if you have, you know, rallying counter units for those knights, you can't effectively take them out without a mass. We do see a villager go down for Lucifron. He's out on those forward side berries, needs to fall back, needs to go back to some safe economy. Forward outpost does get taken down.
So many Limitani, though. Reinforcements coming in. Numadon, look at this. He's chasing Lucifron throughout his entire base.
And Lucifron just sends all of those villagers onto I'm hoping a house, then a mill, to be able to start gathering up some food for him again, able to move back over to the wood line again as well. Knights trying to do a wraparound, but there's just so many units here in this army that's forward for Numadon. The Knights don't want to take that fight. That's such value. They might try to take this
Knights
fight, though.
hiding.
We'll see.
Oh, the brace somehow connects
Brace
again.
comes in, able to take down one, but we're getting very close to JD level 3 here.
Javelin throws. Having something to say about that, though.
A few more volleys and JD will get that level up, which just could be the timing that Lucifron has been patient and waiting for here.
I'm behind this with 700 gold in the bank. Definitely prepping for eventual castle age. Now knights from Lucifron trying to apply a little bit more pressure onto the base from Numadon.
Yep, units starting to fall back. Numadon might be thinking about castle age soon, but needs to make sure these berry locations in mid-map that he's been on are secure for himself. Another volley comes in. JD not quite in range to soak that XP, though. And here we go. Engagement's about to happen next. Dude. There it is. There's the level up.
It's going to be the champions coming in.
Champions are going to be so tanky right now, so hard for Numadon to deal with. Numadon again runs away from an almost finished outpost because of the army mass that Lucifron was knocking on the doorstep with. Villagers just sitting there watching, ready to try to build that outpost again, but can't go on out to it. JD falls! The Men-at-Arms still in the middle of that army mass that Numadon has, just being tanky as possible. Archers still sniping out the spears. Knights trying to circle, trying to get on top of the javelins, just haven't been able to do so.
The archer count is falling lower and lower now. We're at 14 javelin throws at the moment for Numadon. 1,300 gold in the bank for him.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one where Lucifron has just kept the Knights alive so well. Every time he's taking these engagements, yeah, he might lose a few archers, but it feels like he's not really losing the Knight number. He's been thinning out the spear mass on the other side too, where it's almost 1-for-1. It's getting close to that that fact if the archers that he has can continue to snipe on down. Does lose a Knight there, a little bit of a jinx by me.
Exchange there, up to 15 Knights at the moment. Not enough Limitani at this point, though.
Not by any means. Looks like Lucifron's ready to take the fight. Another AoE by JD, but 3 Knights immediately fall. Doesn't look like it matters as of yet, though. Lucifron, he's continuing the push. JD, a big AoE onto the Javelin throwers. Villagers have to evacuate the wood line. Lucifron's numbers are still looking very healthy. There is not a big spear mass here anymore. JD, another AoE fire.
Continues to dive deeper into the base. Mutane still getting focused down by the archers. Still so many archers out on the field, and JD, should the TC ever start focusing her, there's just no way that she's ever going to get taken down. So much health on her, so much armor, Pierce armor especially.
And the few units that Numadon does have left, they're all at half health or lower, it feels like. Knights will just be able to clean that up so easily. If not Knights, JD with the AoE, or even some of the archers on the backside. So many idle villagers here from Numadon. He wanted to go to castle. He's just been stuck here for so long. He finally drops a market. Maybe he can use some of this gold to buy some food, but at this point, it just feels too late.
Yeah, needs to potentially buy himself all the way up to Castle Age, but also needs to reinvest at the same time. Looks like he bought a little bit of stone there just to get some outpost placement in. Villagers on the stone, though, getting found out. So many villagers going down.
All 4 villagers on the stone fall. Another villager that was rallied to the stone falls. All of a sudden, you look, and Lucifron's at a 17 villager lead now.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough situation at the moment for Numadon, starting to put some outposts up inside of his base.
Lucifron hasn't had a needful chivalry until now either. He says, all right, now my knights have taken enough damage. I'll get some extra passive healing other than, you know, JD activating her healing ability. Numadon trying to get an outpost just for some extra vision. Damage isn't going to be too much at this point with how many units Lucifron has out, though.
Yeah, it's just been a ton of very aggressive plays at the moment from Lucifron. It didn't look that good in the beginning, but bit by bit they've been adding up to really put just so much pressure on Numadon during these engagements that by now, all this idle time, all of the lost villagers, it's all starting to build up here. Lucifron, he's actually the one that is first looking to go for potential Castle Age up.
Yeah, and it was crazy thinking, you know, with Numadon dropping those early olive groves consistently, it felt like food wasn't really going to be his problem. But then we kept looking and we're like, he's at 1,200 gold. He cannot get enough food to age up. Kept reinforcing, kept massing on up because he felt like he needed to, and still just didn't have enough units to deal with what Lucifron was pushing with.
Indeed, and now Guildhall is going to be on the menu. 23 villagers working that, so Lucifron really rushing it up. And Siege Engineering as a follow-up. Will JD heal coming in as well?
I mean, might as well start taking down all of these outposts that Numadon has invested into. You know, allow the Knights to go hit economy instead of trying to burn reinforced outposts that just take forever to take down. Immediate double veterancy upgrades in, ranged armor coming through as well.
Could be now also looking for his own age up. Still just a lot of villagers on gold currently. Doesn't have enough food yet. Go for the age up.
Yeah, and has this berry spot secured at least for the time being. He's been idled out a few times on it though, so might be hesitant to send any more villagers out to those forward berries or the western side berries, because when he did, that's where Lucifron focused.
Veterancy upgrades have now just about been researched for Lucifron, so has veterancy on the archers, on the knights, and also the +2 damage. Is going to be able to do some good damage even up against the javelin throws now. Age up is now going to be able to be put up by Numedan. Just needs to bide himself a little bit more time, but time is not something that Lucifron's going to spare him.
Yep, veteran archers pushing on forward, sniping down all of the units that are left behind. Knights just waiting, watching for their time to shine. There is another good brace by Numedan, but just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Another AoE swing from JD, just getting a lot of damage onto the front line, and Numedan allows the Knights of Lucifron to be more effective even against the counter unit. Another big AoE swing. Mass from Numedan is getting erased as the Golden Horn Tower is almost up, almost finished. He needs it finished
It's
so
getting
bad.
cancelled.
It's just...
The villagers have been found out by some knights. Numedan feels the need to cancel it. Tries to put it up somewhere else with more villagers, but
he's putting it up on the front line near the berries. It's the only spot he feels somewhat safe again because of the mass is inside of his base. But look at his population; it is just falling and continuing to fall so fast. He's going to be down at under 30 total units here.
Oh no, he's leading him to the age up. Disaster.
Oh, we even see some torches go down. Numedan has to full commit to this age up or he will not get the full resources back, but we all know this is all but game over. Numedan, he wants to stay in it. He doesn't want to have to end the day like this, but Lucifron is ready to close this one out.
Absolutely relentless. More units coming across now. Still knights in the queue. And villagers that were left behind. Going the way of the dodo there.
Yep,
that's going to be just JD.
Golden Horn Tower just not able to be finished on up still. Numedan, though, he's not giving up. He thinks there's a way back in this game. We know there's not, but it is not always apparent from the player's point of view. Finally throws in the towel. 3-1 victory here for Lucifron.
Very, very solid performance here from him. The first time today that we're going to be seeing JD victorious up against the Byzantines. And Lucifron putting up a good show here in this one. Economy count, we can tell. Numedan just losing more and more villagers all throughout there. It's just all of these tiny little raids that all add up in the end, giving Lucifron the entry into Numedan's base and just, yeah, ultimately taking the superior trades with the engagements.
Yeah, and a good final set of the day. What an exciting day. None of the games really felt overly one-sided. Even the one that was the 3-0 by Beastie versus Demu. Demu was in there for the first two games. Third one, maybe not so much. But always good casting with you, Crackety. I know that we are actually skipping out the last interview of the day, not because of how long the stream went, but because we're feeling for Lucifron. He's feeling a little bit under the weather. He wants to get some sleep, try to get some rest and recovery for tomorrow.
Exactly. Speaking of tomorrow, let's take one final look at the bracket just so we get everybody caught up on what is going to be happening here tomorrow, as tomorrow is going to be the day where the last player is going to be able to qualify for the Red Bull Wololo Londinium. One spot remaining. So we're going to be taking a quick look at the bracket here. Tomorrow, the semifinals are going to be Papipo up against Lucifron and Beastie against Anatant. The winners from those sets are going to be facing off against each other for the last final remaining spot for the Red Bull Wololo Londinium LAN in London.
Yeah, it's still crazy seeing those Final Four and thinking that only one is making it. 3 of them are going to be sitting home watching players play in a major tournament, and it never feels good to be sitting on the sidelines, but just shows how competitive the competition has now gotten in AoE 4. A lot more people and players on the same level now.
Exactly. But with all of that said, Babson, I think it is time for us now to round out the show. Thank all of you so much for watching here, for being here. And don't forget to tune in again tomorrow, as we're going to be watching the last couple of games here on the road to Red Bull Wololo, the final qualifier happening tomorrow. So don't forget, tune in again to EGC TV tomorrow. We'll be here, and yeah, see you all there.